He thought he would just be a farmer, but then the apocalypse happened. Even the farmer got superpowers and a system. While a normal garden grows food, his grows a full defense system. His strongest weapon is not magic or swordsmanship, but a carrot in berserk mode. Can the most peaceful job become humanity's last line of defense? Let's find out. The story began with the fact that people can survive without food for about 7 days. If there is no water either, then the period is shortened to 72 hours. At very low temperatures, the heart can only beat for 3 minutes, but when the sun goes out, phytotoxicity occurs. Animals mutate. What will people do? Resources, survival, spores, all this seemed predictable. The radio reported that recently in City Z, there were cases of animal attacks on people. Let the citizens, please, refrain from going outside at night. Breaking news, as reported by the media, in City X, several people were infected with an unknown infection. Cases of influenza have become more frequent. Brothers and sisters, will they be able to survive this apocalypse? After some time, Lee Tianran, the main character, was looking for food in the store. The loudspeaker broadcast the news that all the necessary services were already investigating the incident to let people not panic. He took a can of food and thought that it would never be superfluous to stock up on long-term storage products. The loudspeaker announced again that several people in City X had been infected with an unknown virus. Cases of flu had become more frequent in the city, and the media in City X would continue to keep them informed of what was happening. A conversation began between two women in the store. One of them said that she had heard that Old Man Lee had been in good health, but that he had retired a couple of days ago. The other asked if it was because of this respiratory disease. The woman agreed and added that he had not even lasted 2 days. She noted that there had been so many cases of this disease lately. Has the government still not figured out the cause? The other woman replied that times were far from peaceful. After a while, MC went down to the parking lot and began loading groceries into the back of the car. He thought that he had bought seeds, instant food, frozen food, meat, essentials, snacks, and canned goods. All that was left was to fill the car with gas. He needed to get back to Han as soon as possible, and he also needed to deal with the deer he had killed this morning. After a while, he drove off, when suddenly he received a phone call. The protagonist answered the call, and a female voice answered the phone, asking what about her offer. He replied that he could find her a job so that she could open her eyes when talking to others. But he would not send Han to the shelter. The girl screamed into the phone that he was not related to her by blood. He should not mention this marriage to her if he wanted to bring a burden with him. The MC tensely explained that this was his younger sister, an important member of the family. She asked discontentedly why she should raise a child who was nobody to her. She had enough of him already. If he did not take her seriously, they would not get married. And anyway, they were breaking up. The protagonist calmly agreed and hung up when suddenly a goat appeared on the road and he hit it. The MC excitedly asked, "Was it a dog?" "No, it was a goat, I think." The animal, covered in blood, calmly got up and slowly disappeared into the bushes. The protagonist asked in confusion. His head was smashed and he was still alive? After the goat disappeared into the bushes, he thought, it's good that it left. There's no need to call the police. After a while, he got home and started unloading boxes from the back of the truck. Suddenly, Lee Han, the protagonist's sister, ran up and joyfully shouted that he was back. Wow, he bought so much stuff. She can help carry it. MC gave her the package and told her to take it. They started walking into the house, and the sister happily reported that she had done everything he told her to. She fed the cows, changed the water, and watered the garden. She's so tired today. She wants to eat the stew that he cooks so deliciously. The protagonist agreed and asked, how about some venison stew with carrots? The girl happily exclaimed at his offer. Suddenly, a dog named Bai started gnawing on the plants, but Han quickly ran up and hit him, shouting that he shouldn't rip up the plants. After a while, they passed a pen with cows. One of them was mutated, its eyes turned red. When they entered the house, a message came on the radio saying that today was a significant day in this century, an eclipse would begin soon. Han noted that she had never seen a solar eclipse before. Will the sky be dark like at night? She sat down at the table and, taking a bite, said admiringly that it was delicious. Her brother hunts and cooks better and better. MC explained that the eclipse will not be like at night. It's just that the sun will get darker. To see this, you need to put on glasses. Suddenly, the radio started counting down. The sun abruptly covered something dark, the electricity went out, and a snowstorm began. The main character shouted in bewilderment, why did a snowstorm suddenly begin in the summer? He'll go and lock up the cattle. He'll be back soon. Let the dog Bai look after Han, and the dog named Hey goes with him. After a while, he went outside and began to walk towards the pens through a terrible snowstorm. Suddenly, a powerful flash was heard in the sky and the sun turned into a black hole. The protagonist thought in horror that this was too strange. Plants, a snowstorm, the sun. Suddenly, the dog Hey began to bark furiously at the mutated cow that was standing behind the protagonist. MC turned around in fear and saw the mad animal running towards him. He deftly dodged, the dog Hey grabbed the cow and a squabble ensued between them. The protagonist thought in fear that his bow should be nearby. He abruptly ran to the stump on which the weapon lay, when suddenly the cow threw the dog away. The protagonist took aim with his bow and fired straight at the head of the enraged cow. Each arrow hit the target, but the animal did not slow down. MC screamed in fear that something was wrong. He needed to try again. A system window appeared, saying that the number of shells was 0. Then the cow flew at him at full speed, causing him to fly off. The dog Hey ran up to him and began to bark, pointing towards the house. The protagonist wondered what was wrong in that direction. If this cow suddenly mutated, then Han was also in danger. At this time, the dog Bai also went wild in the house and began to snarl at the girl. At the moment when it wanted to rush at her, the main character quickly arrived and kicked the dog. He picked up Han in his arms and shouted that he would take her to a safe place. Let her never come out of there. It is still very dangerous outside. The dog Bai is very dangerous now. Let her listen to him and under no circumstances go out. After a while, he brought her to the barn. Suddenly, the system window appeared again, which said that the number of shells is 0. Living organisms nearby, 4. He wondered in bewilderment that these were not hallucinations. What is this? MC took Han into the barn and shouted, no matter what happens, let her not go out and believe him. He closed the gate, when suddenly the dog Bai grabbed him in the back. Hey immediately attacked and a dog fight broke out between them. The main character started to run away and shouted for him to stop him. He will come as soon as he deals with this cow. After a while, he grabbed an axe and stood by a tree. Suddenly, the animal ran into him from behind, but he dodged in time and it hit the tree. MC swung an axe to chop the cow, but suddenly Bai grabbed him by the neck, and then the enraged cow pierced him with a horn. He thought that it continued to pierce. How noisy it was here. A system window appeared which said that the Doomsday survival game was in the process of being installed. The protagonist wondered, what is this sound? How noisy it is here. Let him at least finish off these two and not make noise. Let this insignificance move. At least let him let Han survive. Another system window appeared, which said that the Doomsday survival game was successfully installed. After a while, MC found himself underwater. System windows appeared, which said that the bonus ability of the first level of the shelter is the Eye of Truth. Rank, Guest House. To promote to the rank of Fortress you need points, 8 million. Suddenly a blinding flash appeared and he woke up on the ground covered in blood. The protagonist jumped up in confusion and thought, is he still alive? Didn't that cow kill him? The clothes in that place are torn, and there are traces of blood, but the wound has disappeared. What's going on here? Where did the cow and Bai go? Suddenly, a glitch occurred in his eyes for a short time. The protagonist looked to the side and saw a chopped up cow, and somewhere in the distance, the body of a dog. He wondered what happened after he lost consciousness. A person is not capable of such destructive power. Suddenly, he began to remember how at the last moment, he received the status of a player and destroyed his opponents with incredible force. After that, a blinding flash happened again, and he screamed. MC thought, yes, he died, but the wound healed and this power is not his. Probably, it's all because of this so-called system, but it really does look like a game. A system window appeared, which said that the game installation was completed successfully. Shelter binding successful, store activated, newbie reward issued, let him check it himself please. The protagonist was puzzled, thinking that it was the sound of the system again. According to the logic of computer games, there would be a task now? Suddenly, information literally poured into his brain, like a flash of lightning. 2 more system windows appeared, saying that the first period of destruction had begun. There were 30 days left until the next period of destruction. The world will be destroyed by natural disasters. The shelter is the only fortress that can be relied on. The player's tasks are to survive the Doomsday game, and also to make his shelter the most reliable citadel. He thought that this was just the beginning. The first wave poisoned the land, due to which people survived. What will be the second wave? MC approached Bai's body and thought that he was unconscious. According to the system, the dog and the cow mutated due to the fact that they accidentally ate plants poisoned after the radiation. The mutation leads to physical strengthening and abnormal ferocity. He needs to be tied up and locked up so that no one gets hurt. And also need to check on Han. The protagonist tied up the dog and throwing it on his back, went to the barn. After a while, he went inside and started looking for his sister. Having gone down to the basement, MC tried to turn on the light and thought that there was no signal, so there was no connection either. But with diesel generators, this is not such a problem. Where is she? It is strange that there is no sound. Suddenly he noticed the girl's legs sticking out and ran to her in fear. The protagonist grabbed her in his arms and excitedly shouted, "What happened to her?" A system window appeared, which said that her state is sleep. Suddenly, the girl woke up and sleepily called out to him. He excitedly asked why she did not spread out the mattress. You can't sleep right on the floor. Han explained that she was waiting for him downstairs, and then some white light flashed, and she does not remember anything else. Is he okay? MC answered that everything is fine, it's over. She asked what happened to the dog Bai. He explained that he was hurt, so they can't see each other for now. Let her sleep here a little longer, and he needs to go run errands. He laid out a pillow and a blanket for her and went outside. Going outside, the protagonist thought that there were no more mutated cattle outside. He needed to figure out how this system differs from computer games. He began to figure out the system window and took the beginner's reward. After that, he thought, what is all this? So, he hoped to get some special weapon or abilities. It seems he won't be able to become unbalanced right away. Suddenly, he noticed a button with a question mark and clicked on it. The main character thought that, apparently, the currency in the system is points. He opened a store for points and thought that these seeds can germinate even in poisoned soil. He had just checked the supplies at home. Anything that had direct contact with the ground was contaminated to one degree or another. He thinks that it will take some time for the network to be restored. The situation in the outside world is clearly not cheerful. The sources of infection need to be destroyed. After a while, he went outside, lit a fire and began to look at the black sun. After that, he entered the armory and taking the pistol, left the radio for Han and left the barn. After some time, MC got into the car and hit the road. Mutated animals began to chase him, trying to catch up with the car. The protagonist thought that the sooner he dealt with them, the better. Suddenly, a military car appeared behind him and the chase began. The car made a police turn and blocked the passage of the protagonist. A man climbed out onto the roof of the military car, sat down at the machine gun, and aimed at him. The protagonist excitedly stopped traffic and raised his hands. The soldier reported over the radio that the alarm on the road was eliminated. MC looked at his shoulder straps and thought that these were soldiers from a neighboring base. The city was probably in complete chaos. He doesn't know how Lin is doing. The soldier shouted that it's very dangerous outside now. Don't hang around here. MC explained that he ran out of supplies, so he went out. Let him tell him what the situation is in the city now. The soldier was informed on the radio that Zone B was attacked by a group of mutated cats. They were asking for reinforcements. He climbed back into the car and shouted that if he needed supplies, he should go to the government supply point. The city was also unsafe. He should return home quickly. The protagonist agreed, and after a while set off on his way. Planes and helicopters began to fly in the sky. He thought that even military planes were involved. Apparently, the number of mutated animals is quite large. Although they parted with Lin in such a situation, he cannot stay on the sidelines. On the way, he needs to stop by to see how she is doing. They are not strangers after all. After a while, MC arrived in a city that was in real chaos. He thought that now on the streets besides police cars, there were probably only ambulances left. Right not far from him, doctors were trying to provide first aid to the victim. One of them shouted that the patient had lost a lot of blood. He was going into shock. Another case of lung disease caused by food poisoning. Quickly, let them prepare a dose of adrenaline. Another doctor replied, no, there are too many sick people. There are almost no cardiotonic medications left. In another place, a man was seriously injured. His wife, with tears in her eyes, shouted that he should not fall asleep. They were going to the hospital now. He, coughing up blood, replied that there were no more places there. He could not even get through to the ambulance. MC, watching everything that was happening, thought that it seemed that the current medical system was also paralyzed and in principle was not able to cope with the consequences of plant irradiation. He sighed heavily and wondered if he would be able to protect Han in this game. After a while, near the supply point, a policeman shouted through a loudspeaker, there is a government supply point for essential goods here. They ask you to maintain order. Please let them line up and remain calm. There is enough food for everyone. With an ID card, anyone can buy 2.5 kilograms of rice, 2.5 kilograms of flour, and 500 grams of vegetables. Civilians were dissatisfied because some people were cutting in line. The protagonist, sitting in the car, watched in front of him as people fought over a place in line and over food. He drove a little further and thought that Lin's house was right on the left turn. Suddenly, right before the turn, an unknown man drove out and blocked his way. He approached the protagonist's car with a bag, knocked on the door and asked if he was coming from the supply point. He probably wanted to buy food, but it didn't work out, right? The man opened the bag and pointed out that there were watermelons, zucchini, pumpkins, tomatoes, rice. Whatever he wants, he has it all. MC mockingly said that if he could eat any of it in front of him, he would buy it all. The man excitedly asked if he didn't believe him. If he hadn't felt sorry for him that he couldn't buy anything, would he have offered him his own vegetables? The protagonist ordered him to get out of the way with a serious face. The man shouted in irritation at how he was talking to him. The protagonist silently took out his gun and aimed it at him. He shouted in fear that they needed to talk. He was an obedient citizen. MC pointed out that if he shot a vile merchant like him, no one would say a word to him. So let him get lost. The man excitedly picked up his bag, got into his car, and drove away. After a while, the protagonist arrived at his destination and entered the building. He walked up to the door, knocked on the door and shouted her name. Hearing no answer, he assumed she was not home, looked under the rug, took out the key, and opened the door. Entering inside, the main character saw the mess and thought, "She is such a clean person." He glanced around the room and wondered if there were contaminated fruits and medicine. MC took the pill package and wondered if it was Tianren's antibiotic. The reputation of this pharmaceutical company was simply disgusting. How could she buy this? There was no trace of blood in the room. She didn't eat poisoned food by mistake, did she? Such a mess is not typical for her. There were no signs of forced entry on the lock. It was all too suspicious. But where could she go in the middle of all this chaos? After a while, the protagonist returned home. System windows appeared, which said that it was a suburb, an abandoned estate. Rank, guest house. Bonus skill of the first level shelter, Eye of Truth. All objects and living beings will be displayed to the owner in digital form. Level 1 Shelter Authority, Remote Shelter Management. Even if the player has left the shelter, he can always check the status of all products from the store in real time, and he can also manage them. Area, 30 mu, can be used for fishing and livestock, planting and construction. Income and expense status, losses. MC, working in the garden, thought that when he gets enough points, he will be able to improve the facilities on the farm. But this will not affect the level of protection from radiation. Suddenly, Han happily called out to him and noted that those seeds had really sprouted. Let him see it quickly. The protagonist approached her, saw many sprouts, and thought that everything worked out. The radiation-resistant seeds completely matched the description from the system. This also ripened quickly. As long as they had points, they would definitely be able to survive in this world. Han said that all the seeds they had planted before had not sprouted. She had already thought that they would have nothing to eat. Her brother was the best. He was able to get even such seeds. MC agreed and asked if she remembered the rules he had told her about. The girl grinned and replied that he should not underestimate her. Rule 1. Do not eat anyone's food except what he gives her. Rule 2. Do not run outside the farm without his permission. And Rule 3. Hide from animals that are acting strangely. Han tried to remember the last rule and began to hesitate. The protagonist repeated that the fourth rule is to keep an eye on Hay so that he doesn't eat anything. After a while, a system window appeared, notifying him that the radiation-resistant products have ripened and that he should pick them as soon as possible. MC came to the farm and, seeing how the vegetables had grown, thought that this was not bad. The system window said that radiation-resistant tomatoes had grown. It is rich in nutrients. Long-term use can improve physical fitness. The shelf life is 30 days. He picked one tomato and thought that it also improves physical fitness. He needs to taste it. The protagonist bit into the tomato and felt the heat spread throughout his body, and the fatigue from working for the past few days disappeared. He thought that in a world where there is an acute shortage of food, he not only has food, but he also gets a bonus to his characteristics. This forces him to fully engage in the farm. In this system, expanding powers, buying food, increasing the level of the shelter, everything depends on points. The opening of different functions is valued by different points. The only source of these points is the exchange system. The exchange system mainly uses agricultural products, livestock products, and minerals. In addition, the price differs depending on the level. Anti-radiation products, level 1, anti-radiation products, 1 kilogram, 1 point. Level 2 products, weighing 1 kilogram, 100 points. Level 3 divine enhancement products, weighing 1 kilogram, 1,000 points. Level 4 super enhancing products, weighing 1 kilogram, 100,000 points. No need to worry about supplies being delivery. If there are enough points, then in a short time, you can turn the manor into the best military base. You can't wait. And this is just an anti-radiation product. There are also products of the other 3 levels. The effect of them can be even more amazing. Great, now he will look at the fruits of the healing level. MC went to inspect another bed and saw a sluggishly growing carrot. He thought that this is his 10% ripening coefficient. A system window appeared, which said that this is a healing carrot. The degree of maturity is 100%. Effect: removes the negative effects of any poisoning and diseases, including irreversible damage caused by these effects. Shelf life is unlimited. The protagonist happily thought that this is cool. With this, you cannot worry about diseases. After some time, he thought that he sold 70% of the harvest, exchanging it for points, and left the rest in the backpack for spare parts. A system window appeared, which said whether he is sure that he wants to exchange 200 kilograms of anti-radiation products. MC confirmed his choice and more system windows appeared which said that 2,000 points were received. 3 healing products were added to the inventory. 30 anti-radiation products have been added to the inventory. They congratulate the player on successfully completing the first exchange. The achievement Master of Exchange has been received. The reward has been received. A robot for intellectual work, for agriculture. The protagonist wondered in surprise, is there even a reward for the first exchange? Apparently, you can get a lot of good things for achievements. What a tiny robot, it feels like it is absolutely useless. After these thoughts, the robot immediately changed its expression and jumped off his hand. MC wondered why it seemed to him that he was staring at him. How does he know what he is thinking? Is his consciousness really connected to the system? Can a robot received from the system directly receive instructions from his head? And this is quite convenient, you just need to be careful with your words. Even an agricultural robot is so cool. If you earn points in exchange for a combat robot, you cannot worry about Han's safety. This is now quite possible. After a while, he cooked dinner and called his sister to the table, saying that they were having chicken for dinner today. The girl ran into the kitchen with the dog at lightning speed. The protagonist noted that they would celebrate the fact that the seeds had sprouted. She wondered if he hadn't said that they should put some food aside for later. The MC replied that they could grow more, but there was still some left from this harvest. But if she showed their food to anyone, he would punish her and not feed her for 3 days. Han happily exclaimed that she wouldn't tell anyone. The protagonist said, let her eat it. She must have gotten tired of noodles over the past 2 days. The first piece of hay for protecting him and the girl. The sister hugged the dog and noted that he was the coolest. But what about Bai? How is he? The MC explained that she shouldn't worry. He was just badly injured, so he couldn't come out to see her yet. When he recovers, he will definitely come play with her. So let her not go to the attic under any circumstances, so as not to disturb his rest. Did she understand? Han agreed, and they continued to eat. The protagonist remembered how he went up to the enraged Bai. Suddenly, a system window appeared, notifying that someone was trying to break into the shelter. He opened access to surveillance and system windows appeared, which said that a scan of the appearance was in progress. This is a man, 42 years old, unarmed, threat level 3. MC recognized the man as his uncle and wondered what he was doing here. After a while, he went outside and asked if something had happened. Nan ran to the gate and excitedly said that he wanted to ask him for something. Does he have extra food on the farm? He really had no choice. His house was robbed and all the food was stolen. Food is too expensive in the city, so could he share some food with him? The protagonist explained that he did not have any supplies either. Everything he grew was contaminated. Nan excitedly added that he had already visited many relatives. No one had any extra food to lend him. He was such an irresponsible person. MC noted that he could give him some rations, but only a small one. This was in gratitude for his care in the past. Uncle immediately smiled with happiness and began to thank him. After a while, the protagonist brought a small bag and said that the only thing he could share was instant noodles. First, he could calm down and then think about what to do next. He wished him luck. Nan took the bag, thanked him, and replied that he should wish them luck. When he left, MC thought that this food would be enough for him to last only 3 to 5 days. Although he had enough food, in this collapsed world, someone else's soul is a darkness. He needs to learn to hide his feelings. He no longer needs ordinary vegetables from the freezer either. At night, you will have to quietly give it to him. After some time, the protagonist took his sister with him, and they went to their uncle. Han sadly said that she wanted to watch cartoons at home. The protagonist explained that there were still mutated animals in the vicinity of the farm. He was uneasy about leaving her home alone. She asked where they were going then. He replied that they were going to Nan, who often came to help them at the farm before. They were bringing him some food. Han noticed that she remembered. This was that hardworking grandpa. He also had a brother at home who often gave her candy. MC asked, didn't he tell her that you can eat no more than 1 candy a day? The girl immediately shouted excitedly that he did not secretly give her candy. She was wrong. After some time, they arrived in the suburbs and the protagonist thought that it was quiet here. Even the dogs did not bark. He was afraid that all the cattle had mutated and people got rid of them. They drove up to the house and started unloading all the bags. Han, smiling and holding a small package, said that these were snacks from her personally. Suddenly, Nan's loud cry was heard, like, what's wrong with his son? Let him not scare him. Didn't he feel better? Why did it start again? MC looked out the window and wondered what was wrong with him. The girl whispered in fear, like, Uncle's son spat out so much blood. Is he dying? The protagonist answered in a whisper, no, everything is fine. Let her not look. He thought that his symptoms were the same as those of people who ate irradiated vegetables. Did that food really run out that quickly? Wait, isn't this a great test subject? Will he be able to survive his carrots? Now they will see the effect. Nan, with tears in his eyes, put his son on the bed and shouted that these quack doctors were saying that there were no beds in the hospital, and they were also saying that it was incurable, even if there were beds. What should he do then? Suddenly, MC threw a package of food out the window and broke it. Uncle shouted angrily, "What kind of idiot threw this? Let him come here." Tian called out to him, pointed at the package and told him to look inside. Nan excitedly agreed, and seeing a lot of vegetables, exclaimed that it was fresh food. He noticed another small package and wondered, "Is that paper? 1 carrot inside?" It seemed to be written on the paper, "If he doesn't want his son to die, then let him give him this." Uncle exclaimed in bewilderment, "Is he sick or something? They can't cure him in the hospital and he's giving him some carrots? Even with fresh vegetables, what difference does it make? His poor son, he's a useless father." Tian lightly took his hand and said that he wants to try. If he just lies like this, he'll die, and he wants to live. Nan wiped away his tears and shouted that it was true. They won't cure him in the hospital anyway. He can't watch him die in his arms. He took the carrot, brought it to his mouth and shouted for him to bite quickly. Tian took a bite, and a moment later began to spit out a large amount of blood. Soon after, he felt much better. Nan began to joyfully rejoice that his son had recovered. MC, standing on the street, heard all this and smiled. Like suddenly one of the lights came on and he thought that the power had been restored. So there should be a signal too. He took out his phone and tried to call Lin. After a few beeps, the operator said that the called party was temporarily unavailable. Let him please call back later. At that moment, her phone rang, but she was unconscious. The 2 men from Tianren Company who kidnapped her were sitting in the front seats of the car. One of them asked what was so noisy, whose phone was ringing. He took out his phone and noted with a smile that there was a connection. The other replied that it was the girl's in the back. Let him turn off her phone. The man asked how much food they would be able to get after its delivery. The other replied that it would definitely last for several months. He laughed and happily noted that he was a real man. What did he think they needed all these people for? The man replied, "Who cares?" He was paid, so let him do his job silently. Sometime later, in the protagonist's car, Han admiringly noted that her brother is so cool. She saw Tian spit out so much blood, but after eating a carrot, he immediately recovered. He was gray, and then suddenly turned blue. It's so cool. The girl began to fantasize about how she would fight off the bandits. MC thought with a smile that she loved cartoons too much, because she behaved like a character from there. Suddenly, a mutated monkey clung to their roof. The protagonist excitedly shouted to let her hold on tight. He picked up speed, turned off the road, braked sharply, and when the monkey flew off the roof, again added gas to run it over. And then he took out a gun and made a control shot. The protagonist got out of the car, and after examining the animal's corpse, noticed an incomprehensible number on the carcass. He wondered where this came from on the monkey's body. There are no nurseries or zoos in the area. There is only a pharmaceutical company Tianren nearby. After some time, they returned home. Standing on the porch, MC said that his sister should go and watch cartoons, and he still had things to do. He went up to the attic to buy, walked over to the cage, put on his gloves, and took out the healing carrot. The protagonist opened the dog's mouth, fed it the carrot, and thought that it could even cure the poisoning from irradiated vegetables. He could probably return to his former self. Even after such food, the dog was not cured. At this time, Han, watching TV, was frightened by the thunderstorm and thought that she was a little scared. Why hasn't her brother returned yet? She must find him. The girl ran to the attic and seeing MC's back, decided to scare him. She suddenly pounced on him, but then saw the corpse of Bai the dog. She clung to her brother in horror and asked with tears, "Don't they have a healing carrot? Quickly, let him give it to the dog." The protagonist explained that carrots cannot save mutated organisms. Han is hysterical, screamed, saying that she didn't want Bai to die. After a while, they made a grave for the dog under a tree. The girl took her brother's hand with a dejected look. MC noted that it was getting cold already. They should go back. Upon arriving home, the protagonist called her to eat, because this was her favorite food. Seeing that Han continued watching TV with a dejected look and without interest, he sighed heavily. The protagonist gave the dog a command to stay here with her. After a while, a notification came, saying that the anti-radiation crops were ripe. Please let him harvest as soon as possible. MC came to the farm, harvested the crop and received 500 kilograms of anti-radiation crop, as well as 10 kilograms of healing crop. He exchanged products for points and upgraded the dilapidated greenhouse to level 2, an ordinary greenhouse. Suddenly, a warning appeared that his shelter protection level was 3. The shelter can only protect against the invasion of small wild animals. The risk level is extremely high. It is recommended to create a defense system as soon as possible. The protagonist thought, well, that's true. What needs to be done now is to increase the farm's security level. With the level of crops he's currently growing, he can't earn many points. but this issue can be put off for now. He improved the fence reinforcement to level 2 for 1,000 points, made a live wire for 500 points, and got a mobile radar. After that, MC thought that there weren't enough points, he needed to get a robot protector for Han. Suddenly, he noticed a robot for 3,500 points and wondered what he was missing. If he sold the food supplies from the warehouse, it should be enough. If he didn't have any points, he just needed to earn more. But for now he'd take this. The protagonist bought a level 1 hummingbird robot. According to its characteristics, it has the following speed: 5, attack power 3, defense 1. Attack method, shot. He also bought a level 2 hound robot. According to its characteristics, it has the following speed: 4, attack power 6, defense 5. Attack method, erosion, shot, bite. MC ordered the hummingbird to knock down the falling leaves, and the robot followed the order in an instant. He thought about the air patrol and sniper shot available. Now he will look at the power of the ground attack. Let the hound model explode the stone. The robot aimed, charged the attack, and fired a powerful shot, crushing the stone into small pieces. The protagonist was surprised to think that he was calm now. After a while, he returned home and showed his sister the robot dog. The protagonist said with a smile, let him protect her from now on. We need to choose a name for him. How about Bai? Han tearfully agreed loudly. At this time, at Tianwen Pharmaceutical Company, an employee reported to the director that the out-of-control samples had been eliminated. Only the indicators of sample number 7 were steadily increasing. Now it can easily crush or bite through a 5mm thick plate. Liang Tianyu, president of Tianwen Pharmaceutical Company, asked, "What about the other question?" The employee said that the vice president, Zhen Xiao, was very unhappy that they had not donated the medical equipment. If she found out and reported it to the head office, they would have problems. The company president sat down at his desk and explained with a smile that she was just a silly girl with few connections. Besides, everything was kept secret. Even if she wanted to check, she needed to know where to start. Okay, let Chen Nan keep an eye on her. Let them not let her ruin his plans. Now he could go. After the employee left, Tianyu remarked with a sly smile that he might have a huge fortune waiting for him. At this time, Xiao, who was in the pharmaceutical company building, nervously asked, "Where is the company president?" The secretary excitedly chased after her and tried to explain that he was not there now. She was putting them in a difficult position. She purposefully walked into the president's office and shouted, "What is he thinking about? The medical system of the entire southern city is paralyzed. As a representative of the medical field, he must now do everything he can to cooperate with hospitals and donate equipment and medicines to them, and not engage in some kind of animal experiments." Tianyu calmly pointed out that this is the office of the company president. It's not quite appropriate for her to barge in here like that, don't you think? Besides, he is an entrepreneur. The goal of an entrepreneur is to benefit from any situation. He does not think that modern medicine can do anything under the current circumstances. She's also a shareholder of the company and receives dividends. Let her just imagine, if they can come up with a way to solve the problem, what kind of reward will they get? Xiao immediately calmed down and asked with a smile, "Does that mean he has made progress in his research?" Even the Yanhuang federal government could not provide information about effective medicine. In that case, she should take a walk around the lab. Tianyu, without showing any excitement, asked tensely, was it possible to do it that quickly? If she cooperated more and provided workers for this project, the progress would be much faster. Xiao warned that she would go to the lab later to see where they were. She could only cooperate after checking on the progress, right? The president replied that she was always welcome. He would send someone to brief her. The vice president left the office and was met in the corridor by an assistant. He said that the technical team reported that she had been in the office for too short a time, not enough time to conduct a full scan. But the entrance to the secret lab was most likely not in the office. Xiao chuckled and said that the president was an old fox. Did they recruit those captured experimenters? He reported that no, they were blindfolded every time they entered, but they were given a pass. The man took out a plastic pass and handed it to her. The vice president took the item and wondered if not here, then where else could she be? If the most dangerous place should be the safest, really. After a while, Tutsu, the manager, led her into the lab and mentioned that he would accompany her today and tell her about the research. Xiao agreed and said that they would first look at the progress of the test subjects. He led her to a huge test tube and explained that this was number 7, the only one of the test subjects who had not gone mad. His strength had increased tenfold. Although he would not become as bloodthirsty and insane as the failed samples, he was still unstable and somewhat aggressive. Suddenly, another worker ran up to him and whispered some information in a frightened voice. Tsu asked in fear how this could happen. He replied that they really had no choice. Please let him come and take a look quickly. The manager explained excitedly that he was very sorry, but there was an emergency, so he would not be able to accompany her any further. He would ask his colleague to replace him. The vice president replied that it was okay, it was just a work task. She would look around for a while and then leave. Tsu objected, saying that this was against the rules. Xiao smiled and noted that this area was completely under video surveillance. What else were they worried about? Let him go quickly, it was urgent. The manager started to leave, shouting after her that they would continuously monitor her safety. After they left, the girl connected the connection on the earpiece and ordered them to begin. At this time, the hacker covered the surveillance system and reported that everything was ready. Xiao ordered him to look for a hidden entrance. He began to explain that in the corner on the northeast side, there was a cavity in the wall. It might be necessary to press on it. She had another 30 minutes. Xiao followed his instructions and got into the secret room of the laboratory. The hacker asked what was there. She answered that everything was worse than she expected. He asked if he needed to request support from the head office. The vice president stopped him and looked at the huge flask with Zhonglin, the ex-girlfriend of the protagonist. Her legs shook and she said that the president of this company is a bastard. After a while, MC received notifications that his anti-radiation corn was ripe. Han came to his aid and simply stood up in admiration. He called out to her and said that she should help him quickly. The faster they finished, the faster they could go eat. The girl began to help harvest the crop, and taking an ear of corn, exclaimed that she wanted to fry it. The protagonist asked with a smile, did she get hungry so quickly? She answered exhaustedly that she was so hungry that she did not have the strength to harvest corn. The protagonist asked her to bring dry firewood and noted that he would fry corn in oil for her. After a while, they started cooking together, and Han asked what to do if she continued to eat so much and became a fat pig. MC thought about it, like, really, she was eating even more than him lately. He replied that these were special plants that improve their physical fitness. When the body grows, it requires more and more nutrients. Since she is growing, she will not get fat if she eats a little more. Han calmed down and began to eat corn. The protagonist looked at her stats and thought that they had been eating anti-radiation vegetables for several days, and their stats had noticeably increased. If she continues like this, she will not become like a bodybuilder, right? Why is he even making things up? The girl exclaimed with admiration that fried corn was very tasty. MC grinned and replied that he would fry her another one with spices. He thought that with such a shelter, even if her appetite continued to grow, he would simply grow more food. Suddenly, a system notification appeared that a visitor had come to visit them. The protagonist was surprised to think, who was visiting him at such a time? He looked at the CCTV cameras and wondered, was it Tian? Did he bring the food he gave them? After a while, MC came to the gate and asked what was going on. He smiled and noted that 2 days ago he gave them instant noodles. Father said that he needed to thank him. As soon as they had food, he brought it to him. The protagonist smiled and thought, this is the food he gave them. But that means he helped them for a reason. He took the bag and asked where he got all this food. Tian excitedly replied that, to be honest, they found it in the yard of their house. Maybe some relative or just a kind person left it for them. In general, in addition to gratitude, he wants to ask for a favor. He heard that a new supply point had opened in the suburbs of Nancheng, and there were still a lot of supplies there. He wanted to borrow his car to go shopping. MC smiled and gave him the go-ahead to take the car. Tian excitedly added that he still hadn't gotten his driving license, and that supply point was in the middle of nowhere. It was a long way there. He wouldn't keep him too long, please. The protagonist thought that he needed a car with a driver. He had planned to go to the supply point again a couple of days ago to scout out the situation, but things at the farm had delayed him. He had warned him just in time to give him a ride. There were mechanical guards at home, so he was also calm about Han. With Bai's strength, there was no need to worry even if a group of enemies got through. The protagonist agreed to his request and added that they were old acquaintances after all. But he needed to be back before noon to feed his sister. Tian happily exclaimed, okay. MC asked him to wait there because he needed to bring the car. After a while, he came up to the car and told the girl that she should be good and not go anywhere. Let her not open the door for anyone. He will be back soon. Han agreed and happily added that he should not worry. Dabai is very strong. The protagonist asked when he became Dabai. She explained that it was an improved version. She had already tried it. It split a huge rock like a nut. The protagonist replied that she should call the robot only if she really needed it, otherwise it could be dangerous. The girl sadly said that you can't just blow up rocks. MC smiled and stroked her head and noted that he and Tian would bring her something tasty. Han asked if he was here too. She wanted to say hello to him. The protagonist grabbed her cheek and asked where she was going. You can't go with Bai and show him to strangers. Han shouted discontentedly that she knew. She was already 6 years old. She was not a little child, but at home she doesn't even have anyone to talk to except him. The protagonist gives her permission, puts her in the front seat, and drives up to the gate. Tian, seeing a little girl in the front seat, exclaims in bewilderment. MC grabs her head and tells her to get out and let him sit down. The sooner he leaves, the sooner he'll be back and cook her something to eat. Han gets out of the car and grumbles, saying she hasn't finished yet. So what? She'll go watch cartoons. After a while, already on the road, the protagonist starts thinking that his sister is a devil. He knew she couldn't shut her mouth. Tian asks if it's okay to leave Han alone at home. There's chaos all around now. What if some scoundrel breaks into the farm? MC replies that he's an ordinary farmer. He has no money or food. Who would want to break into their house? He asks if he left her anything to protect herself with. The protagonist explained that she was only 7 years old. She would not be able to take advantage of this. He thought that now he would have to look for a place safer than the farm. The protagonist added that he had installed electricity to the farm gate, so no one would be able to enter. So there was no need to worry. Tian chuckled and said that he was calm then. Suddenly, he abruptly took out his phone and began to write something. The protagonist looked at him suspiciously, but he tried to justify himself, saying that he was afraid that he might not have enough money, so he asked a friend. MC silently began to suspect something. At this time at home, Han, sitting in front of the TV, shouted, "Rainbow Squad, attack!" The yellow lemon turned golden. That's right, Tian's brother can change color too. Is he also a member of the Rainbow Squad? The last time he and the protagonist saw him, he was green. And this time, he turned red. How cool. At this time, the protagonist handed him a wad of money and said, "Let him take it." He didn't have much money either, but let him take it. Tian excitedly began to refuse, saying that he had already helped them so much. How could he take his money too? MC pressed his hand with the money to his chest and confidently said, "Let him take it." Enough talking, he needed to watch the road. He excitedly replied that he would definitely repay him for his help. After some time, the navigator transmitted that in 300 meters, he should turn right. There are 200 meters left until the crossroads. In 100 meters, let him turn right. Suddenly, Tian grabbed the steering wheel in fear and said with a smile that it seemed like the road on the right was blocked. They'd better go around on the left. The protagonist removed his hand and replied that he often drove on this road and it was the main road in the village. Only a major natural disaster could block this place. How did he know about this? Tian fearfully made an excuse that a friend told him. The MC asked with a serious face, "Which friend?" "Let him call him now." He asked excitedly, "Why is he asking this? He won't hurt him. They need to turn right now, otherwise they will be late." Let him believe him this time. The protagonist silently turned left. At this time, Chen Nan, an agent of a pharmaceutical company who was watching the car through radar, saw the car turn left and shouted furiously, saying that he knew something would happen. One of his assistants exclaimed that this bastard dared to deceive them. Another asked, "What are they going to do now?" He irritably replied, saying that it's good that he prepared for this. Let them remember where the target went. They must stop them. President Tianyu said that they were needed alive. Let them pin him down, block him from the front and back with the second group. They will see if they can fly away from them. At this time, in the car, MC tensely asked what was going on. Tian, terrified, began to apologize and explained that he had betrayed him. He had no choice. They captured his father. The protagonist shouted excitedly, "Let him calm down first. Who are they and what do they want?" He hysterically replied that they were the people from Tianrun. They found out that he had a cure for the infection and forced him to lure it out of the farm. While he was gone, they would capture Han to blackmail him. MC was completely horrified and shouted that she was only 6 years old. Okay, but they are kidnapping a 6-year-old child. Tian, in tears, replied that he did not know that they would threaten him with his father's life. He had no choice. Suddenly, another car appeared behind them and the chase began. He screamed in fear that they had caught up with them. The protagonist, with incredible rage, ordered him to shut up. So that's why he was asking him for all this information earlier. All in order to find out the situation on the farm for them. And he took out his phone to give them this information. Tian, horrified, said that he was guilty before him. Let him just give them the medicine. There are too many of them. They can't escape. MC furiously noted that he was very disappointed. He didn't want to be cruel, but they climbed up to Han. The man began to cry, saying that he regretted it back when they took his father, but he had no way back. They would soon catch up with them. He begs him to give them the medicine. The protagonist menacingly said that he would deal with him later, but they should blame themselves. Let them not even dream of leaving the farm alive. The protagonist's body became electrified, and from the strong grip, the steering wheel of the car began to disintegrate into small pieces. Not long before this, Nan cried out joyfully, "My son, he has finally come to his senses." How he had scared him. He replied that he was alive, and he sat down next to his son on the sofa, and putting his hand on his shoulder, said, "Stupid child, why did you eat God knows what?" He replied that he was so hungry that he could not stand it any longer. In the basement, he had found an apple. It did not look infected. His father said how careless he was. How could one eat food from the basement? It was lying on the ground. He added that they had eaten only porridge for several days, so he decided to take a risk, otherwise he would have died of hunger anyway. Nan hit him on the back and told him not to talk nonsense. He had borrowed food. In addition, they had been given other food, including a magic medicine which had saved him. It must have been a divine blessing. He had suffered so much that the gods had decided to save him. There are so many corpses on the street from eating contaminated vegetables, and he survived. Afterwards, they should go and worship their ancestors. They should thank them properly. Tian lowered his gaze and thought, if there was a god in the world, he would not allow such a disaster to happen. Then he looked at the bag of food near the door and thought that it was left by some person who did not want to reveal his identity. After that, his father asked, isn't he hungry? He thought, this person can share so much food. Nan added, they have food now. He will go and cook something for him. Tian looked inside the bag and thought, their family is doomed to starvation and can only provide themselves with the basic things to survive. His father said that he needs to eat well to recover. He laughed in his mind and thought, how unfair. After that, he stood up from his seat and thought, right. He walked out the door and his father excitedly asked where he was going. He replied that he would be back soon, and he shouted, he hasn't recovered yet. He needs to rest. He told him to leave, and Nan sighed desperately and said, what a child. Meow opened the door, holding a cigarette in his teeth, and shouted, come on, stop knocking. What the hell did he do here? Tian, breathing heavily, looked at him and said, brother Meow. He was surprised. What happened to him? His clothes were covered in blood, and he shouted that it was not so. His house was robbed. He wanted to look at his surveillance footage. He was surprised. What? And he pointed to the camera attached to the antennas above and said, over there, isn't that a 360-degree camera? He confirmed it, and he asked to see it. It was he who beat him up like that. He should understand him, please. Meow told him to hurry up in that case. He was about to go to bed. After that, they went to the monitors, and Tian looked at the footage and thought that this camera was only capturing the area at the entrance to their alley. Then he noticed a car. After a while, he came home and Nan asked him where he went. He replied that he knew who saved him. He was surprised. Who? He replied that it was Tianran's boss. He just checked the footage from the cameras. The time his car appeared and the time he took the medicine matched. Nan happily shouted, what a good person he was. Not only did he share his food with them, but he also saved his life. After that, Tian said, father, he knows that the Tianran company is now looking for effective medicine for a generous reward. He was surprised. What? This bastard. What is he up to? He looked away and said that he just wanted to make their lives a little easier in this damn world. How long will this food last them? What will they do when this is over? Does he really hope to ask Tianran again? Nan slapped him in the face and shouted, is this his gratitude? How could he raise such a worthless brat? Let him just try to go there. He will break his legs. Is he listening? Tian wiped the trickle of blood from his mouth and said, he still doesn't understand what kind of situation they are in. If they want to survive, they can only rely on themselves. If they don't take care of themselves, no one will. In the present, the protagonist was driving the car and thought, no way, they are too close. There's no way to break away. Bad. He drove straight towards two cars that were blocking the road. After which he stopped abruptly, and another car blocked him from behind. After that, the protagonist got out of the car, grabbing Tian by the neck. Chen-nan asked, Tianran, right? He introduced himself, and added that he reported to Tianran Pharmaceutical Company. They just wanted to meet him, that's all. He knows that he has a medicine that can cure the infected, so they want to discuss the possibility of cooperation with him. He slammed the door of his car and added, he supplies the medicine, they contribute and share the profits, a lot of money. MC smiled and asked what if he refuses? He replied that now there are only two paths in front of him. The first is that he voluntarily cooperates with them. They work harmoniously and happily earn money. The second is that they find a way to make him talk. With these words, his subordinates took out their knives, and the protagonist, looking at him, said that he himself found that medicine by accident. It was only one. He already used it on this guy. He thought, they don't need Tian anymore. If they had guns, they would have just finished him off. Then he apologized for wasting so much time. Chen-nan picked up the phone and noticed that he seemed to have misunderstood something. He called on the phone and asked if they were already at the entrance to the farm. They should break in, grab that girl, and feed her the contaminated fruit. He thinks that since he installed electricity, the farm is now protected. They sent real experts there. He should think carefully before going against the Tianran company. He should just listen to him and cooperate. Before he could finish speaking, he felt threatened by the protagonist. He said that he hated being threatened the most. Chen-nan wondered, how could such a farmer have such a frightening look? The protagonist said that he should be glad that he did not go to the farm himself. He could live a little longer here. He smiled awkwardly, told him to stop bluffing and thought that he had so many people. What a great person to scare. He said that if he cooperated with them, he and the girl could survive. He didn't want to, right? He took out his knife and ordered him to take it. They can do whatever they want with him, as long as he can talk. Meanwhile, Han, anxiously clenching her fists, watched what was happening from the system window and shouted at how noisy it was. Are they going to let her watch cartoons in peace or not? What idiots. She wants to rip their heads off. The attackers continued to break down the wall using the excavator. At this moment, MC attacked the enemy, kneed him in the stomach, and threw him back. Chen Nan, perplexed, turned around and thought, what the hell? They found out that the weapons were only on the farm, so they lured him out of there. One of his subordinates was looking from a hill with binoculars at that moment and said that something was wrong with the farm. Han was blowing up rocks at that moment, and he added that the rock was blown up. The distance was too great, but it looked like an explosive weapon. They just have to lure him out of there and grab him. He thought that he didn't say that this farmer was so strong. The protagonist continued to punch left and right at this moment. He didn't expect the body-strengthening effect of the anti-radiation plants to be so terrifying. He had been eating it for the past few days, and his stats had increased slightly. Not only had his strength and speed increased, his skeleton had become stronger, and his reaction speed had increased significantly. In ancient times, one could take the path of the sword, the path of the fist, but he had taken the path of food. Well, for starters, he would increase the distance. After that, he jumped a few steps away from his opponents and thought, the stat check is over. Enough games. He took out a pistol from his inside pocket and pointed it at his opponents. Chen Nan, puzzled, thought that they had underestimated him. They had expected a hunting rifle at most, but this guy was able to take out a pistol. Then he smiled and said, boy, he had better not anger the one standing above him. He thought, if he could get close, the pistol would be useless. Then he added, if he touched him, he might not be able to handle the consequences. The protagonist answered, yes, it will still be useful, but the rest can be disposed of. With these words, he shot at the remaining opponents who were trying to run away. One of the bullets grazed Chen Nan's ear, and he thought that he needed to hide in the forest until he used up all the bullets. After that, he quickly ran forward and hid behind a rock, thinking that it had gone quiet. He had run out of bullets. Great! He was not prepared for the constant interference in the forest. He still had a chance. At this moment, the protagonist was already standing on the rock and looking at the system window. He opened his backpack and took a gun out of his inventory. Chen Nan, hearing strange sounds, turned around and, perplexed, shouted, and where did he get another one? MC aimed at him and then hit him. Meanwhile, the farm's defense was doing great. The system reported, according to the order of the junior mistress, the last intruder has been eliminated. What other instructions does the junior mistress have? She looked at the system window and thought, if her brother saw all this when he came back, he wouldn't think that she was a cruel child? He wouldn't stop loving her? Would he? She shook her head and thought she can't let her brother see this. She needed to clean up the entrance. A hummingbird flew over the bodies. Meanwhile, Chen Nan, pretty battered, was breathing heavily and said that he shouldn't have threatened him with the child. It was his fault. He was begging him. He had to stop torturing him. He would tell him everything. He only asked that he leave him. The protagonist clenched his fist and said that he would not leave him. But he could make his death quick, or he could beat him half to death, heal him, and then continue again. In any case, he still had bullets and time left. He had to choose. He said, okay, he has to ask. The protagonist asked who was his boss. He replied, the president of Tianren, Liang Tianyu. The protagonist wiped the blood from his face and said, so he is that idiot who inflates the prices of medicines. No wonder he uses such methods. Was there anyone else involved besides Tianyu? He replied that this project is completely under the control of the president. He keeps all the information a secret. No one except him and Nan knows, not even other high-ranking officials in the company. He recently had a disagreement with the vice president, and he planned to use this project to raise his authority. He wanted to show off his worth to the head office, and then squeeze the vice president out of the Nancheng branch. MC thought in surprise. The head office? Tianrun in Nancheng is a monopoly in the industry, but they are just a subsidiary? Then he slapped him in the face again, and told him to think carefully. Did Tianyu report this project to the head office? He replied that it was not so. The vice president seemed to have support from the head office. He did not dare to tell them about the project. If the information leaked, the vice president would ruin all his plans. The protagonist said, and one last thing. He thought that since the information had not yet been revealed, it would not be difficult to solve the problem. He told him to take him to Tianyu. After a while, the president of the pharmaceutical company answered the phone and asked, did he complete the task? Chen Nan confirmed it. The target had already been captured, but he said that he would only cooperate after meeting him and the old man. He clicked his tongue in indignation and said, what a useless piece of trash. Even such a simple task he could not handle. he had to do everything himself. In response, he apologized and added that he was too stubborn, they had lost several guys before. Then the boss said, okay, he should bring him to warehouse 78, he will arrive soon, they will see what. But before he could finish speaking, he heard the beeps on the phone. He threw the phone on the table and shouted, damn it, and he still dares to hang up. As soon as he gets to the head office, he will immediately replace him, idiot. After a while, they drove to the right place. Tian, who had changed into a security suit, thanked the protagonist, and he said that he was just picking up Uncle Nan on the way, he should not flatter himself. He apologized again, and then they continued on their way. After a while, Tianyu held Nan's hair and said in surprise, has he arrived? Why did he come alone? Where is Chen Nan and that informant? Tian, leading the wounded and disguised Chen Nan forward, said that the informant had lost consciousness. They left him in the car. Chen Nan's brother had a stomach ache. He went to take a big one, so as not to keep him waiting, he sent him. In response, he said, what a lazy person, and then he laughed and shouted, he is still not willing to cooperate in this form. He should just give up already. The old man is here, he will let him go as soon as he tells everything. Tears appeared in Nan's eyes. Mentally, he begged him not to talk, he will never let them leave here alive. Not like that. Only moaning came out of his mouth, and the head of the pharmaceutical company shouted, stupid old man, stop moaning. He kicked him, knocking him to the ground, and told him to calm down. After that, he looked at Tian and asked, why is he standing there? He has to bring him here. At this moment, his subordinates continued to beat Nan, and he shouted, what useless idiots. But before he could be surprised, the protagonist's shoe ended up on his face, and shards of glass flew in all directions. The subordinates were perplexed, shouting, what? And MC pointed a gun at Tianyu's head, whom he was pinning to the ground, and said, this wall is so inconvenient to climb. The subordinates were alarmed and shouted, and he shouted that they should come over. He turned around and shouted, how is he? Where is Chen Nan? Damn it, did he sell him out? He shouldn't touch him. The protagonist said, how did he become the head of Tianrun with such intelligence? All he can do is be ungrateful? His subordinate is over there. After that, he pointed at the injured subordinate, and he shouted in annoyance, he is an idiot. If he dares to touch him, that old man will die. The protagonist smiled and replied as he said, it is better to kill him than an ignorant man. Tian pleadingly shouted for him not to do it. Tianyu told his subordinates to save him and kill Nan. But the next second, the protagonist shot at his subordinates and said, is he stupid? Tian ran to his tied-up father. After that, MC fired and Nan and Tian fell at his feet, saying words of gratitude and apology. The uncle thanked him again for sorting out everything his son had done. He understands that apologies are useless, but he is grateful to him. The protagonist replied that he does not need to apologize because he is not guilty of anything in front of him. He answered, but it was he who could not stop his own son. There is his fault here too. The protagonist, turning to Tian, added that he can also stop apologizing if he just wants to feel better. He does not deserve forgiveness. The sooner he understands this, the better. He will not touch him just because there is no need. What to do next, they must. Before he could finish, Tian shouted, they do not know anything. For this he can be calm. But what will he do about it? They agreed with him, and he said that he will go and open the car. Nan looked up at him and asked what he was going to do. He asked in return what else he could do. Obviously, he would get rid of the corpses. After that, they piled the corpses up, and Tian turned to his father and asked if he wanted to burn the corpses. He replied that he thought so. They were in the middle of nowhere. This case would not be solved so easily here. He grabbed Chen Nan's jacket to drag him to the others, but at that moment, he grabbed a piece of glass and stabbed it into Nan's leg, and grinning, said that he had dodged it after all. Tian anxiously called out to his father, and he shouted that he was already a dead man anyway. He would drag at least one to the next world. He swung his weapon again, but Tian stood in his way, abruptly covering his father with his body. A shard of glass hit his chest, and the next second, MC, driving a car, rammed Chen Nan and pinned him to the wall at high speed. After that, he got out of the car and saw his uncle holding his son in his arms, and he, with the last of his strength, turning to the protagonist, said, "Father is right, he is worthless. He did not become a good person and did not dare to become bad. Because of his greed, he dragged his father into such a dangerous situation. He deserved it, and now he is paying him back." He finally felt better. He clenched his trembling fist and added, "And also, he should thank Han from him." Then in the bag of food, there were probably her candies. It is immediately clear that children like such. He is grateful to her. It was delicious. After that, his eyes closed, his father leaned towards him with tears in his eyes, and then stood up and walked towards Chen Nan's body. He swung a piece of glass and then delivered several powerful blows. After a while, they walked out of the burning building. Meanwhile, the subordinate turned to Miss Renshao. "Something bad happened. She was looking out the window and holding a cup of coffee in her hands. Turning around, she asked, "What happened?" "He should not rush. He needs to calm down." He shouted that there is news about Tianyu. He is dead. Her hand trembled, splashing out a few drops of drink. After a while, she went to the pathologists and asked, "Have they identified them?" One of the doctors confirmed it, although the corpses were seriously damaged, but they checked the DNA and dental pulp. These are Tianyu and Chen Nan. They did not find the rest in the database, and no one was reported missing. At present, the police do not have enough resources to conduct an investigation and identify the dead. She said, "It doesn't matter. Is it a murder or an accident?" The doctor replied that it was a murder. Bullet remnants were found in the bodies of the dead. The source of the fire was a car. Probably, after the murder, the bodies were piled together and the car was set on fire to get rid of the traces. After that, she opened the cloth and looked at the corpse. The doctor added that there were also traces of beatings on several of the bodies. She nervously thought, what kind of beast did they cross? But who is he opposing, specifically Tianyu or Tianrun Company? If the former, she should celebrate with a bottle of wine that evening. But if the latter, then he is her enemy too. After some time, the protagonist bought a bomb chip from the system. The system reported that the purchase was successful. He took it in his hand and asked his uncle if he was sure he wanted revenge. He confirmed that he did, even if it cost him his life. He agreed with him and told him to take it. He attached it to the back of his uncle's neck and said that he had already destroyed all the traces he could, but he could not guarantee that some evidence pointing to him would not be found in Tianrun. He's just warning. He did not want a repeat of the situation with Tian, and he certainly did not want to have to detonate it. Nan replied that he could rest easy. Meanwhile, the protagonist called his sister and asked what she was doing. Nan looked at the events on the farm, puzzled. He thought, these arms and legs, the mechanical dog controls the excavator. There is definitely something wrong with his eyes. Han is so small, but she's not even afraid. She turned around, waving her hands, and said, "Brother, he is back." And she's not doing anything, she is just playing in the sandbox. Yes, in the sandbox. Xiaobai sat down next to her, and the protagonist said that he had already seen everything. Why did she continue to deceive? She awkwardly twirled her fingers and replied that she was just afraid that her brother hated cruel children. What if he abandoned her? He was indignant. What nonsense. How can he abandon her? She answered, but she killed people. Nan thought in surprise, what? And he said that it does not matter what she does. He will be there and help her bear responsibility for it. She has always been, and will remain, his most important and closest person. He sat down next to her and put his hands on her face. He added that he was very happy to see that she could stand up for herself. She just needed to be herself, and that was it. He would guide her, so she didn't have to worry about it. Those bad guys didn't attack her with good intentions, and she did a great job. They don't hurt other people, but they won't let anyone hurt them either. She agreed with him and said belligerently that if anyone dared to hurt her brother, she would blow his head off. He laughed and said that he would too. Nan thought that the world was changing so fast, he needed to adapt better. Then MC asked, did she say that those people were emitting an unpleasant red glow? And that's why she ordered to shoot them in the head? She clenched her fists and said that it was true. They also broke down the door and prevented her from watching cartoons. She doesn't like that kind of light, it makes her nervous. He asked, do other people have light? She said yes. Brother has a relaxing blue color, Xiaohei has a friendly green color. And Brother Tian was also red. Grandpa Nan is gray with a little green. She also saw passers-by on the street, they were gray. The protagonist thought that all the people emitting red light united. These are bad intentions towards Han. Then he grabbed her cheeks again and asked, in addition to the different colors from people, does she see anything else? For example, letters or numbers? He thought, did she also become a player? She thoughtfully answered that this is not so, and he asked when she began to see these colors. She answered about a week ago. He thought, that is, her abilities manifested themselves after the beginning of the destruction period. But she does not see the system, she's definitely not a player. He began to pinch her cheeks, and she thought, well, here we go again. As soon as my brother thinks about something, he begins to pinch her cheeks. He thought, then this is probably a development caused by eating anti-radiation vegetables. Then he smiled, and Han said, brother, he is so scary now. He was surprised, right? He is just very happy. That is, the effect of the products from the system is different from the side effect of irradiated crops. And the probability of mutation is also higher. He and Han ate anti-radiation products for several days, but their bodies have already undergone noticeable changes. She can now see other people's intentions. Green is friendliness, gray is indifference, blue is relaxation, closeness, red is bad intentions. Doesn't this look like the level of friendship? She is a living indicator of human emotions. He continued to hold her cheeks, and she thought that her cheeks were about to swell. MC thought that his ability is called the Eye of Truth, and his sister's ability, why not call it the Eye of Good and Evil? After that, he smiled and said, "How great! She has such a useful ability." She asked, "Will she be able to help in the future?" He said, "Of course. If she sees someone red, she must immediately tell him. She is his strongest assistant." After that, he stroked her head and asked if she was hungry. He would go and cook them something to eat. She agreed with him. And after a while, they all sat down at the table, and the main character, turning to his sister, said that Uncle Nan would now live with them. He would also help with the work on the farm. He added, although he did not really understand what was happening now, it was his duty. Whatever they said, he would do. Han raised her hands and happily said, "Great. And where would Grandpa Nan live?" He said that he could build himself a straw hut by the gate and live there. At the same time, he would keep an eye on the gate. She asked if Uncle Nan would live with them, and what about Brother Tian? Nan replied that he had gone to another world to atone for his sins. She began to eat and said, "I understand. It seems that the glowing red people want to offend the brother, but they all do not live long. Those who dare to offend Brother and Xiao He will have their heads cut off by Bai." MC smiled and said, "What a little devil. She should focus on eating." Nan thought that was true. It couldn't get any worse than this. Moreover, his hands were already covered in blood. Now his only goal was to avenge his son. He was willing to become the Tianran boss's watchdog. Meanwhile, the man lit a cigar and listened to the news, which said that today was already the 15th day since the disaster. The total death toll from the Blue Star was 386 million. The total death toll in the Yanhuang Federation was 47 million. At present, the federal government was actively distributing grain reserves. The soilless new crop cultivation technology would also be widely introduced into production. Respectable citizens, they must remain calm. He moved to the window, and at this moment his son came in and turned off the TV and asked, "Father, did he call him?" He asked, "Did he read Xiao Ren's report?" He confirmed it. Tianyu is dead. He added that it was true. Too bad. He was making good money. Now the mutation process has accelerated. The military has captured a level 5 mutation beast in the mountains of southern Xinjiang. Bai Jingyan, a researcher at the parent company, asked in surprise, "What? There are already level 5 mutation beasts? The most they can research now is the level 3 or the sample catalyzed by his staff." His father said, "Deep in the mountain forests, there are no people, and the soil is rich for the spread of radiation. Even the lowest level beasts can accelerate their mutation by eating each other. Humanity's current technology is nothing compared to the new natural evolution, so he wants him to do it in the lab." Xiao Ren discovered that Tianyu's secret experiment used a lot of interesting technology. He must combine this with the information they have. The V virus must be extracted as soon as possible. He agreed with him. Xiao sat in her office and threw the magazine on the table, put her hand on the bridge of her nose, and thought, there is nothing suspicious in the record before those 2 days. It seems that the cause of his death is somewhere around that time. But the record from the cameras for those 2 days was deleted by Tianyu himself, and that's where the leads end. Well, it's useless to think about it. She needs to decide on a new location for the research institute, and also meet the new leader. After that, she changed her clothes and walked towards the car from which Jingyan got out. When she saw him, she said, "Researcher Bai, welcome to Nancheng." He walked up to her and shook her hand, said hello, and then introduced himself. She also introduced herself and said that she was pleased to meet him. Then she turned her attention to the man behind her and asked, "And this is it?" He replied that this is his assistant, Dakue. By the way, he heard that she had already roughly decided on the address of the new research institute. Could she give him a tour? She laughed awkwardly and answered, "Of course, there are a few places on the outskirts of the city. He can get out of one." He agreed with her. Meanwhile, the protagonist looked at the system window, which said, livestock, fish, edible products. First level fish, 10 out of 50 points, required water quality level 1 and above. Second level fish, 10 out of 500 points, required water quality level 2 and above. Third level fish, 10 out of 5,000 points, required water quality level 3 and above. Fourth level fish, 10 out of 500,000 points, required water quality level 4 and above. Level 5 marlin, 10 out of 5 million points. The required water quality level is 5 and above. He thought, what a great selection, and different types of fish of the same level cost the same amount of points. Bluefin tuna, a product that was hard to get until the end of the world, can now be had for 500 points. Then he turned to his sister and asked, "Does she want to eat blue salmon fillet?" And she cried out in surprise, "What? That expensive one? The red fish that melts in your mouth?" He said, "Exactly. They didn't have enough money for it before, but now they can eat it in peace." She happily replied that she wanted to. Then he changed his clothes and said that he had to go. She should order Bai to take the excavator. They were going to dig a pond. She followed him and clenched her fist, happily shouting, "Hooray!" After that, MC drew a circle and said that they were digging from here. Nan began to scratch Xiaohe, who had fallen on his back, and asked the protagonist, "How old is Xiaohe?" It seemed like he had grown up. The protagonist thoughtfully put his hand to his chin and was surprised. "Really? He has long been an adult, so he should not grow anymore." He said, "Then maybe he lives well here, and that is why he has gained weight?" He remembers when he used to come to help on the farm, Xiaohe was knee-high to him, and now he has grown and is now thigh-high. The protagonist thought, "It is true, he sees him every day, so he did not notice." Sudden changes in the body. If these are the same changes as Xiaobai, then this is bad. But after that incident, he got rid of all the infected creatures and plants on the farm. Is this a development caused by consuming anti-radiation vegetables like Han? We need to observe. The main thing is that nothing happens again. Then the system reported, "Attention, a guest has arrived." Turning around, he thought, "Who is it again?" Nan asked, "What is it?" The system reported, "The guests are 2 men and a woman. The threat level is 8. Xiao stood at the gate and looked at Jingyan and asked, "Does he really not need to inspect the chosen place? The equipment and security there are much better." He smiled and said, "This farm has a pretty good location. The area is also sufficient. The security system, equipment and other things can be bought and installed here. It is not a problem. He likes it here." She closed her eyes and said, "Okay," as he says. She thought, although he smiles all the time, it is impossible to talk to him. She tried so hard when choosing new places, but he did not even look. She said that no one has come out for a long time. They probably will not be able to meet the owner at this time. After that, he ordered Kuai to continue knocking. At this moment, the MC came out and asked them what business they came for. Jingyan smiled and said, "He is probably the owner here. He has one business. Will he let them in?" "They will talk face to face." He replied in the negative. If they had anything to say, they should speak from there and quickly. He was busy. He put his hand forward and replied that he understood. This was the situation now. Xiao wondered what kind of attitude he had. Then she introduced herself and, holding out her business card, said, "In short, they would like to buy his farm." He could name the price. He thought, Tianrun? Did they already know about? Then she continued. He could name any price. In money or resources, she would arrange it. If he had no other place to live, she could provide him with an apartment in the city center. He replied, "No need." She asked, wasn't he at least interested in hearing the price? He had probably heard of Tianrun. Perhaps after hearing the amount, he would change his mind. He replied, "No need." He liked living here. Even if they offered him a mountain of gold, he still wouldn't agree. The next second, Kui slammed the bars and said, as long as they were talking nicely, the system reported, "Attention." The gate was attacked. The attack force was 2. Launch a counterattack? The protagonist chose to reject and thought, this man was able to trigger a system alert with one blow. Xiao looked at Jingyan worriedly, and he shouted, "Kui." He looked at him awkwardly, but he slapped him in the face and said, "It seems he forgot what he taught him. 1 more liberties, and he can roll back to where he crawled out of." He bowed and apologized to him. It was his fault. The protagonist smiled and thought it was interesting, and then he dusted off his hands and said that his subordinate does not understand anything. He should not take it seriously. After that, MC pointed his finger at him and said, "It's okay, he should come closer." When Kui came close enough, he hit him in the stomach and put a hummingbird scout in his pocket. After that, the big guy fell to his knees, clutching his stomach, and the protagonist said that he hit his gate and he hit him. Now they are even. If this is all they have, they can leave. After that, Jingyan tore off the piece of paper with his number and said that he thought they were rude and he apologized. Holding out a piece of paper, he said that this was his phone. If he changed his mind, he could contact him at any time. Xiao thought, he is so impolite, she is sure that he will not even take it. But the next second, the protagonist took the phone number, and she was surprised to think that he was an arrogant idiot. After that, he said that they would see each other again. Their car moved away from the farm. The protagonist, looking at the number, thought that he did not think that Tianrun's people would find the farm so quickly. It is not clear whether this was an accident. He ordered the system to show the location of Hummingbird 1. An image of a car appeared in front of him, and he thought that they would meet very soon. After that, he returned to the building and, looking at the supplies, thought that there were 10 days left until the next period of destruction. The crops were growing steadily, and the excavation of the reservoir had begun. Now it was time to develop livestock farming. He noticed that there was not much frozen meat left. After a while, they sat down at the table, and Han, holding out a plate with a dish, said admiringly, "He must try the sesame paste she made. It is super delicious." He dipped a piece of meat in the paste and asked, "Did she make it herself?" He would try it. She confirmed it, and then he chewed the food and said that it was delicious. She laughed and asked, "Is it true? In winter, you have to eat hot pot with mutton." He noticed that it was so warming, and she agreed with him. Nan asked, "Aren't they dressed too lightly?" Besides, you can't just grow plants now if they eat like that. MC said that he thought he had been interested for a long time, but he couldn't tell him all the details. He replied that he understood, and he shouldn't ask, they have their secrets. The protagonist leaned over and said that it wasn't like that. He wanted him to prepare for what he was about to hear. Their food was special. If you eat it regularly, some changes would occur in your body. The cold is not scary. Strength increases. The body grows. You might even develop unusual abilities. Uncle Nan. He was really looking forward to his changes. He asked in surprise, "What?" It looked like some kind of sci-fi movie. The protagonist smiled and said, "Everything is as he says. Doesn't this whole disaster sound like sci-fi? Besides, if it weren't for the fossils, people wouldn't think that these huge prehistoric beasts once roamed the blue star. And judging by the situation they are in now, superpowers don't seem like something surprising anymore, especially in the apocalypse. Rather, it seems like evolution." He said that he didn't really understand what he was talking about, and in response, he told him to keep eating. After that, Nan asked, "By the way, did someone come today?" He replied that it was the people from Tianrun. His uncle's face turned pale, and he said, "Is that so?" He broke the chopsticks in his hands and said, "Even a useless old man like him can become stronger if he eats food from the farm?" MC replied, "Of course." He looked at the ceiling, sighed, and replied that he understood. After that, the protagonist told him to go to bed early. He still had one thing to deal with. After that, he got on his motorcycle and rode out of the farm. Ordered the system to show the location of Hummingbird 1. Requesting geolocation, the target is in the suburban villa area. Meanwhile, they entered the house, and Xiao said, "Researcher Bai, this is her house. He will have to spend the night here today, and tomorrow she will find them a new home." He apologized for disturbing her, and she said that they can choose any of the 4 rooms on the ground floor. She would ask for dinner to be brought to their rooms. He said okay. Then she went to the stairs and wished them good night. He reciprocated. As she climbed, a hummingbird flew next to her, and she thought, "How annoying. Where do mosquitoes come from in such a cold?" After a while, she got out of the shower and started drying her hair. She thought her face looked tired all day. How nice it is to take a shower and take care of her skin. Then she went to the mirror and said, "What kind of beauty is this? Xiao, she has no equal at work and is such a beauty. Oh, how shameless she is." Then she laughed, patted her cheeks, but the hummingbird continued to fly next to her. She put a cosmetic mask on her face and looking around asked, "A mosquito? No, it can't be. Judging by the sound, it sounds more like a bug. How annoying. Maybe he'll fly out on his own if she opens the window?" Then she opened the window in her room and said like this. She leaned out and took a deep breath and thought, "After the air conditioner, the outside air is so refreshing." The next second, she looked up in surprise. Where the protagonist was holding onto the edge of the window, their eyes met, and she thought in bewilderment, "What?" Then the MC jumped into the window and she staggered in fear. She wanted to call for help, but he covered her mouth, and she thought, they have to save her. What are the security guards doing outside? He pinned her to the floor and she thought, fire them. Fire every single one of them. He's so strong she can't move. She can't break free. She needs to calm him down first. He said that he'll let her go. She shouldn't scream. Got it? Let her just try to do something, otherwise they'll check who's faster, his knife or her security. She agreed with him and thought, calm down. Then, breathing heavily, she said, there is money in the bedside table, all in cash. There is also jewelry, gold. He can take it all. But he must not touch her. She will not report to the police. He asked, is she even willing to cooperate? She replied that in this world, everyone wants wealth. If he harms her, nothing good will come of it. He must collect the money and leave. This is enough to buy a lot of food. He said, what a pity, but he did not come for money. She shouted in surprise, what? Really? Pervert. She has a disease. If he touches her, he will be infected. Moral monster. Obsessed. Even at such a time, he still thinks about such things. After that, he pinched her lips with his fingers and said, enough. She must answer him. Was it she who sent people to kill President Lian? Otherwise, why have they not been able to find the killer yet? Then he let go of her lips, and she asked in surprise, is he a Tianyu man? She thought that his henchman had already died. Where did he come from? He replied that President Lian had once helped him a lot. Now that he had died so strangely, he must avenge him. He heard that she was currently investigating the cause of his death. She must give him all the files on the case he wants to see. She thought that he was demanding an explanation from her. After that, she told him to listen to her. They are now trying to figure out what happened with the police, but all the evidence is cut off abruptly. In such a short time, they cannot determine who the murderer was. He said that President Liang died, and she took his place. Who knows, and whether she had a hand in this. She was indignant, him. He has no evidence. He already had too many enemies in Niancheng. It is only expected that someone would kill him in all this confusion. He died so shamefully, it must have been a revenge killing, and they didn't have such hatred between them. and killing someone for the presidency is too unreasonable. The protagonist thought that she was right. This girl was not stupid. Then he said that he didn't believe that they had no suspects. She replied that they really didn't. He himself destroyed all the documents, security footage related to his conspiracy. Now she doesn't even know what kind of people he communicated with before his death. How should she identify the suspects? She is also worried about this question. Then MC thought, it seems that Tianyu didn't plan to share with anyone and even destroyed all the leads. Lucky. Then Xiao asked, can he let her go now? He turned around and thought, someone is coming. There were screams from behind the door. President Ren. What happened? She has to open it. The next second, the protagonist hit her in the neck. Outside the door, Kui was knocking on the door. The housekeeper standing next to him said, the alarm went off. Something must have happened. Mr. Kui, he must save President Ren's life. After a few more knocks, he burst into the room and the housekeeper shouted, President Ren. She was lying on the floor, and the housekeeper lifted her head and asked, what's wrong? Kai walked to the window and looked down, shouted, damn, we missed it. At this moment, the protagonist landed and thought, that scarred monster was really a little crazy. Suddenly, someone asked, isn't it too rude to break into a girl's bedroom in the middle of the night? He turned around and saw Jingyan. Asking how he found him, he didn't leave any traces. He replied that when he jumped out of the window, he activated the gravity sensor, so he immediately sent Kui to the door. He didn't want to run into them, so he jumped out of the window. This is the best decision. Protagonist thought, this man is smart. But will he be stopped by some skinny guy? After that, he quickly ran forward and punched his opponent, but Jingyan put his foot in front of his fist, and the protagonist jumped back. There was a mark on his knee, and he said, how interesting. The bones of the arms are not comparable to the knee joint. According to his calculations, his elbow joint and radius should be broken right now, due to the fact that he received a load of about 700 kilograms. The wrist joint should also be dislocated and damaged due to the inability to cope with the load. But there is no sign of injury on it. Did he practice martial arts? But he did not see him use any special technique now. Can he explain it to him? Otherwise, he will not be able to go anywhere today. MC thought, did he really learn some kind of martial arts? He was able to withstand his punch, although his body is already stronger than an ordinary person, but facing a person who can fight him is quite troublesome. Then voices were heard. He heard voices in that direction. He needs to take a look. After that, the protagonist apologized and said that he had no time to entertain him. If they meet again, then they will have a duel. At this moment, Jingyan jumped on him and said that he had already said that he could not even dream of leaving here today. The next second, the protagonist threw dust in his eyes. He coughed and moved away, and the protagonist ran in the opposite direction, said that he had to go and he needed to wash himself. He turned around indignantly and shouted, how mean. MC jumped over the fence and said goodbye to him. At this moment, the guards ran up and asked, did he miss him? Researcher Bai, is he okay? Damn it, is he okay? He rubbed his reddened eyes and thought that he was smart and his body was in perfect condition. He had almost surpassed the human limit. What an outstanding material. He would definitely find it. Then he stood up and said that he was fine. He just needed to wash his eyes. The guard told him to be careful. Should they go after him? He said no. He was too fast. They couldn't keep up with him. How was President Xiao? The guard told him to take her himself. After a while, he checked her pupils and said, nothing serious. She was just unconscious. When she wakes up, she must give her these medications. He signed the dosage. The housekeeper asked if they should still report it to the police. He said that the city was in such a mess now, they wouldn't add more work to their military. And nothing was stolen from them. She agreed. Okay, whatever he said. If it weren't for him, she didn't know what would have happened. What was going on these days? At this moment, Kui ran into the room and shouted, trouble. He had just checked his room and found that one hard drive was missing. He asked, the gray one that was connected to the computer? Kui confirmed, it was the same one. At this moment, the protagonist was riding back on his motorcycle, and the hard drive was in his pocket. Upon arrival, he sat down at the laptop and thought, if he disconnected the network cable, there should be no problem. He would see what this company was up to. After that, he inserted the hard drive and thought in surprise, an experiment? So that research guy? He opened a folder called Experiment Notes. It said, although many creatures had already died because of this, he still believed in this hypothesis. He thought, these are not Tianrun's secret documents. Then he read on, radioactive food products that cause drastic changes in the body of animals and humans are not a disaster in themselves. It brings not only death and deformity to the body, but also development. But this evolution is going the wrong way, so they die. He is convinced that he can find the right way, even at the cost of human lives. He will lead humanity from the catastrophe to a new level of civilization. And then people will not be separated because of incurable diseases, they will not have congenital defects, they will not be considered a burden because of their weakness. They will be able to compete in strength with warriors, with gods, and their life expectancy will reach 300 years. It does not matter what awaits him at the end of the path, death, or the highest honor. Meanwhile, Kui approached Jingyan, who was sitting at the laptop, and asked, "Still can't find it?" He replied that perhaps he thought of a way to hide or has not yet looked at the contents of the disk. The main disk cannot detect its location. He asked, "Are there any important materials on it?" He put his hand to his head and replied, "Okay, anyway, there is only old data on that disk. Even if he looks at it, he still will not understand anything." He thought, those notes, if he read them, he would guess why he actually came to Nancheng. Kuai leaned towards him and said, "It's suspicious. They were attacked as soon as they arrived in Nancheng. Could it be the number 7 people?" He replied, "If number 7 wanted to do something, he wouldn't have sent a newbie on the mission. That person is strong, but his technique is still rather clumsy." The text said, "There is darkness ahead, an abyss behind. He has nowhere to retreat." 11/21/2025 by Jingyan. The protagonist thought that his ideas coincided with his, but at the cost of human lives. How arrogant. Have they already started experimenting on people? After a while, Han called the protagonist and, looking at the first-level decorative pig Bam, the first-level bunny Vance, the first-level chicken Qingyuan, she asked admiringly, "Where did he get so many cute fluffy ones?" He thought about it. The explanation was too complicated for her. She probably wouldn't understand. How to tell her, he thought. He raised his index finger and replied that he had a magic bag from the cartoon. He could get whatever he wanted from it. She was surprised. "Wow, really? What a brother." He said, "It's their secret. They can't tell anyone." She answered, "Yes," and he thought she was a quick learner. And then he noticed how she was holding a bunny in her hand whose face was painted with lipstick. And he said that she can't play with precious food. She must put it in its place. She looked at the animal and was surprised. "Food? It's so cute, she can't eat it. She will raise it, it's still so small." The protagonist said, "Spicy rabbit, boiled chicken, hot pot with rabbit, pork hamburger with bacon, Hainanese chicken with rice, baked chicken legs, marinated pork steak, fried pieces of rabbit, spicy rabbit with rice. That from now on she will have to become a vegetarian." Saliva flowed from the corner of her mouth and she wanted to object, and he smiled and said, "So she should be grateful for the food grown with such difficulty. And then she will eat every last piece. This is respect for food. If she gets attached to it, it will hurt later. She should give it to him." She agreed with him and, holding out the bunny, said that she will eat every last piece. At that moment, the system congratulated the protagonist. A rare product has been grown, white corn. He must collect it as soon as possible. He thought in surprise, what was a rare product? He told her to play while he went to check the beds. She agreed with him, and after a while he went to the corn and the system reported a rare product of the second level, white corn, a disposable consumable. Explanation: a rare product of mutation obtained from anti-radiation corn. The probability is 1 in 100,000. The effect puts the user into a state of rage, which increases strength, speed, reaction by 10 times. The effect lasts 30 seconds. He looked at the corn with admiration and thought, "Rage increases the characteristics for 30 seconds by 10 times. Yes, this is just like Popeye's spinach." Then he picked it and thought, "Just one? Maybe it grew more?" He began to look in different places and thought, "Not here, and not here. Also not." He desperately sat down and, sighing, thought, "It seems that such a rare product is really not often found. It grows only if you're lucky." When planting the seeds, there was no mention of special products in the system, so this can be considered a small surprise. Looks like he needs to get serious about farming. It will increase the density by 1.5 times, but there will be more rare products, right? Then he shook his head and thought that he was rushing too much. This will just increase the probability of this appearing. But this will worsen the quality and yield of crops. There may be many weak and dead seedlings. Still, it's better to leave it as is. Right now, he needs points above all else. Rare items are just a nice bonus. Meanwhile, Xiao settled down on her bed and, looking at the screen of her laptop, angrily bit off a cookie and said, "Damn idiot, she'll get him from under the ground." What were the guards doing? So many people couldn't catch some thief. The military and police especially don't have extra forces for an investigation. It looks like they won't be able to find out his identity by conventional means. Then she took out a small bag of hair and thought, this hair left on her clothes is too light. Definitely not hers. It must belong to that guy. She remembered how he pinned her to the floor and thought, stop thinking about it. She will definitely catch him. After that, she went down to the living room and, turning to Mr. Bai, said that she had a deal with him. He looked at her and slammed the book shut and asked, "Is she feeling better already?" She confirmed it, thanks to him. The massage technique he taught her was very effective. Today, nothing hurts. She had already chosen a location for his research center. It is not far from that farm. There used to be a factory there. But because of what happened, it closed down and was sold to them at a low price. The location is good, quiet, and remote, just like he wanted. He thanked her and said, perhaps she wanted to talk about something else? She said, to be honest, it is embarrassing to ask for this. She thought that since he was an expert in biological research, he could probably do a DNA test. She wanted to ask him to find a person in Nancheng whose DNA matched the DNA of this hair. She handed him the bag, and he replied, with all due respect, if she wanted to compare his DNA with the DNA of every person in the city. It would be like looking for a needle in a haystack, not to mention the time it would take to compare about 100,000 samples. Getting DNA samples from every person was already a huge undertaking. Is this person that important? She smiled awkwardly and replied, it's not like he was important. She just wanted to find the bandit who attacked her that day. If it was too difficult, he could forget about her request. The next second he replied, no problem. He was willing to help her with that. She thanked him in surprise and said that she was counting on him. After some time, the lab system reported, reagent being administered, dilution 10%, reagent administered successfully. The subject's muscles tightened, cellular activity increased 1,000 times. They are recording data. The animal had several more pairs of eyes, and it screamed loudly. The system reported that these were compound eyes. The subject's genes were infected with the genes of other creatures. The subject went into an aggressive state. It broke the chains, the V-shaped virus B. Experiment number 34, failure. The monster rushed to the glass behind which Jingyan stood. The system reported that the outer glass was broken. It would soon break through this too. Not long before this, several boys approached Jingming. One of them asked why he left his poor brother alone. He folded his arms across his chest and asked in response, what is he talking about? What brother? He is just an illegitimate one. At this moment, Jingyan stood detachedly near the column and the boys decided to tease him. After that, they stuck his head in the fountain and held it under the water, grinning. His face is scared. You need to press it harder, young master. They will give him a hearty drink. A bastard is a bastard, so ungrateful. Jingming stood behind them and, with his arms folded, watched what was happening. He told them to go easy on him and not leave marks on his body. He may be a brat, but with the surname Bai, you need to respect the surname. The others agreed with him, and at some point, Jingyan was able to raise his head and, turning to his brother, he asked him to let him go. One of the boys laughed loudly and shouted that he called him a little brother. The laughter continued to sound. He said with irritation, what an abomination, a plebeian. In the present, Jingyan woke up and suddenly jumped up on the bed. His face was covered in sweat and he shouted, just don't hit him. He grabbed his head and said, by Jingming, the stability of a V-shaped virus is increasing now. Once he creates a perfect sample, it will be one step away from being defeated. Meanwhile, the news was saying, capital time, 19th day since the world changed. Their reporter reported that over 100 mutated livestock carcasses were found in Nanchi village, piled up right here. But where did they come from? The epidemic prevention department had already processed the carcasses. Han and Hei lay down in front of the TV and watched the news. MC passed by them, surprised, asked why she was watching the news instead of cartoons today. She sighed and replied, he always thinks of her as a child. She's also watching what is happening. She can't hide behind his back forever. He thought, what a girl. Then he said, the fact that she can see the intentions of others is already a big help. She laughed slightly and hugged the dog, saying that she wanted to grow up quickly so she could help her brother even more. Xiaohei had already become a strong guy. She also needed to become even stronger. He thought that he had observed Xiaohei. He was absolutely not prone to aggression. The changes in his physique must be an evolution after eating anti-radiation products. Now, he was calm. After that, he sighed and said that he and Uncle Nan would continue to dig the pond. If she was hungry, she should have something to eat. She agreed with him. An hour later, Han woke up and said that her brother was right, but she was a little hungry. Then she saw the box on the table and thought, what is it? She opened the box, which contained the 4th level Divine Enhancement Seeds. She said, wow, these are glowing nuts. There are exactly 2 of them. They are equal. After that, she threw one nut into her mouth and put the other one into Xiaohei's mouth. She spat it out and said, how bitter. How tasteless. I need to rinse my mouth. Xiaohei meanwhile swallowed the nut and sank to the floor, thinking that he didn't know why, but he wanted to sleep. After a while, Nan rubbed his eyes, waking up, and asked what that sound was. He shone the flashlight into the corner and asked, puzzled, what? An angry Xiaohei turned around. His mouth was covered in blood and he was about to jump on him. Nan managed to jump aside. The flashlight flew out of his hands. Turning around, he shouted in confusion, is this Xiaohei? He thought that he had become like a wolf. Had he mutated? But this did not look like an ordinary mutation. He was no longer trying to attack him. He decided that he would try to calm him down. Then he raised his hand and said, Xiaohei, It was him, Uncle Nan. After that, he called him again, and the dog began to shake his head from side to side. He thought, does it seem to be reacting? Then he asked, is he hungry? He should not be afraid, he will bring him food. He tried to stretch out his hand to him, but the next second, Xiaohei howled, and after that, breaking the glass, jumped out of the building. Nan looked at him in confusion and shouted, he shouldn't come near. The gate is electrified. But the dog, without thinking, pushed off the ground and jumped over the gate. He thought, he jumped over such a high wall so easily. At that moment, the protagonist ran up to the spot and shouted, Uncle Nan, what happened? He answered, trouble. Xiaohei suddenly went crazy and ran outside. He was surprised. What? And he added that he himself didn't know what happened to him, but it didn't look like an ordinary mutation. It seems he still recognizes him. MC looked at him in confusion. At that moment, Han ran up to them and shouted that Xiaohei was missing. He was not there in her bed when she woke up. The protagonist asked why she ran out. She shouldn't worry, maybe he got bored of sitting at home, he'll run a little and come back. She should go back to sleep, everything will be fine. She objected. Xiaohei never left her side while she was sleeping. Uncle Nan said something about rabies. What does that mean? The protagonist asked why she was barefoot. He picked her up and she said that she was worried about Xiaohei. What if he became like Xiao Bai? He told her not to think about it. Had he eaten anything unusual lately? She replied that it was not so. She remembered what her brother said. He only ate things grown on the farm. The unusual thing he ate that evening was the glowing nut he left in the box. The protagonist thought, could it be that she was talking about the 4th level divine enhancement seeds? He had definitely evolved. Damn it, but why did he go crazy? System. Do the 4th level seeds have side effects like losing control of yourself? System. Damn it. He looked at his sister and said that he would go look for Xiaohei. She must be smart. She should go back with Grandpa Nan. She replied, brother, he must definitely bring it back. He said that she should not worry, he would definitely find it and bring it back. After all, Xiaohei is a member of their family. Meanwhile, the dog ran quickly through the forest. He thought how hot it was, how he wanted to tear fresh meat, bite the throats of everything that moved, but he couldn't. He couldn't harm people. Otherwise, he would never be able to return to his owner again. At this moment, Pure Sheep was watching him from behind a tree. She thought, this is a holy beast. This is definitely a holy beast with a prophecy. She will take it with her. God will like it. After that, MC listened to the device, which said, Patrolman number 1, report, no one was found. Patrolman number 2, report, no one was found. He sat on his motorcycle and thought, it seems that Xiaohei is no longer in this area. He must quickly find him. If the military finds him, they will definitely lock him up. Then he turned around and asked who is there. Pure Sheep came out to him and said, young man, are you by any chance looking for a black wolf? Is that his dog? He turned to her and asked if she saw which way he ran. He thought, what a strange woman. And she asked if he knew the truth about the disaster that happened. He was surprised and then asked her to just tell him where his dog ran. He was not interested in the rest. She screamed that this was because mankind had done too much evil. They had angered the gods, so they sent a disaster to punish people. This disaster can only be stopped by exterminating all of humanity. And if he wanted to be saved, he should join their salvation society and repent to the gods. Then he would have a chance to survive. He thought, what kind of swindling cultists are these? After that, he asked if there were any conditions for joining their salvation society. She replied that their Society of Universal Salvation had a hierarchy. Members of different levels paid membership fees of different amounts, from 3 to 300,000. The higher the level, the closer he was to God, and the greater the chance of salvation. But since he, a young man, was the owner of a holy beast, he simply had to bring it to the meeting. The protagonist said that next time, before brainwashing someone, she better learn to lie better. She was indignant. Would he dare to disobey the will of God? He put his hand on the motorcycle, apologizing, saying that she was a little late with her naive teachings. He had no time for games. Would the gods grant him salvation? The only one who could save him was himself. After that, he started the motorcycle and rode forward. The Pure Sheep thought that unbelievers always go to hell. He is an insignificant worm. In the past, one fine day, Tianran was standing by his pickup truck, leisurely smoking, and heard some suspicious sounds from the forest. Pushing the bushes aside, he saw a wolf lying on the grass in a pool of her own blood, apparently hit by a car, and there was a baby there too. He grabbed the baby by the scruff of the neck and thought that he was still alive, but without a mother, he would die in a few days. He is so stubborn. He took the puppy in his arms and said with a smile that they were both left without parents, so he would go with him. Now this baby was growling menacingly at the people with guns and was not going to let go of their friend's leg. One of them asked his friend to quickly call someone. Otherwise, Xiao Wu will not be able to stand it any longer. and Bai Jingyan came out of the building behind them and asked, "Where did the mutated beast come from?" One of the guys told him that Xiao Wu went into the forest to smoke and threw the cigarette butt at this beast, and it went crazy and attacked him. Jingyan noticed that there was such a mess here, and he wondered why he did that. The guy said that the beast was hiding in the bushes. Xiao Wu did not notice it, but they had already called the military. Jingyan was slightly surprised by his words about this beast hiding. Low mutation beasts have no intelligence, they just wander around following the warmth of living things. It must be a high mutation level. Besides, this beast only bit the guard on the leg and did not kill him. It seems that it knows the dangers of weapons and is trying to use the guard as a hostage. It is frighteningly smart. If he uses it for research, then they can solve the problem of the V-virus instability. He has finally found the perfect specimen he has been looking for so long. He turned to his subordinates and asked him to call more men. They must catch this beast alive before the military arrives. Let them bring a gun with a tranquilizer. They need him alive. After that, the guy handed him a gun, and he asked the guys with the guns to be careful and aim for the limbs, after which he aimed and fired, and Xiao He quickly reacted and jumped to the side, finally letting go of the guard's leg. His comrades shot him in the legs several times, but he paid no attention to this, and, attacking the guards, tried to clear a path for himself. Jingyan clicked his tongue in displeasure and began to reload the tranquilizer. Meanwhile, the beast turned to the forest and started to run, and Jingyan sent his guys after it. MC, meanwhile, was nearby, and Hummingbird number 2 informed him that it had found large dog tracks 700 meters to the southeast. He immediately drove there, and as soon as he arrived, he noticed large paw prints and traces of blood. Judging by the color, the blood was still fresh, so he was sure it was Xiao He. But what happened? How could he get such serious injuries? Meanwhile, several cars were already chasing him. Jingyan looked out of the window in anticipation. He had never met such fast mutants before, and that made him smile. Those muscles while running are amazing. He is simply a perfect creature. He has to catch him. Meanwhile, Tianran tried to track the dog, and the hummingbird found the target. It transmitted the image to the screen, and he saw Xiao He running away from his pursuers. He decided to take a closer look at their faces, and when he saw Jingyan, he thought it was that mad scientist again. Why are they chasing Xiao He? Does he really want to capture him as a test subject? He took out the white corn and mentally told them not to even dream about it. Meanwhile, Xiao He continued to run and skillfully dodged the bullets. Jingyan ordered Group 2 and 3 to surround the beast from the left and right. Let them try to drive it to the old factory in front. They began to carry out the order, and Xiao He growled in displeasure. He was not going to follow their plan. He jumped on a tree, pushed off the trunk with his hind legs, and jumped straight at the second car, causing it to lose control. Seeing this, the guy from Group 3 immediately opened fire on Xiao He, who was gnawing on the driver's hand at that moment, and he froze in place. The bullet almost came close to him, but fortunately MC came to his aid. He clamped the bullets between his fingers and a bright light began to emanate from him. He entered a state of rage, in which he will remain for another 26 seconds. Meanwhile, the car the scientist was in slowed down, and he himself was surprised, thought, what kind of white light is this? Even Xiao He himself was slightly surprised and thought, is this his master? Meanwhile, Tianran did not waste a second. He suddenly disappeared from the spot, and then began to circle the white light between the opponents and deal with them. Jingyan cursed loudly and shot at him, but then he realized that he made a mistake. MC was already right in front of him. He swung a blow to him under the jaw. Blood spurted out of his mouth. The system reported that the effect would last for another 2 seconds, and he hurried to run to a safe distance, since this effect has side effects. Meanwhile, Jingyan woke up. He managed to block the blow a little, otherwise, he would have said goodbye to his life right there. That person is too dangerous, so he decided to get rid of him and pointed a gun at him. Noticing this, Xiao He immediately rushed towards him, and the moment he pulled the trigger, he grabbed him by the throat, and the bullet flew into Tianran's shoulder. The last thing he saw was how sharp teeth pierced the scientist's neck. When he woke up, he felt that he was lying on something soft. It turned out that Xiao He, despite his insane fatigue, was carrying him on his back. Hearing the owner's voice, he immediately relaxed and threw him off his back, and then he himself fell to the ground. MC worriedly called out to him and approached him, asking what was wrong with him. Seeing how he was twitching in convulsions and drooling, he got scared and called the system, asking what was going on here. But the system did not respond, and Xiao He was getting worse. It turned out that significant changes were now taking place in his body, due to the fact that the scientist's blood got into his mouth. Tianran became even more nervous when he saw snow-white threads appearing around him, and then they wrapped him in a cocoon and hung him between the trees. MC didn't even know what to do next. Meanwhile, Jingyan was in the intensive care unit, and one of the guards told the boss that the situation was very sad. After the attack, he received a concussion, The pituitary gland was damaged and squeezed the blood vessels. There was also a fatal wound on his neck. It's a miracle that he's still holding on. They were sorry, but they did everything they could. Ren Xiao said that he didn't need to justify himself to her. It was his direct responsibility to protect researcher Bai at the cost of his own life, and now he was lying on this bed on the verge of death. The guy apologized to her again and said that he wanted to catch that mutated beast so much that he only took the advanced team. By the time they arrived, they had already suffered serious losses. Only Dakuei survived. Xiao angrily said that it had already happened. She didn't want to listen to excuses. Did they see what the attacker looked like? He told her that it was a very fast white glow, and then the woman turned to him in rage and exclaimed that if he was going to tell a fairy tale, then he should come up with something better. He immediately bowed to her and hurried to assure her that it was the truth. But she did not listen to him and exclaimed that she had paid so much and not to listen to all this nonsense now. At that very moment, Jingyan's pulse rate began to drop, and the doctors realized that he was starting to have a cerebral hemorrhage again, and Xiao ordered them to slowly save him. The doctor told her that it was useless. He could not be saved. Let them talk to him one last time. Maybe he would tell them something. They injected Jingyan with adrenaline, and he immediately opened his eyes, asking Kuai to inject him with the V-shaped virus. His subordinate refused to do it and said that there were no successful cases with people yet. If it didn't work out, he wouldn't even be able to die as a normal person. He told him that dying like this, or as a monster, was the same for him. Let him take a chance. He didn't want to lose like this. Kai finally agreed and asked the doctors to inject him with the virus, and also prepare chains and a collar with explosives, and then asked if he should call his family. He told him that there was no need. They were just people with the same blood as him. They were not his family. He asked them to start, and the doctor injected him with the virus. It quickly began to spread throughout his body, along with his blood, and he began to convulse, screaming in pain. Xiao covered her mouth in horror, and Kui closed his eyes, unable to watch this. At the same time, the cocoon cracked, then broke into many fragments, and Xiao He came out. Only he was already half a man. Tianran was very surprised by this, and then suddenly his pet grabbed him by the injured shoulder and accidentally broke his bones. Meanwhile, Han was sitting outside and waiting for her brother, despite the cold. Nan asked her to go to bed. Xiao He should not have run so far, and the boss will be back soon. It's so cold here. What if she gets sick? She told him that she was not cold, she felt fine. She would wait for her brother here. He wanted to object, and then she extended her hand to him, saying that if he didn't believe her, then let him touch it. He made sure that her hands were really warm, and said that he didn't know that eating farm products could strengthen the body so much. She said that she had evolved into a superheroine, and he, sitting her on his lap as a heating pad, decided to wait for her brother with her. Soon the morning came. The first rays of the sun fell on Han's face, and she immediately woke up. Finally, MC returned home, and she called out to him loudly, waking up Nan, after which she ran to the gate and asked, "Did he find Xiao He?" Seeing that a huge wolfman was carrying her wounded brother in his arms, she was very surprised. The newly evolved Xiao He had not yet learned to control his powers, and this led to an open wound and a fracture in Tianran. He smiled tiredly at his sister, and said that he had returned Xiao He, which made her delighted. After that, Xiao He was dressed, and Han began to circle around him with delight. And then she even climbed onto his neck, and he thought that the little mistress was still just as mischievous. He evolved into a wolf dog. His strength is 30, intelligence 10, speed 42, psyche 10, hunger 5. He is a wolf dog whose genes have merged with humans. He has started a gene mutation, so various characteristics are improved. It is important to note that there is no upper limit to improvement. MC looked at him closely and thought that earlier he lost his temper due to a gene mutation and ran away because he did not want to hurt them. But his genes merged with humans. Did this really happen when he bit that scientist? Nan distracted him from his thoughts by bringing him a first aid kit, and he asked him to sterilize the scalpel so that he could take out the bullet. Nan finished doing this and asked doubtfully, was he going to take it out like that? What if it got infected? Tianran told him not to worry, then pulled out the bullet from his shoulder and took out a healing carrot and bit into it. The man was surprised that the carrot appeared out of thin air, and then MC's wound and bones began to grow together, causing him to feel pain, but it was soon over. The wound healed, and only a bloody mark remained on his skin, and he was glad that all his broken bones had grown together. The cells of every organism on the blue star are constantly dividing and multiplying. Old cells die off and are replaced by new ones to continue life. During the process of division, a cell is mostly stable and can completely reproduce all the elements of the old one, but this stability is relative. Under certain conditions and at a certain point, a new gene suddenly appears to replace the original one. This is the mutant gene. Gene mutation has two possible outcomes. The first is favorable development. For example, Tianron and Xiaohei. Their bodies have acquired new useful abilities and characteristics. This can be called evolution. The second is unfavorable development. These are the beasts that have mutated all over the world. They have the most terrible strength, but their genes contain a fatal flaw. Even if they miraculously awaken their consciousness, they still cannot live for long. They only drag out their miserable existence. At this moment, Jinyan's eyes suddenly opened. He broke free from the shackles and touched his heart in fear, wondering, is this how he was able to survive? The doctor congratulated him on this miracle. No one has ever retained their sanity after being injected with a virus. This victory marks the transition to the next stage of research. He listened to his heartbeat, and then said that it was not that simple, which made everyone worried. He did survive, but that does not mean that the V-shaped virus allowed him to mutate perfectly. His mutations still failed. He gained strength and speed that surpassed normal humans, but there were negative changes in his body structure. He will live for another week at most unless they find a perfect mutant and take his DNA. In exactly 7 days, he will die. After that, he left the hospital room, got dressed, and his assistant told him that Officer Yuan from the Nanchang Military Police Department had arrived. While investigating the intruder, he disturbed the military. Would it be a problem? Jinyan told him that he knows boxing, Muay Thai, Sambo, kickboxing, as well as other martial arts and various grappling techniques. In addition, he has a golden dragon badge in the 65-kilogram category issued by the Federal Sanda Association. This shows that his reaction speed and physical fitness are 2.8 times faster than that of an ordinary adult. In other words, he can already be called the strongest person in the world. There are not many people who can openly oppose him, but the person who attacked him, or rather he can no longer be considered a human. The source of his strength is the same as that of a perfectly mutated wolf. He must have also gone through a perfect mutation. Or the source of their mutation is the same, then that explains why he came to save that wolf. His technique reminded him of someone. Kuei asked, did he suspect that these two were the same person? But if they let them know the results of their hard-earned research, then... Jinyan did not let him speak and said that he knew what he was doing. The virus did not allow him to reach the state of perfect mutation. But if it helps him find the perfect mutant, he's willing to do it. After all, he doesn't have much time left. They come to Officer Yuan Wen, and Jinyan apologizes to her with a smile for making her wait. He hopes his appearance doesn't scare her. She turns to him and answers in confusion that everything is fine, then looks at him and asks doubtfully if this is what he says the military should be interested in. He apologizes to her and shows her his chest, saying that as she can see for herself, in his current state, he's not a long-term resident. These bones will pierce his heart as his mutation progresses, and then the moment of his death will come, so he doesn't have much time left. He hands her a bag of hair and says that in return he hopes for her help in finding this person. The sooner the better. She thinks for a second, then agrees with a smile. Night fell. Xiaohei slept peacefully with Han, and MC bought Divine Level 4 Enhancement Cherry Tomato Seeds. Soil requirements: fertile and high-quality soil. Irrigation requirements: watering with clean water at least once a day. Ripening time is 18 days. The survival rate is 18%. Promotes gene duplication, strengthens the beneficial elements of the genetic development of the one who consumed the seeds, neutralizes negative and genetic mutations, promotes evolution. Tianron smiled and thought that the buff from the level 4 seeds is to promote evolution. This is the key to entering a new era for humanity. He chuckled and wondered, if in the future people turn into gods with this, will he become the supreme deity? Their growing conditions are quite strict. In order to plant them, he first has to spend a lot of points to improve the quality of the land, and this is very expensive. After that, he spent a lot of points on improving the land, and now he had fertile soil rich in nutrients, which allows him to grow crops of the 4th level and above, and also increases the yield of crops of the 3rd level and below. After that, MC looked at the system window and found out that there was not much time left until the 2nd period of destruction. Fertilizers are also expensive. He bought 12 pieces of fertilizer, but their effect on crops of the 4th level is limited, so he decided to add a couple of robots to speed up the process. He also needs to leave points to buy normal crops to improve the farm. The robots began to work in the field and, watching them, he thought that he needed to grow as many plants as possible before the 2nd wave of destruction comes. At the same time, members of the Society of Universal Salvation appeared on the streets of the big city. The old woman, a pure sheep, turned to His Excellency the Immaculate Falcon and asked if she could see His Excellency the wisest ruler in her insignificant harmful shell. He told her that she only needed to tell him everything exactly as she saw it. He knew what to do next. Although she had not attracted the required number of believers this week, if this information was true, she would still receive enough gifts from the goddess. She was delighted and thanked their goddess and the wisest lord, after which the gates opened and they walked down a long corridor, while other believers chatted about how only those who devotedly worshipped the goddess would be able to survive in this world. Soon they came out into a huge hall, at the end of which was the wisest lord, Chen Sheng, talking to someone. The pure falcon informed him that the pure sheep had discovered a new sacred beast, and he immediately interrupted the conversation and asked the old woman to tell him everything in more detail. After her story, he joyfully clapped his hands and said that with him, the powers of their goddess would increase even more. The man who was talking to him congratulated him on this. After feeding on the new sacred beast, their goddess would be able to appear to them very soon. Then what about the last batch? The wise lord said that he could take them away. Their goddess had long been tired of these pathetic snacks. They needed to bring back the sacred beast and sacrifice it to the goddess. At that moment, the voice of their goddess, Serket, was heard in the well behind them, saying that she wanted to eat the puppy. In the past, when Tianran was waiting for his parents at home, he was watching TV, and the breaking news was shown. A tragic accident occurred on a mountain road in the suburbs of Nancheng. A passenger car went off the road at a turn, overturned, fell off a 100-meter cliff and exploded. It was found that there were 3 people in the car, 2 adults and 1 child. When the firefighters arrived at the scene, both adults in the car had already died. The child was thrown out of the car and ended up hanging on a tree branch near the accident site, and thus survived. The child was then taken to a local hospital for medical attention. While cooking dinner, MC sighed and said that this child was so poor, so small, and had already lost both of his parents. By the way, what time is it? His parents were getting carried away with their journey. They said they would be home by 3 o'clock, and it was already 6 o'clock. Why are they still not home? He stopped cooking and decided to call them, but their phones were turned off. When he had everything ready and put on the table, he called his parents again, but they still did not answer, since they were the victims of the accident. After the accident on the mountain road, firefighters began to extinguish the car. The fire was too strong, so they had to call another fire engine. They noticed a little girl, Han, in a tree nearby and sent her to intensive care while the car continued to burn. After she woke up, she didn't make a single sound, and the nurses were worried about it. The girl was too young, she didn't remember anything, and she was so seriously injured. But where were her family members? The nurse said they checked the database and found out that the girl was from an orphanage. She was adopted just 2 days ago. Her colleague asked, so the deceased were her adoptive parents? She wasn't a child. She was some kind of curse. That couple was so unlucky. The nurse agreed with her and said she heard that the orphanage didn't follow all the established procedures. They hadn't finished all the paperwork yet, and the child had already been taken away. Her colleague asked, had the police contacted the relatives of the deceased yet? She confirmed it, and said they should arrive soon. At that moment, Officer Yuan's voice was heard in the corridor. She asked them for directions to the morgue. They asked, was she here to identify the bodies? The officer confirmed it, and then the nurse asked her to follow her. Tianran, who was following them, seemed to be a little out of it. His empty eyes were staring into space and his heart must have been beating fast. When they reached the morgue, he looked up and saw 2 burnt corpses. The officers looked at him with pity and asked him to accept her condolences. He ignored her and looked at the corpses in shock, then smiled nervously and said that those weren't his parents. They definitely made a mistake somewhere. They were just out for a while, and where did that baby come from? There must have been some kind of mistake. Wen said that she understood his feelings, but he could do a DNA test to make sure. He still insisted that his parents definitely just disappeared, so they decided to do a DNA test. He walked out of the morgue and decided to wait for the test results on the chair. He grabbed his head and looked at the floor, trying to comprehend everything that had happened, and someone tugged at his jacket. It turned out to be Han. She apologized to him and said with tears in her eyes that it was all because of her. If only she hadn't asked that aunt for help when the director of the orphanage hit her. If they hadn't taken her away, they wouldn't have died. He immediately hugged her and said that it wasn't her fault, after which an officer appeared in the hallway to announce that the test result was ready. A 99% match. Now he was sure that these were his parents, and he was finally able to cry. At present, the scientists' people have found who attacked him and shown all the information about him. Li Tianran, a 26-year-old man who graduated from a normal university with excellent academic performance. 2 years ago, his parents adopted a 4-year-old girl, but on the way back, both parents died in a car accident. MC returned from Jingnan to Nanchen, inherited his parents' property, and has been farming ever since. Jingyan asked, "Is that all?" The scientist confirmed it, and added that there was nothing remarkable in his background. The DNA test results confirmed that he was the man who stole the flash drive. But how can he be sure that it was the same man who attacked him? He said that this guy seemed like a completely ordinary person. but an ordinary person would not be able to fight him on equal terms. That night, he showed amazing physical fitness. This could not be done by a man who had been in absolute mediocrity for 20 years. He has two versions. This man has been hiding for 20 years, but judging by his skills, he is inexperienced enough, so this version can be discarded. Then only the second version remains. This man's physical fitness has improved significantly recently. The only thing that could cause such an effect is a perfect mutation. This also explains why he protected that perfect mutated wolf. It's because the source of power and perfect mutation is the same. The power of an organization that can create two perfect mutants is simply terrifying. His subordinate asked, what if their calculations were wrong to begin with? Could it be that their perfect mutation was caused by something unscientific? He asked, does she mean that their mutation was not caused by the V-shaped virus at all? She said that the probability of a perfect mutation from the virus was originally almost 0%. The number of perfect mutants discovered in the entire world is no more than a dozen. How could there be two at once? This is completely out of line with probability factors. Jingyan peered at the papers and then smirked and asked, so in this world, there is another key that allows a person to undergo perfect mutation? Meanwhile, Officer Yuan reported the test results to her superior, and he said that if there really is a case of successful human evolution, then the person he is looking for is of interest to them as well. Let her organize surveillance of both of them. A new day had come. Tianran was working in the field as always, watering the garden and fertilizing, which made the sprouts immediately become huge. He was distracted from his work by Nan, who thought that something was wrong with Xiaohe. For the past few days, he had been constantly sitting on the roof. Today, he was completely out of reach. Usually, although he climbs up there, he always comes down if called. Only today something was wrong. MC looked up at the wolf, who was peering into the distance and growling, and noticed that this was very similar to how he behaved before the first period of destruction. His sensitivity had become heightened after evolution. He became worried and ordered the patrolmen to search the area within a kilometer of the farm, and they flew off to carry out the order. He received a notification on his phone, which surprised him. He didn't even think that at such a time, SMS notifications were still coming. The telecom companies are already bankrupt, that they start working even in such conditions to fulfill the plan. But when he looked at the notifications, his face suddenly darkened and he dropped the basket of vegetables. Nan and Han immediately turned their gaze to him, and he angrily asked, is this a joke? What kind of disgusting prank is this? He immediately got into the car and left the farm, and Jingyan and his men were just waiting for this. They were monitoring his movements with drones, and Jingyan's subordinate said that it was a little unnecessary to use this. He disagreed and pointed to the monitor, telling him to look. There are some miniature reconnaissance drones flying there. Even some old company has such equipment. Besides, he did not notice that all the plants on this farm are alive despite the fact that the soil is contaminated. Kwai realized that he was right, and he said that all over the world now, plants are grown hydroponically. He himself understands how serious the consequences of eating plants infected with the virus are. But the crops on this farm not only did not die, but they seemed to be carefully cared for. All this seems abnormal. It is difficult for him to even tell if there are heavy weapons on the farm. He had already been injured by Tianran once. Until they know exactly what he is capable of, they need to be extremely careful. His subordinate realized what he was going to do, and he said that he had already completely studied the structure of the farm. And as for the weapons, let them destroy it with a microwave explosion. If there is only a perfectly mutated beast in Tianran's absence, then they have a high chance of catching it alive. He ordered the operation to begin, and several helicopters appeared above the farm, after which they activated pulse particles and began scanning. All the equipment in the house, including the fences, were disabled, and now Jingyan and his team could safely descend to the farm territory. Meanwhile, MC arrived at the cemetery and found his parents' grave dug up. It was empty inside. He called the one who did this an idiot and made sure that it was not a prank. He looked at the photo of his parents, and a message from the ashes thief came to his phone. He wanted him to take the ashes in exchange for the sacred beast, his arm and leg, and gave him one day to do all this. Tianran read this and was speechless, after which he thought, is he an idiot? If his parents knew that he was giving up his own arm and leg to get back their ashes, they would be so angry that they would appear in his dreams to beat him up. But what kind of sacred beast is this? Could the kidnapper be talking about Xiaohe? He let out a chuckle and thought that he had only taken a stroll once, but he had already caught the eye of so many. He wrote back to the kidnapper, asking why he thought he could threaten him with a box of dust. He could do whatever he wanted with his parents' ashes, but he promised that he would send him to crawl on his knees and beg for forgiveness. After that, he looked at the tombstone and thought that this man had tracked down Xiaohe and most likely already knew about his power, so he needed to get rid of him. Could it be that old woman from the forest? But it didn't look like it. If the Tianruns wanted to take revenge on him, they wouldn't resort to such a method. So who is this? He was distracted from his thoughts by a system warning. His farm was invaded. The enemy has high-precision modern weapons, threat level 99. Meanwhile, Jingyan and his squad approached the building and they found a thermal imaging response inside. They surrounded the building and the soldier ordered the others to stop, since the response disappeared. After that, he looked back and thought that this was strange. Where did it go? Meanwhile, Xiaohei was on the roof with Han and was watching them, growling in displeasure. The girl used her abilities and since they emitted a red light, she realized that they were all bad. After that, she gave Xiaohei the order to make compost out of them. And the soldiers meanwhile threw a couple of flash grenades inside the house and crouched down so as not to get hit. After which, the commander ordered him to search everything inside. They kicked the door down, ran into the house, but there was no one inside. Jingyan was slightly disappointed, and then the screams of soldiers came from the street, and then a cracking sound was heard. Several bullets smashed what was left of the windows and hit the soldiers inside. Jingyan managed to duck in time. He warned the others about the ambush and rushed to the other end of the room with the soldiers, but not all of them survived. He smashed the window and climbed outside, then quickly looked around and thought, why didn't the pulse weapon work? He saw a couple of corpses of soldiers in front of him and Tianran, who was standing and smiling. He looked at the combat robots behind him and thought, where did they come from on an ordinary farm with advanced technology? MC gave him a displeased look and asked, so it was him? He understood everything. He did all this to get revenge on him. He had to try hard to find something about him. He told him that finding information about him was not that difficult, but that evening he exceeded his expectations. Since he had cornered them, he had nothing more to say. He didn't have much time left anyway, and if the plan failed, he would die anyway. Dying here or dying in a hospital bed made no difference. Nan turned to the boss and asked him to quickly kill that Tianrun gang. The people in that company were no good. But Tianran decided not to rush and raised his hand, motioning for him to shut up, and then said with a smile that before killing him, he hoped he would confess himself. Where are his parents' ashes? Jingyan didn't understand what he was talking about, and he asked, what ashes? They looked at each other in confusion, and after a few seconds of silence, MC asked, was it not him who stole his parents' ashes? The scholar was still confused and asked, what kind of joke was he making here? Meanwhile, Sheng threw the phone on the floor in anger and exclaimed that he was a disrespectful puppy. He started kicking it and exclaimed, how could he treat his mother's ashes like that? If he were in his place, he wouldn't spare his own skin for his mother. Cursing loudly, he continued kicking the poor phone, and the men looked at each other, and then the Lord exclaimed that he hadn't even brought the sacred beast yet. Because of him, all the snacks for his mother had run out. He shouted that he was just useless trash, and the men hurried to calm him down, saying that they had brought a new batch. It was already ready to present to the goddess. He turned sharply to him and shouted that his mother was already tired of these filthy creatures. She wanted a wolf cub. They were also worthless idiots, occupying such high positions, but they couldn't even bring the sacred beast. They tried to put in their word, but he didn't even want to listen to them. And at that moment, Cirquet climbed out of the well and called the Lord. He immediately responded to his mother's call and walked up to her, saying that he missed her so much. Instead of an ugly monster, he saw his beautiful mother in front of him, with her arms outstretched for a hug, and he was glad that she had come to see him again. He hugged her and burst into tears, saying that he was so useless, he couldn't even bring the wolf cub she wanted. Let her just not get angry, don't throw him away or hit him. He will be obedient and will present her with that idiot. She will be happy after absorbing him, and then she won't be angry at him. The horrible monster praised him and said that she was so hungry. Meanwhile, Tianran found out that the one who stole the ashes was not Jingyan. But one thing was strange. Xiaohei bit him in the neck. How can he stand here? He used his ability and saw all the information about him. He is a human, unfavorable development, specialization cytologist. He has 118 hours left to live. All his characteristics are between 18 and 23. The description says that he is a human whose evolution has gone wrong. He used the power of wrong evolution to save himself from death. If he does not stop the splitting of the wrong mutant gene within the specified time, then the power that saved his life will plunge him into hell. He thought that it seemed that the irradiated plants were the cause of the wrong evolution. But thanks to Xiaohei's perfect mutant gene and their fusion, he managed to extend his life for a short time. So his goal is Xiaohei's perfect gene. He smiled and said that even though he was not the one who stole the ashes, the purpose he came for does not smell good to him. He cannot let him out of here. His robots began to move, and Jinyan excitedly asked him to wait, and noted that his parents' ashes were important to him. Maybe he can help him get it back. To be honest, there are no irreconcilable differences or bitter hatred between them. He wants the perfect gene, and he is only acting for safety reasons. Why don't they turn the war into a deal? MC was interested in his proposal and raised his hand, ordering the robots to stop, and the scientist breathed a sigh of relief and said that they could exchange resources. Tianran asked if he could help him get the ashes back. He told him that he had extensive connections, resources, and technology. With this, finding someone in Nancheng would be much easier than if he did it on his own. He said that this was a small change if he wanted the perfect gene. Even without his help, he would get to that person sooner or later. But he was very curious about something. He said that he had people and resources, but not Tianrun. What connects him with this company? He told him that he was not a member of the company, he only took his own side and had nothing to do with the interests of any party. He had nothing against him. He didn't care whether he killed Liang Tianyu or attacked Ren Xiao back in the villa. He just needed to get what he wanted. He walked towards him and said that in other words, he could become his tool. He smirked and remarked that it sounded quite interesting, and Jingyan said that he would get a convenient tool and he would get a life-saving genome. In the end, everyone wins. He extended his hand to him, to which MC smirked, then walked past him, ignoring his gesture, and told him to order his men to drop their weapons, put their hands behind their heads, and sit in the corner of the wall while he followed him. He led him into the room where his sister was currently with Xiao He. She checked his intentions and, seeing that he was glowing green, showed Tianran that everything was okay. He told Jingyan that he was looking at the wolf nervously. Calm down. This is the genome he wanted. He was very surprised and exclaimed, "This is the completely mutated beast? But how did it become like this?" He told him that if his guess was correct, then in the process of perfect mutation, his genes merged with human genes, and he received these genes from him. Given the compatibility of their genes, his genome should stop his distorted evolution. Jingyan smiled nervously and exclaimed that this was the most perfect mutation of all that he had ever seen. Even the mutated high-level beast king in southern Xinjiang, fused with human genes, turned into only an unconscious monster with an instinct of mad hunger. Not only did he retain self-awareness, but he also obeyed human commands. As soon as he unraveled the secret of his genome and began mass production, then he stretched out his hands to him in anticipation, but MC blocked his way and said that the tour was over. Now it was time to make a deposit. He showed him the correspondence with the kidnapper and asked him to help him track this number. Check all the call records and geolocation for the past 10 days. Let him show what he can do. He's very picky when it comes to choosing tools. Jingyan said that it was no problem, but now he urgently needed a blood sample. If he did not find out what the key was, he would only have 5 days left. He reminded him that he was in no position to discuss the terms with him now, so he had to try to get all the information about this person as soon as possible. Jingyan had no other choice and he sighed heavily, then called a hacker friend named Lan Ning. He flew here by helicopter and told Jingyan that they had not seen each other for so long. He had to get him out of the base. He could do everything from there. He really did not want to leave that place. He ordered him to stop chatting and showed him the correspondence with the kidnapper and told him to find out the geolocation of this number. He asked displeasedly, was this the only reason he flew here? Then Jingyan asked him to do something else. Let him fix the chip in the man's house. He would apologize so much for using the pulse weapon. Tianran mentally noted that he knew how to do business, after which the hacker got down to business and muttered discontentedly, who said that he was his boss? He was just an old man and a big loser. MC began to doubt his reliability, since he was so talkative, but the scientist assured him that he knew his business. Continuing to mutter, the guy furiously tapped his fingers on the keyboard, and Tianran wondered how Jingyan became a mutant. He turned into something incomprehensible. Is this his era of gods? He laughed and noted that he did look at the files on his disk. He admits he really succeeded in this, much faster and better than him. 10 days after the world changed, his team extracted a V-shaped virus from irradiated plants, which became a source of mutation in those who ate it. Experiments showed that although the virus caused cells to divide, it also greatly increased the likelihood of distorting evolution. The end result was a bunch of deformed and short-lived monsters that could only keep eating. He thought he could highlight the inspiration from Xiaohei's genes. MC asked if he had come to these conclusions after conducting a lot of human experiments using the so-called virus. He told him that he didn't think his methods were cruel. There were many examples in history where countless data on the structure of humans were obtained through cold-blooded human experiments. Besides, before he came to Tianrun, They had already conducted human experiments under the leadership of Liang Tianyu. Rather than hanging on at the last gasp, wouldn't it be better to let them benefit others? He also didn't mind being a guinea pig before dying. Even though he failed, he still got valuable information, didn't he? Tianran pointed out that he was just crazy, and he laughed, saying that this is the development of biology and science. Only by walking over countless corpses did they achieve today's results. And in the new, post-apocalyptic world, nothing will change even more. Finally, the hacker finished his work and forwarded all the information to Tianran. Seeing that all this was sent to his email, he said in bewilderment that he had not left him his address. The guy let out a heavy sigh and called him an old man, saying that one photo of him was enough for him to find all the information about him in 10 minutes. And one more thing. He heard his every word just now. If he doubts his abilities again, he will hack his phone and start a live broadcast at the moment when he is taking a shower. MC decided to remain silent, and Jinyan covered his face in shame and said that he is a chatterbox, but he observes professional ethics. After that, he threatened him that if he continued to talk nonsense, he would cut his funding, and he immediately shut up. The next morning came. At the abandoned temple, 2 armed men were on duty at the entrance, and one of them yawned loudly. When he opened his eyes, he saw a small robot in front of him, but he thought that it was just a big moth and asked in surprise, "Even in such cold, insects still fly?" His partner advised him to be careful. "It is not poisonous, is it? So many creatures have mutated now. How could this moth not turn out to be something like that?" At that moment, the moth stuck a needle into his comrade's forehead, and he fell to the ground, and then it was his turn. Tianran easily dealt with them, and now he could easily enter inside and find the Thief of Ashes. Meanwhile, the ceremony began inside. The wisest ruler brought a box with red monster eggs and addressed their goddess with the words that she is the true goddess who created the universe and everything that exists. They sing her will, thank her for her great power and love, so let her grant them the desired reality and reincarnate into an immortal body. He raised the box above his head and announced the beginning of the reincarnation ceremony in the name of their goddess, Serket. After that, he handed the box to 2 followers and they ate the eggs, after which Sheng told them to irrigate the fruits with the nectar of the sacrifice. They need to properly grow the desired reality and quickly complete the reincarnation. On the altar behind him lay a dead girl. They approached her and began to devour her entrails, and characteristic sounds were heard throughout the hall. When MC saw this, his eyes turned bloodshot with rage. He decided to take action and killed one of the followers who was devouring the corpse, and then everyone started running in panic, and Sheng looked back several times, exclaiming in displeasure, "Who is there? How dare he interrupt the reincarnation ceremony?" He looked up and noticed an angry guy pointing a gun at him by the hole in the roof. He got angry and exclaimed, "Who is he? How dare he interrupt the ceremony?" MC did not let him finish and called him an idiot, and then ordered the hummingbirds to kill this bunch of scum. Some of them immediately abandoned protecting the Lord and came under fire. The Lord's guards were killed while doing their duty, and the rest of the followers abandoned him and started running. And then Tianran finally decided to come down. He landed right in front of the Lord, which scared him a lot, and said that he thought he was just a little bastard who stole the ashes. But he couldn't even imagine that they were worse than cattle. When he spoke about the ashes, Sheng realized who he was, and MC pointed a gun at him, ordering him to bring back his parents, and he would let him die a quick death. He smiled nervously and turned his gaze to the dead guard, from whose mouth the paws of a monster began to crawl out, and mockingly said that if he killed him, he would never get the ashes. Since he was so smart, then let him kill him. He laughed, and Tianran told him not to provoke him, and the dead guard behind him slowly stood up. Hearing suspicious sounds, he immediately turned around, and Sheng laughed loudly and said that he was finished. His brothers had already hatched. A monster-like creature crawled out of the mouth of the corpse and suddenly increased in size and grew wings. MC looked around and quickly assessed the situation. A monster also crawled out of the other corpse. Now, they both were heading towards him. He looked at them closely, and their appearance made his face twist in disgust. After which, he took out a second pistol and aimed, noting that they were really ugly. Because of his words, the monsters got angry and pounced on him, and he opened fire, but the bullets just bounced off their skin. The monsters approached and attacked, but fortunately he managed to dodge in time and realized that the pistols were useless. He hid them in his backpack and wondered if there were any other deadly weapons? Something like a bazooka would be just right. He found a weapon that suited him, but since he recently bought a bunch of seeds, he now lacked points. Noticing that the monster was catching up with him, he mentally called for hummingbirds, and they unleashed a series of attacks on the monsters, but even so, they could not pierce their thick skin. He thought that it was just an ordinary sect that took advantage of the end of the world to make money and do evil. but he didn't expect that they had such a strange monster hidden away. If he had known, he would have brought a couple of big combat robots with him. He hid behind a pillar, and the monster started looking for him, and Sheng shouted, "Where is he hiding?" Tianran thought that he was in a difficult situation now. There was no more white corn, and ordinary weapons could not kill these monsters. Then he would just shoot their eyes out to buy time. As soon as he took out his pistols, he saw movement out of the corner of his eye and met the monster's gaze, after which the pillar was instantly destroyed, and he rushed to run. He turned around and noticed that this monster was so fast, and then it hit him with its tail and he flew into the wall of the temple at high speed. Meanwhile, someone called the police station, and Wen answered the call. The frightened grandmother was glad that she was finally answered, and reported that an explosion thundered near her house. There were also some strange sounds and noises. It seems that these are monsters running amok. Let someone at least come and check it out. She's just an old woman with a scared child. Wen got worried and said that they would be there soon. Let her tell her where the explosion was. Once she knew the location, she told her colleagues to gather a cleanup team and follow her. There might be second or third level mutants on the outskirts of the city. One of her colleagues asked if monsters of that level really appeared in the city. He was eager to see it. He wondered if they could catch one, and asked the boss for a reward. Wen armed herself and said with a smile that if there was a third level mutant out there, they shouldn't take it so lightly. It wouldn't be as easy as dealing with a normal first level monster. Meanwhile, MC was slammed into the wall. Even though he gouged out their eyes, it only slowed them down a little. Now his ribs are broken. He decided to eat a tomato to heal himself while the monsters blindly approached him, and Sheng exclaimed in displeasure, "How did he even find the time to eat? He can't fight back with those wounds, so he'll be a great snack for his brothers." After his words, the monsters pounced on Tianran and made a hole into another room, but even so, MC remained unharmed. Sheng smirked, thinking that he should be dead from that blow, and seeing his brothers trying to crawl through the hole together but unable to, he asked, "Are they pigs?" They tried to reach Tianran, and he quickly crawled away from them, and Sheng exclaimed that this was the room with his goods. They can't go in there. Meanwhile, MC looked at the monsters in fear and thought that it was close. They almost got him. He heard voices behind him and turned around. He clearly didn't expect to see a bunch of women in shackles. They all huddled together in fear in each other's arms, and he, paying attention to their shackles, thought, "So they are goods? So the girl who was sacrificed is also goods. How many people did these idiots manage to kill?" He started to get angry, and the monsters behind him tried to widen the road, and they started to succeed. He realized that things were bad, and the women screamed loudly in fear, afraid that the monsters would still get inside. Tianran realized that he couldn't let them get in here, and quickly looked around. There were a lot of boxes and a statue. It seems that they are not just using women as goods. There is also a lot of food, gold bars, jewelry, and antiques. There is a sword in the hands of the statue. He did not expect that such treasures would be hidden here. Pushing off the ground, he climbed onto the statue in a few jumps and looked at the sword, thinking that it was actually a handao, a waist sword with a single edge and a length of 70 to 80 centimeters. The forging technology of it is one of the most advanced in the world. This sword has a strong and incredibly sharp blade that is not easy to break. In fact, it is the pinnacle of sword forging. He took it and looked at the blade, thinking that this sword is so magnificent, an absolute killer. Behind him, the wall cracked again, and along with it, the screams of women. He realized that things were bad, they were breaking through, and decided to try this sword to see if he could cut these creatures. He ran towards the monsters and swung the sword several times. He was still able to leave wounds on their bodies, but it was still not enough. With his current strength, he can't kill them with one blow. It only angered them. In any case, first he needs to get out of here. The monsters crawled into the room and he ran away, telling them to go and kill him. The provocation worked and they ran after him, and as soon as they came out into a more open and safe space, he turned around sharply and thought that they still fell for his provocation. The monsters growled menacingly and he prepared for battle, squeezing the sword tighter, after which he took a more stable stance, and at the moment when the opponents pounced on him, he swung the weapon several times and left small wounds on their bodies. But they began to attack in response, and he blocked, and the blades slid along the hard skin of the monster, causing sparks. And then another wanted to hit Tianran with sharp claws, but he was able to prevent this too. He was hit with a tail again. He was unable to block it and was pressed into the wall, causing cracks to appear on it. Having caught his breath, he thought that it was difficult for him to inflict fatal damage by attacking the shell, and it was not worth delaying this for too long. He needed to start with weak points. As soon as he looked up, he saw the monster's mouth in front of him and realized that this was the weak spot. He immediately stood up, gathered more strength in his hands, and then thrust his sword into the monster's throat, and the blade passed through. He screamed loudly, putting in more effort, and then pointed the blade to the side and cut the monster's head in half. The creature's corpse fell to the floor, and he caught his breath and looked up. There was still one monster left, but it was in no hurry to attack. Meanwhile, the girls were still trembling with fear, and the Lord was looking for something and cursed loudly, saying that he stole his precious collectible. But soon his brothers would eat him without leaving a single bone. When he heard footsteps behind him and felt something sharp on the back of his head, he knew that he was finished. He turned to Tianran, who pointed the sword at him, and exclaimed, "How is this possible? The shell of worker ants is not even affected by bullets." He can't believe that he killed them. But he can't kill him either. If he offends important people, they won't leave him alone. MC swung his weapon and hissed through his teeth in rage that he can kill monsters. So why should he be afraid of anyone? He wished him to go to hell and was about to finish him off, but someone ordered him to stop. Suddenly, someone shot at the blade of his sword, and Tianran immediately turned around to see who did it. Wen aimed her gun at him and said that he should put his sword down. Sheng, with a frightened expression, loudly called for help and said that he wanted to kill him. They should kill him quickly. He said with a small smile that they should aim at that freak, not him. She asked what he meant. He said that they should look around carefully. She started to look around and saw a lot of people who had shackles around their necks. She was surprised by what she saw, and one of the staff said that some of these girls were missing. He had seen their photos. There was no way they could be mistaken. She looked at the girls and the objects and asked what all this was about. The staff called her and said that things were worse than they thought. In the main hall, they found the body of a woman killed in a strange way, and several other shot members of the cult. In addition, in the next room, there are 2 corpses of monsters. She said that they may not even try to resist. This place is under police control. They must inform the station, the hospital, and several other units. Let everyone who is free now come here. Sheng was handcuffed and 2 police officers began to lead him away. He turned around, laughed, and whispered what he was going to do to him now. The protagonist got very angry because of this and squeezed the sword in his hand tightly. Wen lowered his sword with her hand and asked, did he remember that they had met before? He turned to her with a very angry expression and asked who she was. She said that it was 3 years ago, a car accident. He came to identify the bodies. He agreed and said that there was one female police officer. It turns out it was her. She has a good memory. She seemed to have guessed what he was going to do when she stopped him. She said that although he hated him, he couldn't act rashly. She gave her name and said that she was from the Nancheng military police station. She was sure that he had met Jingyan before. His DNA obtained 3 years ago led them to him. She asked him to calm down and listen to her. She must have heard what he said. It's not over yet. They can't kill him. She knows that he has incredible strength, and even though there are many of them, they might not be able to stop him from killing that man. However, the Yanhuang Federation is still under the control of the military police and the parliament. It's not a place to take lynching. She asks him to trust the military police. They will not spare any guilty person. It's their duty. She asks him to cooperate with them and tell them everything he knows. He listened to her and she thanked him for his cooperation. After some time, the police and an ambulance arrived at the temple. The families of the girls who were missing also arrived. A police officer approached Wen and asked what he should write in the report about the dead. She said that he should just write that they encountered fierce resistance during the arrest, so they were forced to fight back. As a result, the other party was seriously injured and died. MC heard all this and looked in their direction. She walked up to him, pointed towards the car, and said that it was time for them to go. He looked at the body that was being taken away on a stretcher and noticed a bloody hand. A girl approached him with her mother and said that she was very grateful to him for saving her. If he had not made a noise to attract the police, most likely, they all would have been sold as toys to the rich and powerful people and eventually became sacrifices for these disgusting freaks. Wen was surprised by what she heard and asked, does she know something? She said that in fact, she used to be a member of a self-help society. They said that it was an ordinary organization, bringing people to which they could buy food at a low price. However, a few days ago, after she found out their true purpose, she tried to escape, but they found and locked her up. Before she was caught, she saw where they kept the accounting. Wen, with a surprised expression, asked her to explain it in more detail. The man who was sitting in the car next to them was looking at them through the mirror, and the master was under control. It was time for them to go. After a while, Tianran was sitting in the office, called the officer, and said that everything had already been sorted out. Can he leave already? It's just that he still has a lot of things to do at home. She looked at him through the one-way glass and said that she did not agree with this approach to handling this matter. Chen Yu stood next to her and said that it had been the custom since ancient times that even if he had acted with the best intentions, it would not change the fact that he had committed a crime. He was an ordinary citizen. He had no power to judge and kill others. Wen agreed and said that he had no such right, but that was only if they could find the girls before he did so himself. Had the higher-ups received an order to detain him? He said that the Yang precinct was still awaiting a response from the city council. However, it did not seem like the higher-ups would tolerate the presence of a dangerous person like him. She said that the world was changing and the military and police were in short supply. It was hard to say what the law would be like in the future. Even though the higher-ups had not responded yet, they were in a hurry to condemn him. It was more likely that he might be nervous about failing to fulfill his duties. So she prepared to send the evidence of the violation of the law directly to the higher-ups' desk once the response from the higher-ups was received. This is just a way to make their job easier. Will such an innocent treatment really bring justice to the girls who were killed and trafficked? She seriously doubts it. Chen Yu was very indignant about this and said loudly, with a displeased expression, that she should watch her words. He doesn't care what his background is. He is the boss here, and she is his subordinate. He orders her to apprehend the suspect and take him into custody. Suddenly, someone entered the room, called his name, and asked what he is doing here. He turned around at the voice with a worried expression and asked what he is doing here. Yuan Yi, a senior police officer, and Yuan Zhenghong, the chief inspector of the Handong County Military Police Department, came inside. He said that he taught him well. He is becoming more and more promising. He is not very good at catching criminals, but he is quite good at threatening. He told the boss with a very worried expression that there is nothing he can do about it. It is an order from above. He stopped in front of him and asked who exactly gave this order, Yang Yang or Dongchuan? He had to stand here and recite the police code 20 times. Officer Wen had to give him a general outline of what had happened. Now she had to take him to the prisoner. She gave him her code and said that she was reporting. The detainee was currently in interrogation room number 3. They were to follow her. They entered the interrogation room and Zheng Hong asked, "Wasn't he Tianran?" He agreed with it, and he sat down on the chair in front of him and said that he should let him introduce himself. He gave his name and said that he was the chief inspector of the Handong County Military Police Department. He looked surprised at what he had heard and said that if this matter required a high-ranking officer like him to come here and personally interrogate him, then he wouldn't be getting out of here that easily. He laughed and said that he didn't have to worry. He was here because he wanted him to look at a certain document. It seems he would be interested in knowing about the changes in the 2 mutated monsters. He brought it for him. To be precise, for people like him. The protagonist opened the folder with the documents and saw a monster with human faces with a very surprised expression. Zheng Hong looked at him and said that this mutant was found in the mountains of Koranma 5 days ago. When they surrounded him, they found that he was eating people. Later, they found human faces on his back. He became more and more intelligent. He even managed to deceive their troops. Does he know what this means? He continued to look at the documents and said that the intelligence and actions of these monsters are becoming more and more like humans. Is it possible that they no longer have restrictions on mutations? He said with a serious expression that this meant that they were no longer limited to fusing the genes of different animals to develop their bodies. They had succeeded in fusing human genes to gain intelligence. A new species was born. They called these creatures with advanced intelligence the kings of beasts. They had recorded at least 5 cases of these mutant beasts appearing in Yanhuang, and the number was set to rise. He put the documents back in the folder and asked why he was telling him all this. Zheng Hong raised his hand and called Yuan Yi. He walked over to the table and placed a jar with 2 items on it. MC was about to say something, but he guessed and said that he understood correctly. They were 2 unhatched eggs. After he shot the 2 cult members, they stopped developing in their bodies. Their scientists extracted them and studied their genome. They were mostly dominated by insect and animal genes. However, there were a small number of human genes as well. He asked with a slightly worried expression. What did he mean by that? He said that there was a good chance that a beast king was hiding in Nansheng and creating others like himself. He asked for a moment and asked, however, how could the beast king remain undetected with such destructive power? Zheng Hong said that this raised another problem, the accounting book. He asked with a serious expression, did they find it? He nodded in agreement and said that although the beast king had some intelligence, it was still far from the consciousness of an ordinary person. Tianran asked, did he mean that there were people who had defected to the monsters, but why did they do that? He said that he couldn't say that. He asked, why was he telling him all this? Zheng Hong started tapping his finger on the table and said that it was to give him some idea of what was going on and so that he could better assess the situation. He looked at him with a serious expression and asked, what did that mean? He said that due to his brutal attack that resulted in many deaths and serious negative consequences, the military police were ordered to arrest him and enforce the law. A warrant was issued to detain the criminal. Wen became worried about this and called out his name loudly, but stopped because he raised his hand. The protagonist asked with a serious expression, what kind of negative impact did he cause by killing the cult members? These laws and regulations only made him laugh. He looked at him and said that he shouldn't be angry. He had to listen to him first. Now that the world has changed, he will be honest and say that in the future, the military police in the cities may not be able to protect all civilians. However, as long as the current social system does not collapse, they will still be the most powerful. According to the current speed of monster evolution, there has been a trend in the Federation for the city police and the military to merge, so it is the military police that take over the governance of the cities. The military police, unlike the city police, are absolutely ruthless and do not tolerate breaking the law. They can take him in and erase all traces of him, but they will not have such power once the military police take over the city. MC asked what he was trying to say by this. He said it was simple, he should join them. He could give him a special status, and even if the military police take over the city in the future, he would still have unique powers. He asked if he wanted him to join the military police. Zheng Hong said that having an official status was not so bad for him. He and his family would be protected. He began to think about it and said that he needed time to think it over. Wen brought him the sword and said that she should let him hand over the sword. One more thing, she wanted to hear his answer no later than the day after tomorrow morning. If he agreed, she needed to fill out this form. If not, she and a group of police officers would start looking for him. He asked with a slightly worried look, how could such a beautiful girl say such cold words? She said that there was no point in flattering her. As long as he joined the military police, he would not have any problems. He said that he would give them an answer the day after tomorrow. Tianran noticed people passing by and asked, were they the people who participated in the buying and selling and were recorded in the account book? He thought that the two men looked familiar. Wait, weren't they members of the Nanchang City Council? So he was telling the truth. It seemed to him that they were just rich people. He didn't expect that even members of parliament were involved in such things. Were they only involved in buying and selling, or were they already on the other side of the barricades from humanity? After a while, the system announced that the cherry tomatoes with divine enhancement level 4. The growth rate is 68%, the growth status is good, the ripening time is 62 hours. 30 hours passed, and the protagonist asked, if her elder brother becomes a military policeman, will she support him? Han agreed, and he said that in that case he wouldn't be able to spend so much time with her. She might cry when she was alone at night. She said loudly that she knew it, but she hoped that he wouldn't have to give up his desires because of her. 3 years ago, he took a job to take care of her and manage the farm. She was dragging him down. He patted her head and said that it was not like that at all. He did it of his own free will. She said with a worried look that, however, she didn't want him to protect her all the time. She wanted to grow up faster. So no matter what he chose, she would definitely support him. She was not afraid, because she had Xiao He and Grandpa Nan to take care of her. MC said that she had really grown up. Then he instructed her, the little princess, to spread the growth potion on the cherry tomatoes. She couldn't be distracted by cartoons. That night, a man sneaked into the prison unnoticed. He walked further down the corridor and came to the cell where Sheng was sitting, laughing. He noticed the item that was thrown to him and said with a smile that here it is. He immediately picked up this unknown egg and ate it. After a while, Tianran took Xiao Hai's blood and said that this was the blood sample he promised him and his boss. Lan Ning adjusted his glasses and asked, is this a perfect mutant? Unlike those beast kings that have minor changes in limbs and vital signs, this one doesn't look that powerful. He said that there are many ways to develop a perfect mutation. Mutation of existing beast kings may not proceed in the right way. Is the correct path to perfect mutation a banal increase in strength, physical fitness, or increased intelligence? Mutations proceed in different ways, so it is natural that the same monsters cannot exist. He agreed with this and said that he had the wrong impression. Every organism has a different genetic predisposition, and the same gene, even if it is ideal, can produce completely different results. He asked, by the way, how was his boss doing? Ning said that he had destroyed a cult and had been in prison for a while. If he did not give it to him, he was afraid that the boss's grave would be overgrown with grass. At the same time, The doctors looked at Jingyan's x-rays and said that this could not be. Those bones had grown back less than 30 minutes after they were removed. They were growing faster than before, and operations were no longer possible. At that moment, he came into the operating room and loudly told the boss that he had returned with samples. The doctors were happy about this and said that he should immediately conduct an analysis. He sat up and said that he only had 24 hours left. The doctor said that there were changes in the arrangement of the 20th pair of chromosomes. According to the analysis of blood cells, the skeletal density was more than 10 times that of ordinary dogs. He had 79 chromosomes, one more than dogs. Jingyan said that he had unlocked the genetic code. The doctors said that the extra chromosome had greatly increased his size, strength, speed, and bone strength. It could almost be called divine. These were the genes of a perfect mutant, not the corrupted genetic material of the monsters created by the V-shaped virus. Although the success rate was low, they could try to replicate it. He said with a serious expression that they should prepare to copy it. At the same time, the system announced that the 4th-level divinely enhanced cherry tomatoes had reached maturity. The owner could check the status of the crop. The growth rate was 95%. The growth status was good, and the ripening time was 8 hours. The protagonist said that he could already see the effects of the divinely enhanced fruits at their ripening stage. The system announced that the types of evolution when consuming the 4th-level fruits. Atavistic awakens the genetic memory of the blood, improves the original physical characteristics, helps to acquire the abilities of the ancient race. The probability of activation is 80%. Intelligent, the human body affects electromagnetic fields, allowing the use of such abilities as hypnosis, mind reading, and control of electronic mechanisms. The probability of activation is 4%. Divine, the human body gains special abilities, immortality, wings, and super speed. The probability of activation is 4%. Ancient deity, the human body gains divine abilities, namely control over weather, water, fire, and other matters. The probability of activation is 0.4%. He was surprised because of this and thought that the intellectual and divine types were already tempting enough. However, evolving into an ancient deity would be simply magnificent. The probability of atavistic evolution is too high. If he mutated into a useless atavistic monster, it would be a biological loss, so he should ask the system. If he eats a level 4 fruit and evolves into an atavistic type, can he reset it? The system announced that the owner can continue to eat level 4 fruits. If another evolution type is activated after that, the owner can choose the other one. In other words, as long as he has enough divine fruits, he will be able to evolve into an ancient deity one day. After a while, Zheng Hong asked with a slight smile, did he agree? Wen said that he just contacted him and said that he would send over the questionnaire tomorrow. He said with a happy expression that this was very good. His trip to Nanchang was not in vain. She asked, was he leaving already? He agreed and said that his superiors were already rushing him, so he planned to return as soon as he finished the matter with the cult. He only came here because the Ministry of National Security appointed him in charge of recruiting special talents. She said that, however, they had arrested Congressman Li and Guo for more than 10 hours, but the political department had taken no action. She felt that something was wrong here. He asked if there was any progress from Dongchuan. She said that there was not. They should stay in Nanchang for a few more days. She felt a little uneasy. At the same time, a man with half a monster's face climbed out of the well and said that he understood everything. In the morning, MC came out of his base with a questionnaire and was very surprised when he saw something in front of the gate. He saw the hanged girl he had saved not long ago and screamed loudly in horror. At the same time, Zheng Hong asked if he wanted to say that he was Congressman Li and Guo's lawyer. The man in front of him agreed and said that he was appointed by the Nanchang City Council. He was here specifically to handle the case of Congressman Li Ting and Guo Xuanjun being detained by the military police. He received a call on his phone, and the lawyer said that he could answer. He answered the phone and was very surprised when he heard what they told him. Qianran brought the dead girl to the hospital. Her mother cried loudly and asked how could this happen. Wen stood next to her and said she was sorry. He looked to the side and saw a lawyer who said they must have suffered a lot here. He would take care of this matter so they wouldn't have to feel any pressure. One of them laughed and asked what pressure he was talking about. The woman called out to Li Ting and started walking towards them. He looked at her with a smile and asked who she was. She ran towards him, continued to cry, and said her daughter was talking about him. She was afraid he would take revenge for revealing the location of the ledger, and then died. He is a monster. Her daughter said he was involved in this too. It's all his fault. She loudly promised to kill him, and he kicked her, and she fell to the ground. Wen ran up to her and asked her in a worried voice if she was okay. You shouldn't do that. They were in a police station. She looked up with a displeased expression and asked how dare a prisoner use force in a police station. The lawyer stepped between them and told the officer that it was slander. First of all, this woman was the one who tried to attack them. They were just defending themselves. Secondly, she should watch her words. The congressmen were out on bail, and it was inappropriate to call them prisoners now. So she should calm down. They just attacked 2 congressmen, and he could prosecute them for it. She said loudly with a displeased expression that it was impossible. How could they be out on bail? He said that he wanted to warn her. She was going to arrest the city councilman, physical evidence, documentary evidence, witness statements, victim statements, suspects in the commission of crimes. The defendants and his defense's statements, the expert's report, the examination, the inspection, the identification, the research, the lab records, etc., as well as the audiovisual materials and the electronic data. None of the above can be used to incriminate the congressman. Wen said loudly, with a displeased expression on her face, that they had caught their leader. It was only a matter of time before they got his confession. The lawyer said with a smile that unfortunately, the maximum 24-hour detention period had been exceeded, so he was taking these people out of here. She always works very hard on the investigation of cases. However, he hopes that in the future he will be able to distinguish criminals from law-abiding citizens so that such incidents do not happen again. She has a very busy schedule and does not have much time to cooperate with her. Besides, the man she was talking about has already been diagnosed. They have a psychiatrist's report. His testimony will not be taken into account. She was surprised by this and said that they should not think that it was over. The inspector will not leave the case so easily. She will also monitor the progress of the case. The lawyer continued to walk out with a smile and said that the young men really lacked any manners. This was a direct order from the Ministry of National Security. If she didn't believe it, she could ask the inspector. He had just gone through all the formalities in his office to pick up those people. As he had said, that man would later be transferred to the 4th hospital of Nancheng. He was very scared when he noticed the protagonist looking at them with a very angry look. They got into the car. He laughed and said that they would see each other later. The woman continued to cry and said that her daughter was right. They really couldn't hold them accountable. If even the military police couldn't detain them, who could punish them? Wen tried to calm her down, but she noticed a small piece of paper flying past. She looked around and realized that it was a torn application form. MC returned to his base very quickly, and the system announced that the cherry tomatoes with divine enhancement of level 4 were ripe. He should collect them as soon as possible. He collected 100 cherry tomatoes of level 4. The total weight was 2.5 kilograms. He ate one of the tomatoes, and the system announced that the 47th evolutionary chromosome had appeared in the host's body. The evolution was successfully completed. The evolutionary type was atavistic. The awakened skill was evasion. The values of the main attributes were doubled. At the same time, the lawyer was riding in the car and said that the situation had been settled. Considering the small number of people who knew about this matter, if the follow-up was properly organized, the 2 of them would not be affected much. Ting said that he meant that they should cooperate to settle the situation, and they already knew this. The people from the lower classes could be taken care of by offering condolences with money and supplies. Xuanjun said with a smile. He couldn't say that. Public opinion on the internet was still important. They would publish photos of themselves shaking hands with the relatives of the dead and handing out condolence money. Let the journalists write more articles about them. After all, they could hold a press conference to refute the rumors, and all those stupid people would believe them. Changing their reputation was very easy. Li Ting said that just the thought of having to pretend in front of those idiots made him inexplicably irritated. Xuanjun said that he had to be patient. Now was a special time for their overlord to transform. Only by calming the masses could they provide themselves with food. Suddenly, someone struck very quickly and cut off the head. Li Ting turned around with a very surprised expression and saw Tianran with a serious expression and asked, "Did they say food?" He asked loudly, "How dare he do this? He's a congressman. He's been warned. Maybe he's looking for death." He said with a serious expression that they had definitely eaten that thing. Only blood could wash away their sins. Since they didn't want to be human, then he had no choice. Because of what happened, the lawyer lost control of the car and crashed into a tree. An egg fell to the ground, which one of the congressmen swallowed. He stepped on it with his foot and crushed it, after which he ate another cherry tomato. The system notified that the evolution was successfully completed. The evolutionary type was atavistic. Awakened skill flash, the values of the main characteristics were doubled. He thought that he had already eaten 40 cherry tomatoes, but he received the weakest evolution type. He continued eating and thought that he couldn't fit any more. He would eat one more and stop for now. The atavistic type was more than enough for now. He felt something strange, and the system notified that the evolutionary development path was reset. Evolution successfully completed. Rare evolution type skill acquired. Evolution type is intelligent, awakened skill telepathy. Basic stats are applied to enhance atavistic type stats. The protagonist thought that he could sense the presence of living beings within a radius of 10 meters or so from here. He caught a bird that was nearby, began to hear what it was thinking, and thought that when he touched living beings, he could hear their thoughts, but this was not enough. Before resetting the path of evolution, he had to call Ning. After a while, he called him and said that the person locked in the hospital room was not the one they needed. He was surprised by this and said that, however, the electronic eye showed that it was him. MC said that the prisoner had been replaced. It must be someone very similar to him. He said that he would check again. He need not worry. He would find him, no matter what. He dealt with it very quickly and said that he found it, sending him the location. The target is moving. If he does not appear in the range of the electronic eye, he will have to look for it himself, because it cannot help him. He looked at the map and thought that since he is underground, no wonder he could not sense it. He immediately went down to the sewers, quickly found Sheng, attacked him and said that he was looking for him everywhere. He noticed that one of his eyes had changed, and said that it seemed that his reaction had become much faster. However, he will not be able to dodge the next blow. He struck a very strong blow with his sword and cut off his arm. This freak was worried about this and jumped away from him very quickly. He looked at him and just laughed. Tianran turned to him and asked, "Is he trying to escape?" He ran up to him very quickly, swung his sword, but suddenly something strange appeared around the blade. He noticed this, looked down and saw bugs flying around him. A monster stood next to them and said that he was asking for forgiveness from the master. He had just evolved into an adult and had not yet had time to get used to this body. The protagonist, very quickly, began to make many fast strikes with his sword. Sheng said with a smile that he could forget about it. He did not have the strength to punish him now. His subordinate was very surprised when he looked at him and said loudly that he was wounded after all. He looked at him with a smile and said that his evolution would begin soon. This wound, it was nothing. He ran very quickly towards him and struck a very strong blow with his sword, but a swarm of bugs appeared between them, which stopped this blow. The monster loudly asked, how dare he attack the master? He ran very quickly towards him and stood between them. Sheng said that he should control himself. His bugs and he were attacked. He asked for forgiveness and said that he was still bad at this. He started to walk away and said with a smile that he should go and deal with him. The monster said that he would take him away when he killed this freak. He stopped and said that he shouldn't kill him. He will need to replenish his energy after evolving. Living things are more nutritious than dead ones. MC ran towards them very quickly and with a very angry expression on his face said that he hates those who like to brag the most. Sheng started to tremble and said that he can't do this anymore. He should go back to his mother. He should pupate here. Immediately after that, a web appeared around him and enveloped him. At the same time, the monster started to attack and said that he was really not an easy opponent. He wondered how could an ordinary person be as strong as him? He doesn't look like he has evolved. How does he constantly dodge his attacks? Like he can predict his moves? MC thought he was just playing around to touch him, and while he was thinking, he already knew all his moves. He dodged his attacks, used the telepathy skill and asked if he knew him. The monster continued to attack, laughed and said that it seemed like he didn't even know who his opponent was. Did he like his gift? The sight of her hanging from the tree was simply magnificent. He grabbed the blade of his sword, and they both stopped. He looked at him with a smile and said that the bugs should be washed away into the sewer. The cocoon began to crack and energy began to burst out. At the same time, the monster asked this pathetic person if he even knew who he was talking to. He felt something strange and remembered the past. Sheng stood in front of him with his back to the well and laughed. He called out to Wang Dongchuan with a smile and asked if he was satisfied with just being the mayor. He probably didn't want to be satisfied with just that. Why shouldn't he work for him? He will give him an immortal body, and he will become a being superior to humans. He said with a happy look that if it is immortality, then he agrees. If he can guarantee his immortality, then he will do whatever he says. Suddenly, a long tentacle crawled into his mouth, and Sheng said with a smile that the great deity needs the worship of believers, preferably young and vigorous women. They need food, the more the better. There was an egg left in Dongchuan's body, and he said that he would offer tribute to the great deity. After that, he looked at the captured and killed girls and said that he was not wrong. He is just trying to become stronger to survive in this post-apocalyptic world. The situation now is that the weak become prey to the strong. These reptiles deserve to die, so they will help him evolve. He is right, all of them are food that will help him ascend. At this time, he jumped back and asked loudly, what did he just do to him? Tianron jumped aside and said that diving into someone else's mind is really exhausting. The system announced that the backpack was opened. 1 healing carrot was used. Stamina was restored to 100%. He said with a smile that it turned out that it was him. He didn't expect that the mayor would be a coward who was afraid of death. He was surprised by what he heard and asked loudly how he knew who he was. He said that he looked into his memories. They were full of arrogance and narcissism. Dongchuan asked in a surprised voice, how is this possible? Did he evolve? He had never heard of such a person in Nancheng. Besides, the overlord said that one can only evolve by eating the sacred fruit. The protagonist asked, is he talking about those disgusting slippery insect eggs? He doesn't need to resort to such a disgusting way to evolve. A more appropriate word for it would be parasitism rather than evolution. He looked at him with a serious expression and asked what he meant. He said that he saw it. The insect's consciousness was fighting with his consciousness for control of this body. It was about to penetrate his subconscious, and then he would evolve. It was only a matter of time before his consciousness would fall apart. How long would his true identity exist? Eventually, he would turn into a monster without even a shred of consciousness. Dongchuan said that he shouldn't compare him to those pathetic insects. He had absorbed a high-level egg that was second only to the prince in strength. Even if his consciousness no longer existed, he would become a superior being. He would no longer need this fragile and useless human body. He remembered what Sheng had said earlier and wondered if that bald, ugly guy had absorbed the egg too. If it was a higher level, it was bad. He turned around abruptly and saw something approaching him very quickly. He was slightly hurt by this attack and looked at the new monster with a worried expression and wondered how it could hatch so quickly. With this very strong and fast attack, the monster cut off MC's arm and he fell to the floor. Dongchuan told the prince that he congratulated him on his birth. He was about to say something else, but Sheng, who had become a level 4 mutant monster, called him trash and said that he couldn't even kill a pathetic human. He had to do everything himself. He told His Highness that he had also evolved. He was a little surprised by this and said that there were other mutants in Nancheng. He agreed and said that it was not that he was not good enough. He stood with his back to him and said that no matter how much he had evolved, he was just a low-level human being with no physical improvements. This was such a waste of the level 3 egg that his mother had given him. Dongchuan was very surprised when he noticed something and said loudly that he had to look at it. The system announced that the healing carrot had been used. Tianron's arm began to recover very quickly, and one of them asked in a surprised voice, how could an ordinary person do such a thing? Sheng stared at it and said that it was quite interesting. He watched his arm recover and thought that the carrot was easy to use, but it took time to recover the body. If they noticed this flaw, he would be in trouble. The prince clapped his hands and said it was amazing. His arm grew back so quickly. He changed his mind. He didn't want to kill him anymore. He wanted to get his genes. However, wouldn't it be too boring to just eat him? He had so many secrets. How about making a deal with him? He stared at him and said he could tell. The prince said that mutants like them, who were superior to the human race, should unite. To put it simply, the poisoning of the soil had already caused a food shortage at this stage. In addition, a large number of beast kings had appeared and were continuing to evolve. With the current development of technology, it was only a matter of time before humans were exterminated. Low-level and weak creatures like humans would become expendable for stronger species in the future. Only those who had evolved would be able to adapt to the new conditions. He had to join them. Before the Beast King took over the territory, they could take Nancheng first. He should become his subject, and they will enjoy food, resources, and high-level evolution together. He slammed his hand on the wall really hard and asked if he was not impressed by the proposal of their alliance. The protagonist tightened his grip on the sword in his hand and said that his speech was good, but unfortunately, humans are not blood bags. He should not underestimate the human race. Sheng said that he understood him. The negotiations had failed. His ability is very interesting to him, but he can only be his food. He should go to hell. Immediately after that, he ran up to him really fast, swinging his hand to attack. At that moment, Han felt a strong pain. Nan noticed it and asked loudly what happened to her. She said that she was fine. Her heart just suddenly started throbbing and hurting. She would rest for a while and everything would be fine. Her heartbeat was rapid, and she thought she had a bad feeling. She called out to him and said that he should continue harvesting. Her brother said that before the second wave of destruction comes, they need to stock up on a huge amount of food. She is much better now. She does not want to interfere with her elder brother's plans. At the same time, Sheng knocked MC to the ground by stepping on his hand, causing him to scream loudly in pain. He said that he finally understood what was going on. He can only recover after eating this strange fruit. In that case, he will simply not let him eat it. They fought together against him alone, but he was still able to seriously injure his subject. What should he do? He just can't wait to kill him. He really wants to know more and more about these fruits. Dongchuan climbed out of the sewage, called out to His Highness, and called for his help. Sheng did not pay attention to this and said that if he told him his secret, then so be it, he would give him a quick death. The hummingbirds started attacking him, but they couldn't penetrate his skin, and he asked why there were still so many of them. It seemed like he really wasn't going to give up. He was just revealing all his cards. The strength of those insects wasn't enough to penetrate his armor. They were like stray bullets and would be much more dangerous if they bounced back at him. At that moment, a robot fell next to Tianran's head, and he thought he knew about it, but his goal was different. Sheng chuckled and said that they were so noisy and annoying, just like flies. Did he just want to tickle him with it? He gave the order to the hummingbird, and one of the robots crashed into the hilt of a sword lying nearby. Thanks to this, it rolled closer. He caught the sword and stabbed it into the monster's leg. He said with a serious expression that his other armor was indeed a problem. However, his joints were not that well protected. With this attack, he cut off the monster's leg, but it survived and was able to jump back from it. The protagonist also jumped back and ate a carrot to restore his injured arm. He also took out some tomatoes and thought that this can't go on any longer. He will have to improvise. Sheng's leg began to recover, and he said that he had just evolved and had not had time to eat yet, so he did not have enough energy to restore his body. He was very hungry. Dongchuan crawled towards him and told His Highness that he begged him to save him. The previous battle had drained his strength, and he could no longer stand. The prince looked at him and said that, to put it simply, he was useless. He said loudly that this was not true. If he took him to his mother, he would be able to heal. He begs to be saved, because he needs his help to control Nancheng. It took him a lot of strength to evolve. He does not want to die. Sheng said that he was too noisy. Besides, he was very hungry right now and hadn't had time to eat after evolving. He was so hungry that he had no strength at all. And this man was like an insect that was hard to catch. He was in a foul mood right now. Dongchuan said loudly that he shouldn't do this. After all, he needed him to get rid of the Nancheng military police. He wanted to live, and he had worked hard to get to this point. He begged him not to do this. Sheng stopped in front of him and said that his job was actually to quickly collect food. He had allowed him to evolve to the 3rd level as a thank you for his hard work, but he didn't expect that he would be so useless. Right now, the mother was in the final stage of evolution. After she hatched from the cocoon, all of Nancheng would be under their control. When the time came, his people would be able to reproduce as much as they wanted. Right now, he was very hungry and needed to eat to replenish his energy. He mercilessly ate Dongchuan, who loudly begged him not to do it and called for help. After that, he said that he was distracted, and he had already managed to heal himself. Although the 3rd level mutant was quite good, and now he is full of strength. MC ate a tomato with a shocked expression on his face. He thought that this freak ate his own kind. He did not have many fruits left. He ate a whole dozen of the 4th level and was only able to evolve into an atavistic type. Sheng looked at him and said that if he ate this one too, he could become much stronger. He looked at his opponent with a serious expression on his face and thought that he had the last tomato left. The prince ran up to him very quickly and attacked him very hard. This attack hurt him a lot, and he thought that it was very fast. He could not escape. The monster was about to hit him, but stopped right in front of his eyes. He asked loudly with a worried look, "What's going on? Why can't he move?" The system announced that the evolution has been successfully completed. Ancient deity evolutionary type, branch system of laws. Awakened skills, gravity control, field expansion. The basic characteristics are used to strengthen the characteristics of the atavistic type. Tianran thought that he not only evolved into an ancient deity but also obtained an incredibly rare system of laws. The system announced that the ancient deity evolutionary type is divided into the elemental system, Superman, and law system. The world of the blue star is based on the laws of gravity acceleration, potential energy, and inertia. When a person masters the basic vital energies, he can become a god in the true sense of the word. He thought that the system of laws is by far the most powerful evolutionary branch of the ancient deity. The system announced that the gravity control radius is 3 meters. Field expansion. The gravity control radius can be increased tenfold in a short period of time through the use of a huge amount of mental and physical energy. He used his new ability on Sheng and threw him back very hard. He hit his back against the wall very hard and thought that he was a 3rd level mutant. However, he became stronger than before. How is this possible? The The protagonist thought with a small smile, is this the power of an ancient deity? Even at the first level, it is very powerful. If he consumes fruits and meat of the 4th level or higher, his ability level will continue to increase. He can't even imagine what this evolution will bring him in the future. His heart still can't calm down. It's such an amazing feeling, having such great power. This feeling of satisfaction is addictive. The badly injured Sheng fell to the ground and started coughing up blood. He wondered how he became so strong in an instant. He was even able to break through his strong armor. This can't go on any longer. He needs to run, otherwise he will die here. He started running very quickly. MC noticed this and wondered, did he decide to run away? He ran after him very quickly and with his ability launched several rocks which were able to injure this monster. He thought that he still had poor control over gravity. He peeked around the corner, didn't see him and thought that he managed to escape. However, he noticed traces of blood on the floor, which he left from his wound. Shen reached the well, called his mother, and said that he was sorry for not being able to live up to her expectations. He made a mistake. He was a complete disappointment. His attention was drawn to the sounds coming from the bottom. Tianron burst into this room and said that it turned out that the exit from the sewers led to the 1st floor of the building. No wonder the police were unable to detect him. Dongchuan really found a great place for him. It seems that he did not expect to die at the hands of the cult he himself worshipped. It is ironic, isn't it? Sheng turned to him and said that he was very annoying. He was again disturbing his time with his mother. An earthquake began and he said that however, his mother had already finished evolving. A huge monster crawled out of the well, which he looked at and said that he thought he was just crazy since he was eating his own kind. But this... what is this thing he calls mother? Sheng got really angry about this and asked loudly who he called something. His mother, the most loving one in the world. Although she has a hot temper and often hits him, doesn't feed him and calls him an idiot, and if he doesn't rank first in an exam, she slaps him and makes him kneel. However, when they were surrounded by a bunch of mutant ants, it was his mother who saved him, but he just ran away. He is such a cowardly freak. He abandoned his mother and hates himself for it. The protagonist thought with a worried look that he was in good shape, but he was acting very strange. Sheng said that he would not allow him to hurt his mother, much less be rude to her. The 7th level queen ant called his name and said that she was so hungry. She lacked strength and asked him to help her. He looked at her and said that after all, a body that had only recently mutated would be very weak. He raised his hand and said that she should let them be together forever. He guessed his plans and was very worried about it and thought that it was very bad. He didn't have time to do anything and the huge monster ate Sheng. He thought that he actually let the Beast King swallow him. What's the point of going this far? Now they had merged together. He looked at the monster evolving with a very worried look. At the same time, the doctors in the lab said loudly that they had finally done it. They had copied the divine gene. Great, they should immediately inform the researcher to inject it into his body. One of them felt a strong earthquake and said that he should take a look at the test tubes. The second doctor and said that he could forget about it because the researcher's life was more important now. Later, the news said that an abnormal earthquake had been detected in the administration building. A high-level mutant was presumed to have appeared. The Nancheng military police surrounded the building. A queen ant who had upgraded her level to 8 crawled out from the middle of the building. Wen looked at this with a shocked expression and asked, "How is this possible?" A beast king actually appeared in the city. A reporter who was flying on a helicopter nearby said loudly that this was unbelievable. This time, the main star will definitely be him. She looked at them and asked loudly, "How did they get here?" He said with a smile that he was so excited that he screamed. He apologizes. They are reporters from the Nancheng Daily Journal. She asked loudly with an indignant expression, "Are they even in their right minds? Who gave them permission to fly in this area? It's very dangerous, so they should fly away from here." He laughed and said that even though she said so, as a reporter, he can't miss such a sensation. One of the high-level beast kings that only appear on the border or in remote areas actually appeared in Nancheng. Besides, he wants to see it with his own eyes. He should be the first one to film it. The reporter was very surprised when he saw the monster and told the cameraman that he should film it close up. He should point the camera at the light. He should zoom in. What is this anyway? They saw MC flying very fast next to the monster and he said loudly with a shocked expression that it was a man. MC rushed towards the monster and thought, after changing its own gravity, it was able to fly. Then it reduced the friction of the body due to the improved characteristics. Tianron struck the creature and thought that this helped it develop unimaginable speed. But maintaining this state exhausts his mental and physical strength. MC threw the monster back, and the system window reported that Li Tianran is an evolution type, an ancient deity. His branch, a system of laws, and he himself is a mutant human. His strength is 102 points, intelligence is 98 points, and speed and will are 101 points. Skills, gravity control, field expansion. Gravity control radius, 3 meters. This can be increased by eating fruits from the 4th level. Tianran flew up, and the system window reported, field expansion. Gravity control radius can be increased tenfold in a short period of time by using a huge amount of mental and physical energy. The creature activated the insect summoning, and MC thought irritably, those horrible bugs keep regenerating damage. At this rate, he won't be able to kill it. Besides, the range of the gravity control skill is too short to deal fatal damage to the king of beasts. And then there are those bugs that heal the creature's wounds. At this rate, he won't have any strength left. If Tianran uses the field expansion to deal a fatal blow, then... no, he can't. He looked at the monster in surprise and thought, if he does that, he's afraid he'll use up all his mental and physical strength. If he doesn't finish the creature off in one hit, then once it loses consciousness, it will definitely die. MC created a vortex and rushed to the side. He clenched his jaws and thought, horror, this is a real problem. A projectile flew past him, which surprised Tianran. He heard a scream from the side. MC turned around and saw a helicopter calling out, they will cover him. He needs to attack the Beast King's core. Only destroying the core will stop the monster from regenerating. MC was puzzled. The core? Wen shouted, it's usually next to the brain, and it's the strongest part of the armor. She ordered MC to look closely. That place is usually the most prominent. Tianran looked at the body of the monster that the military was attacking and thought, he got it. The location of the core. He examined the creature's body and thought, where is it? Could it be this? He saw a part of the monster and thought, the insects are gathering there. Yes, that must be it. He has the military police's support, then he will use all his mental strength. The system window reported a field expansion skill, and MC thought that he would end everything with just one blow. The system window reported, his strength is 7 points, intelligence is 98 points, speed is 101 points, and will is 9 points. Tianran swung his hand and sent an energy attack towards the creature, and then flew down. He was caught in a net by the military, and he was already unconscious. Wen looked at him and thought, that was close. So that mysterious person was actually him, Li Tianran. At this moment, the TV was showing a report about what happened. The host said that a strong earthquake was recorded at 6 o'clock, 14 minutes this morning. A giant mutant appeared at the administration building. Damage was caused to all nearby buildings within a radius of 10 kilometers. The size and energy fluctuations are believed to belong to at least the 8th level Beast King. This monster was destroyed by a mysterious humanoid. The guy asked in surprise, what could possibly defeat the Beast King? His friend replied, who knows? The voice from the TV reported that the humanoid was enveloped in blue light, making it difficult to see what was happening. Someone was sitting in front of the TV and saying, wow, it is stronger than an entire army. In every house, people were watching the news. In one of the houses, a child screamed, Mom, there's a superhero fighting a monster. The mother ordered the children to stop talking nonsense. The announcer's voice said that they didn't know if it was a new weapon from the government or a new mutant. They needed to watch the news further. At that moment, a hooded man was standing outside and laughing. He said, it's a mutant. After a while, the voice said that the second wave of destruction was approaching. There were 8 hours left. MC opened his eyes and saw a timer in front of him. The system asked to reinforce their shelter as soon as possible to cope with the second wave of destruction. Tianran looked around and wondered where he was. He passed out after using up all the energy in his body and mind. Fortunately, he didn't sleep for long. Even the system reminds him that the farm's defenses are not good enough to withstand the second wave. It looks like this wave will be a little more destructive than the first one. According to forecasts, the current level of human technology can last until the third wave at most, and existing civilizations can be completely destroyed. He decided to open the points window and saw 7,980 points on it. MC thought he just needed a little more to upgrade the shelter to level 2. He just needed to collect another batch of crops and the upgrade would be available. He ate a lot of fruits in this battle and there was some free space in his inventory. I wonder if he could put a weapon in there and use it whenever he wanted? MC asked to put the sword in his inventory and then happily thought, it worked. The system window reported that it was a level 1 Tang Dynasty sword. Tianran looked at it and thought, level 1? Can real-world items level up if you put them in your inventory? So as the level increases, the weapon's damage will also increase. It's already pretty sharp. MC got out of bed and stretched a little and thought, it's time to go. Time waits for no one. The crops need time to ripen. Tianran smiled and thought, The person who gave him the hint must have been Officer Yuan. Although he was grateful that she had caught him in time, he would have to wait with his thanks. He jumped out the window and flew down. At this moment, the officers entered the room and Yuan Yi said, he was gone. He looked at Wen and asked, did she want to bring him back? Wen said to forget about it, he won't agree. Yuan Yi said, but if he was wandering around somewhere? Wen interrupted him and said, does he really think that they, the Nancheng Military Police Department, can catch a mutant who can single-handedly deal with the king of beasts? The strongest military mutants could only greatly increase their strength and develop their bodies, but they had seen what he was capable of. Yuan Yi coughed and said that he did not mean to force him. Wen said, she meant that they must win the favor of people with such power. They can't force him to do what he doesn't want, and maybe he's mad at them for their incompetence. The military police are so weak now that they couldn't even protect a girl. Why would he trust them? Yuan Yi spoke, then Yuan too. Wen interrupted him and said that she could convince her father. She didn't think he had any evil intentions towards humanity. On the contrary, he was on their side. For now, there was no point in bothering him, but rather she could just watch what happened next. She wanted to see how strong he would become in the future. Yuan Yi said, anyway, she should just go and tell him. He didn't want to be beaten by his uncle. After a while, MC returned home. Han rushed to him and shouted, big brother, he's back. Nan happily spread his arms out to the sides and shouted, Boss Lee? Xiaohei happily barked. Han hugged MC and he apologized for making them worry. Everyone hugged him and he said, okay. Tianran thought he had become much stronger, but this superpower. He asked, can they let him go first? Nan replied, yes. Han screamed that she wanted to be held by her older brother. MC looked at Uncle and asked, Uncle Nan, did he evolve too? Nan showed his biceps and said, yes, he woke up like this yesterday. He doesn't even know what kind of fruit did it. Han screamed, big brother. Let him look at her. She had become stronger too. The system window reported, Uncle Nan, an atavistic type of evolution, and his skill is superpower. Han has the same type of evolution, and her skills are the Eye of Truth, superpower. Tianran smiled and thought, they got an atavistic type. The system window reported that the radiation-resistant corn has ripened, and the radiation-resistant peppers have also ripened. MC put his hands on his hips and said, just in time. A new batch of crops is ripe. He suggested to start harvesting. They are going to improve the farm. Han shouted happily, and Nan said, yes. The system window reported that a rare item, camouflage pepper, was obtained. It has a purple rarity level. The effect of the pepper, when consumed, allows you to enter camouflage mode for a few minutes, blending with the environment and avoiding sound wave detectors, thermal imagers, and optical detectors. MC sat down on a haystack and thought, enough points. The system asked, is he sure he wants to spend 800,000 points on a coupon to upgrade the shelter to level 2? After upgrading, the shelter's defense and area will be greatly increased, and the shelter privilege of camouflage will be available. The owner will also gain a new skill, flaw detection. Tianran confirmed this, and the system reported that a coupon to upgrade the shelter to level 2 was purchased. It was used automatically. The upgrade has begun. The surroundings began to transform, and the system reported that the second wave of destruction was approaching. 3 hours remain. The property of the original shelter is retained. The cattle barn is being upgraded. MC looked around where everything was changing, and the system reported that the fish pond and the crop field were being upgraded. A thermal energy radar tower with a range of 30 kilometers was installed. An electromagnetic interference detector with a range of 20 kilometers was installed. The system reported that turrets were being built. Han cried out in delight. The fish pond had become so big. It looks like an artificial lake. The shelter upgrade to level 2 was completed. The crop field area has been increased to 30 acres. The cattle barn area has been increased to 3 acres, and the fishing area has been increased to 5 acres. 1 acre is approximately 4,000 square meters. The system congratulated MC on successfully upgrading the shelter to level 2 and receiving a gift. Because the shelter was upgraded, the camouflage authority was unlocked. The system congratulated MC on unlocking the flaw detection skill. Tianran thought to himself, the level 2 shelter is like a small fortress. Not bad, but it is still too conspicuous. Hide the appearance of the level 2 shelter and use the appearance of the level 1 shelter. MC applied camouflage and thought that after applying camouflage, the outside of the farm will look the same as before. This will save him a lot of trouble. By the way, he just unlocked a new skill. The system reported that the owner of the level 1 shelter has the Eye of Truth skill. All objects and living beings will be displayed to the owner in digital form. The second level shelter owner has the skill Flaw Detection. It is the ability to see the flaws of all living things and find their weak points. Tianran thought about it. Weak points. He activated the skill Flaw Detection and examined Xiaohai's body. MC thought, I see. He turned to the system and asked if there were any restrictions on using this skill. The system told him that there were no restrictions. There are no races or creatures without weaknesses in the world. Even mutants of the rare evolution type ancient deity have weaknesses, but they usually hide it very well, so they will be hidden from him. Tianran thought about it. In other words, with this skill, even if the world is filled with mutants in the future, he will be able to defeat them with one blow. The system interrupted his thoughts and reported that the cherry tomatoes with level 4 divine enhancement were ripe. It asked him to pick them as soon as possible. MC thought about it. Another batch of tomatoes were ripe. Now he can reset the Han evolution path. If you don't focus on the ancient deity, these fruits should be enough for Han and Xiaohei to reset their evolutionary paths. After a while, Han and Xiaohei were eating tomatoes. Han was already starting to hiccup from how much she ate. She turned around and said, "Big brother, she can only get the atavistic type. She feels like she's going to throw up." MC said, "Han, if she eats a little more, maybe next time it will work out. She can't lose to Xiaohei." Han started eating the tomatoes quickly and screamed, "She won't lose." An energy funnel suddenly formed, which surprised MC. Han rose into the air and screamed, "Big brother, she did it." The system window reported that Han's evolution type is intellectual, skills, magnetic field, eye of truth. Tianran cried out happily, "You did well, Han." After his words, another bright glow appeared and a loud howl was heard. Han screamed, "Xiaohei, this is so cool." The system window reported, "Xiaohei, this is the divine king of beasts. His skill, King Pressure." He began to breathe loudly, and the system window reported that there were 30 seconds left until the second wave began. At this moment, someone asked, "Mr. Bai, how is he feeling?" Jingyan turned around and replied that he was in great shape now. The system window reported that his evolution type is atavistic. His skill is an exoskeleton that provides extreme speed. He said that his physical condition had fully recovered, but this was not the only reason. He was able to successfully copy the divine rut and become a pioneer in the era of gods. He can't stop it, his body is shaking. The countdown began, and the system reported that the second wave of destruction is approaching. From now on, aquatic life will disappear. The third wave of destruction will begin in 60 days. The lucky ones can enjoy this moment, MC thought. Water resources. At this moment, somewhere in the ocean, panic began on a European warship. The sailors shouted, "Captain, the radar is not picking up any signals. All signals are lost." A guy ran along the deck and asked the captain to look at it. The ocean. How is this possible? The captain looked ahead in fear and asked, "Why are there these mutated sea creatures?" The sailor asked, "Did the color of the water become very strange only in this area, or all water resources?" The captain grabbed his head and said, "Oh my god." Everything around the ship turned into a blood-red liquid. After a while, footsteps were heard in the laboratory. Jingming stopped in front of the device and said, "So this is the divine gene." He didn't expect that he would actually be able to do it. Suddenly, a long bone tail snatched the flask from his hands. Jingyan shouted in displeasure, "Who is he? How dare he touch his things?" Jingming looked at him and said, "His evolution was successful. He came so quickly, he must have touched something." Jingyan jumped down to the floor and asked where he got the password to the safe. Jingming said, "He really is worthy of being a descendant of the Bai family, since the higher-ups handed this matter over to him. He really got the divine gene." Jingyan said, "So it's him, Bai Jingming. What is he doing here?" He replied that he came to give him an order from the higher-ups, his glorious younger brother. From now on, he will be in charge of all his research projects in Nancheng, and he will return to headquarters and report on his work. Jingyan asked, "Did he come alone?" He looked away, and Jingming smiled and said, "Naturally, he is not here alone. They reported on his evolution a long time ago. How could he come unprepared?" Jingyan asked, "What does this mean?" He was surrounded by military men with weapons in their hands, and Jingming replied, "It seems like he had his own plans. Why didn't he report to headquarters immediately after everything was successful? Does he want to monopolize this achievement?" Jingyan looked at him and said, "They hadn't seen each other for several years. Bai Jingming, he hasn't changed at all. He's domineering, shameless, and taking everything from him." Jingming replied that he wasn't taking anything away. This was called extracting benefits. The head office and the Bai family had provided him with everything, including research funding and technical support, and now he had to share his results. But there was no need to worry. He had created such wonderful advantages for the head office that even if he went back there now, he would still receive huge benefits. He wasn't taking credit for his achievements, but taking him back to enjoy a well-deserved rest. Jingyan frowned, dissatisfied, and asked, "A well-deserved rest? Was he kidding me?" He's afraid that once he showed up there, he would be made a test subject for the Divine Creation Project. Jingming laughed and said, his younger brother, even he himself had used his own body for the experiment, so it shouldn't be a problem for him if they looked into it. As far as he knows, he has only created 2 copies of the divine gene. He used 1 copy for himself, and the other copy is in his hand. He waved his hand and said, "Whoever doesn't want such a precious specimen, they must be brought in." At this moment, Lan Ning spread his arms out to the sides and said, "Master Bai, his family business has nothing to do with him. He's an ordinary worker. Could he please let him go?" There were people in robes standing behind him, asking for help. Jingming folded his arms and said, "An important person like Technician Lan can't just leave like that." Jingyan asked displeasedly, "Does he think he can use them to bully him?" Jingming replied, "Of course not. He's just showing him that he has taken control of the Nanchang Research Institute. Even though he has evolved, he's still mortal, and he won't be able to remain unscathed if he's shot by such a weapon. He should give up this useless resistance and just hand over the divine gene. It won't be very good if this breaks." Jingyan looked around and thought that with his current physical strength, there was no way he could face more than 20 armed stormtroopers, but with extreme speed he should be able to escape. Jingming folded his arms and said, "It seems like he doesn't want to cooperate. It is said that some mutants have healing abilities, so he can still live with broken arms and legs." After saying this, an explosion occurred in the room. At this moment, Han shouted loudly that she really likes barbecue. MC smiled and replied, "Everything she likes is here." Nan looked at him and asked, "Boss Li, what is the occasion of this feast?" Tianran spoke up to celebrate that they have obtained all types of evolution. He put a lot of effort into preparing the dishes and added a lot of high-quality ingredients. The second wave of destruction has already passed, and everyone is still at the first level. He would like them to go up 5 levels as soon as possible. There were 3rd and 4th level dishes on the table. Han's mouth watered with appetite, and she cried out, "Big brother, such a wonderful holiday. Why didn't Xiao He come to celebrate with them?" The system reported the conditions for Xiao He to return to his humanoid form. The first condition is to deactivate the Beast King mode. The second condition is that the physical strength value must be so low that it is impossible to maintain the Beast King form. MC replied that Xiao He really likes his current state, so he prepared a separate portion for him to eat outside. "Mr. Big Guy can't enter the house," Han said thoughtfully. "He looks much more handsome in this form." The system urgently warned that 2 heat signatures are approaching the farm. The heat signatures are people. They are moving at a speed of 38 meters per second. The targets have received significant damage. The body temperature of the targets is dropping. They will arrive at the farm in 23 seconds. Tianran thought about it. They are moving at a speed of 38 meters per second. Only mutants can do this. He widened his eyes in surprise when he saw Bai Jingyan carrying the injured Lan Ning on his back in front of the energy field. Jingyan stretched out his hand and thought, "What kind of nonsense is going on in this farm? It's like an invisible wall is blocking him from passing. Horrible, it looks like it won't help him. He can't stay in one place for long. Bai Jingming will find him soon." Suddenly, an MC appeared behind him and said, "Hello, it looks like he's at the bottom." Jingyan cried out in fear, "Li Tianran, him." The MC smiled and asked, "What's with that disappointed look on his face?" The system reported that permission has been granted. He waved his hand to the side and said to enter. The system reported that the stranger Bai Jingyan has been granted permission to enter. Tianran leaned on the wall and said that he was very curious about his evolution type. After a while, energy was spreading on the Storm Island. The system reported that it was an island surrounded by 3 major countries, Yanhuang, the European Union, and ancient Egypt. Because of the terrain, there is a storm all year round. Besides, it has no strategic value, and there are no important mineral resources there. Storm Island has remained untouched. The island is inhabited by only a few indigenous people who are engaged in livestock farming and fishing. The level of technology and civilization there is very backward. Jingyan sat on the sofa and said that he built a small base there a few years ago when he went to the island to do some research. He never mentioned it. That's why Storm Island is now, it's the best place to hide from the head office. MC listened to him carefully and then asked what exactly this head office is. Jingyan replied that the head office of the North Asian Corporation is a monopoly company that includes several large families. It is involved in almost all profitable industries in the market. The 5 main families are Bai, Ren, Lan, Qin, and Zhong. They are the backbone of the head office and the highest center of power. After the world changed, he found out that there were endless possibilities that these radioactive plants could provide. So he proposed the Divine Creation Project to the head office. But opinions were divided on it. Many people were against this project, thinking that it was against the idea of humanism. But the Bai, Ren, and Lan families saw the huge profits hidden behind this project. Without informing the Qin and Zhang families, he was given all the resources to establish a research institute in Nanchang to resume research on new medicines. Jingyan's true intention was to use the resources of the head office to achieve his own goals. He doesn't want the results of his research to exist only for the sake of profit and giving power to a few people. He may belong to the Bai family, but he's just an illegitimate son and has no voting rights in either the head office or the family itself. When he wants something, he has to make up an irresistible lie to get it. He thought he had everything under control, but apparently, he never really had. Tianran listened to him carefully and then said that he could send him to Storm Island. Jingyan asked in surprise, "What? They can't just sneak onto the ship. The ocean is polluted, and if they use a boat to cross it, they might be attacked by mutated sea animals. And he's afraid that the head office is monitoring all the airlines." MC blurted out who said they needed a boat. He ordered them to follow him. The guys went outside, and then Jingyan's eyes widened in surprise. Tianran smiled and stood near the helicopter and said, "Investment requires maximum return. A helicopter with camouflage paint will help them remain undetected. Not only will it deliver him and the hacker to Storm Island safe and sound, but it will also provide them with the necessary equipment and supplies." Jingyan asked in confusion, why is he helping him? He thought his ideas were too extreme. MC looked down and spoke. Having witnessed many violent events, he changed his mind. Especially with the water pollution, the human environment needs some radical changes. However, if he accepts his investment, he will have to change some of his concepts. Jingyan listened to him and then said that if he really helps him get to the Island of Storms, then he promises that sometime in the future, when he needs him, he will travel thousands of kilometers to come to his aid. Ignoring any resistance, he will come to him and cleanse the world for him. Tianran extended his hand and shook it, telling him not to forget his promise. But until he sends him there, he will not be able to live and eat here for free. He asked him to help him feed the sheep. Jingyan asked in surprise, "What?" At this moment, Jingming was talking to Chunyun, who said that he resisted. This was expected. He prepared a lot, but he still couldn't stop him. He won't be able to handle his responsibilities. Jingming replied, "Father, he just didn't expect his evolutionary ability to be so strong. But don't worry, he won't get far." He sent people to monitor all the airlines and other transportation hubs throughout Nanchang. And the medical industry is also controlled by their people. Lan Ning is an ordinary person. He was seriously injured, and without treatment, he won't survive. As soon as he shows up, they will immediately seize him. Chanjin said, "After all, he is a member of the Lan family. It won't be easy for them to explain why he was injured." Jingming said, "Father, whether Lan Ning lives or dies, it will all be the fault of that traitor Bai Jingyan. It has nothing to do with the Bai family." Father thoughtfully asked him to just handle it. Jingming replied, "Of course, Father." Chanjun asked a question. He heard he went through a perfect mutation. "Is that so?" Jingming replied, "Yes." The father said that he didn't expect that the first perfect mutant among the 5 families would be his son. If he didn't stray from the right path, he could become his successor. They, the Bai family, must be the best in every way. He asked Jingming not to let him down. Jingming clenched his fist in annoyance and shouted, 3 days. If he didn't catch it within 3 days, he would give up all his privileges at the head office and even his family. Chanjun spoke up, this is his task. In 3 days, he hopes to hear good news. He disconnected the call, and Jingming ordered an assistant to bring Ren Xiao here. He wants to ask her some questions in person. The guy replied, "Yes." At this moment, MC chuckled lightly as he watched Jingyan feed the cattle. He smiled and thought, no wonder there are so many capitalists in the world who like to watch others work. He cried out, "Old Bai, he's doing pretty well." Jingyan turned around and asked again, "Old man Bai?" To tell the truth, he used to do this kind of work until he was 8 years old. MC asked in surprise, "Did the young master of the Bai family do this kind of work before?" Jingyan fed the 3rd-level Highland sheep and told him that he was an illegitimate child and had lived with his mother until he was 8 years old. If the Bai family weren't so few people, they would never have even noticed his existence. But it didn't matter. He didn't consider himself a member of the Bai family. It was enough for him that the surname allowed him to obtain the resources he needed. Tianran thought about it. It seemed that the stories of huge scandals in large families were actually true. At this moment, his thoughts were interrupted by a notification on his phone. He widened his eyes in surprise, and Jingyan asked, "What happened?" MC smiled and showed the screen of his phone, saying that he had some interesting information. Some time ago, Jingming contacted Ren Xiao and said that he wanted her to tell him as much as possible about everyone Bai Jingyan had contacted since he arrived in Nanchang. What he knew and the information he got from his insiders were no different at all. Xiao replied, "Mr. Bai, Researcher Bai destroyed most of the data when he left the research institute. She won't be much help to him. Jingming asked, didn't she notice anything unusual? Xiao folded her arms and replied, Mr. Bai, all the information she knew had already been given to him. And since he has insiders, he should know that she didn't spend much time with researcher Bai, right? Jingming smiled and said, Miss Ren, she seems to be somewhat hostile towards him. Xiao replied to him, perhaps it was because of his questioning and his interference in his carefully prepared lab after he arrived in Nancheng. Jingming replied, Miss Ren, this decision was made by the three families. He stole the divine gene that belonged to them. He betrayed them. Xiao looked down and thought, judging by how seriously the head office treated this matter, the power of this gene was probably far beyond her imagination. The divine gene, the humanoid monsters in the Bai Jingyan body mutation lab after injecting the unfinished serum, the DNA comparison results, the death of Liang Tianyu. Li Tianran, a man with tremendous strength who infiltrated the villa, was it possible? Xiao asked, so the head office is actually conducting research on human transformation, right? Jingming replied that he could only say that she should not get involved. Now, the three families had an opportunity to overcome the silt difference, so he should find Bai Jingyan. As for her, she should just do her job. Xiao frowned and thought, he really was an unpleasant person. She said that with the Bai family's power, he should have already blocked all his escape routes. If even the Bai family can't find him, how can she, a mere manager who doesn't even have access to classified information, do it? Jingming said, Miss Ren, there's no need to criticize him just because the head of the Ren family didn't give them the appropriate access. It just means that a girl like her is not taken seriously by the Ren family. She should blame the fact that she is a woman who doesn't have the capital to become part of the core. Xiao sneered and thought, this idiot, even if she knew something, she wouldn't tell him. She apologized and said, but that's all she knows about researcher Bai's situation. After all, she's just a woman with limited authority. She turned away and asked for forgiveness. Jingming spoke after her. That's why he always says that women should stay at home and give birth to children. The door slammed behind her, and after a while, she was driving in a car and calling the MC. She said, Mr. Li, she is Ren Xiao from Tianren. MC asked, how can he help? Xiao said, she knows that Bai Jingyan is with him. They need to meet and discuss something important with them. Tianren replied that he did not understand what she was talking about. Xiao said, he understood everything perfectly. Li Tianren, she rarely shows such kindness. She will arrive at the farm in half an hour. After a while, she drove up to the farm and told MC to hand over Bai Jingyan to her. MC replied, Miss Ren, it was very presumptuous of her to come here and say such strange things. Xiao folded her arms and ordered him not to play games with her. Her people had already compared the DNA. She did not believe that Bai Jingyan was not with him. She warned him, they had nothing to do with the head office, so he should not force her to drag him into this. She didn't report the DNA comparison to the head office if he gave her that person. Suddenly, Tianran turned around in surprise and saw a shell fall next to him. Xiao screamed in fear. Where did the sniper come from? At this moment, a voice rang out and said, he didn't expect his shrewd brother to be hiding on this rundown farm. Jingming thanked Miss Ren for showing him the way. But she had better think carefully about how she was going to explain to the Ren family that she had warned the traitor. Xiao turned around in fear and asked, how did he find this place? Was he keeping an eye on him? Jingming sneered and asked, he didn't trust the illegitimate son of the Bai family, so what makes her think he would trust a woman like her? He had been monitoring all of her devices. He only needed to provoke her, and she would immediately give herself away. She wanted to take Bai Jingyan away and hand him over to the Ren family? That's why he said that they women are incredibly stupid. His subjects pointed their guns at MC and Xiao, who had scopes appearing on their heads. Jingming said, just like his bastard brother, they are all just a bunch of trash. It's better for them not to move. His snipers are excellent. He suggested settling this peacefully. Miss Ren, as long as she doesn't go against him, she is still a member of the Ren family, and he wouldn't want to hurt her by accident. Okay, a little farmer's boy, let him give it to him. He looks so poor, even his clothes are so-so. He looks like he's in a tight financial situation. He's a fugitive, what use is he to him? Jingming ordered his useless younger brother to be handed over to him, and he will give him a fortune and a lot of supplies. He doesn't want to anger all these guys and get into trouble, does he? MC laughed and said, a stupid woman, an illegitimate child, a farmer's boy, what a noble young master. Jingming looked at him puzzled, and Tianran said, he knows, he hates people like him the most. A bright beam shot at the assistant's head and MC ordered Jingming to look at himself. He is so arrogant that it is even disgusting. The hummingbird warriors struck the guards, and the guys ran away and screamed in fear. What the hell? Where are they shooting from? Jingming waved his hand and ordered the snipers to kill them. The snipers fired towards MC, but he did not even move. Xiao screamed in fear, Mr. Li, he needs to watch out. MC used gravity control, after which the fallen quickly fell to the ground. Han appeared behind him, and Tianran asked, "Miss Ren, why is she hiding behind the car? It seems that she still does not trust him." Han said, "Big brother, she can't control so many people now." MC replied that it is fine. Her level is still not high. Han used the Brain Warrior control, and Jingming shouted in dissatisfaction, "What's going on? Why can't he move? Are they all perfect mutants?" Xiao covered her head with her hands and said, "Mr. Li, she's just trying to survive. And she didn't expect him to be so strong. How scary." MC replied, "I see." The guards and snipers shouted loudly, "Why can't they move?" They fell to the ground dead, and Jingming screamed in fear, horror. "Ren Xiao, she brought him here on purpose. How did she guess?" Xiao replied, "He even put a spy on her brother. Naturally she was wary of him, it's obvious. The first thing she did was check if her phone was bugged. And of course, she found it. So she borrowed a phone from a colleague and sent a message to Mr. Li. And then they planned this little show together. It was a good thing he was so desperate to catch them that he even brought all these people, saving them the trouble of hunting them down individually." Jingming screamed, "She." Han frowned and said, "She's losing control of him." Suddenly, a scream rang out. "Bai Jingming, he deserves to die." He turned around and saw Bai Jingyan behind him. Jingyan stuck his bone tail to his neck and said, "This is no longer a world that can be controlled by money, power, and military force." Xiao said, "To die at the hands of a woman and his father's illegitimate son, whom he despised so much. What's wrong with that, Lord Bai?" Jingming yelled loudly and angrily, "You idiot, let him not even dare to touch him. The Bai and Ren families won't let this go. Can she afford to kill the heir of the Bai family?" Xiao asked, "What if the Bai family doesn't investigate this matter?" Jingming asked puzzledly, "What nonsense is she talking about?" Jingyan replied, "Bai Jingming, don't forget that his surname is also Bai." Jingming shouted, "He wouldn't dare, isn't he afraid?" Jingyan smiled and asked, "Why not? If he kills him, he will remain the only child of the Bai family. Does he really think that with a character like the old man, no matter how much he loves him, the eldest son whom he considers the heir, he will do something to him? The only remaining son?" Jingming screamed, "What nonsense! He is an idiot born from a fallen woman. His father will never acknowledge him." Jingyan slit his throat and said that it is not up to him to decide. Jingming screamed, "If he dares to kill a member of the Bai family, he will never gain their recognition. His father will not leave him alone." Jingyan asked, "Is the approval of the Bai family so important? He has already lost everything. He has nothing to fear anymore." Jingming screamed, Jingyan cut off his head and said that he is also from the Bai family. His body fell to the ground and the MC walked up to Jingyan and said, "The Bai family." Jingyan took out the phone from Jingming's pocket and called his father. Cheng Yun asked, "Did he catch him?" Jingyan spoke up. He was sorry to disappoint him. Father said, "Jingyan, he is also his son. There is no need to do anything stupid. Let him go back with Jingming, and his status and attitude towards him will not change." Jingyan replied, "He is afraid. Only at times like this, he remembers that he is his son. Father, he must tell him the sad news about his chosen heir, the future head of the Bai family, Bai Jingming. He was just going to die at his hands." Chanjin screamed loudly, He killed a member of their family." Jingyan replied that he hasn't had a family since he was 8 years old. He formally informs him, Mr. Bai Changyun, that if he continues to look for him, he will hand over the serum he has to the authorities, or he could give it to the Zeus Company and the Lion King Corporation. There are many people in this world who are interested in this. Now he is his only son and the only person who has the right to become the heir of the Bai family. If he wants to preserve the remnants of their bloodline, then perhaps after his death, he can continue to promote the prosperity of this family. Father cried out. Jingyan smiled and said, "Of course, if he decides to use all his strength to kill him, an unwanted idiot, to avenge the death of his beloved eldest son, he will accept it. But he can tell him for sure, as long as he lives, he will destroy the Bai family and everyone who bears this surname. They will die a miserable death." Chanjin laughed loudly into the phone, and Jingyan said, "Old man, he will not return to Yanhuang anytime soon. Let him take care of himself. If he exhausts himself with anger, it will be difficult for the Bai family to live until he returns." He hung up, and a helicopter flew out from behind the energy field. Lin Nan waved his hand and cried out, "Boss," MC asked, "does he think his father will compromise? Even the most sensible person would go crazy when he heard that his favorite son was killed." He laughed lightly and then said that this was the problem with having power. Even if he was very angry, he still had to remain calm and think about the pros and cons. People like him would do anything to make a profit. First, he was the head of the Bai family, one of the 5 major shareholders of the head office, and second, he was Bai Jingming's father. He just didn't have the courage to give up power. Tianran said that he was right. Jingyan replied that it was okay. In the next few hours, the Bai family would keep a close eye on him, so they wouldn't notice him. Bai Jingming was a very independent person, so even if he found out that he was hiding on the farm, he wouldn't report it to the head office or the Bai family. He didn't want the Ren family or the Lan family to take credit for his achievements. Once they get rid of all the people Bai Jingming left in Nancheng, his farm will still be safe and hidden. He looked at Xiao and said, "What about that Ren family member over there?" She looked at Jingyan's bloody tail and asked, "What are they up to?" She had a hand in Jingming's death too, so they're all in the same boat. Jingyan replied, "Miss Ren, it's not that he doesn't want to believe her, but he really doesn't see any reason why she would want to help him. Taking the head office's side is the least risky option for them." Bai Jingming's sudden appearance caught him off guard. He apologizes for his reaction. He doesn't want Mr. Li's identity to be exposed because of someone he can't trust. Xiao clenched her jaw in fear and said, MC said, "Old Bai, there's no need to hurt her, let her finish." Xiao sighed and said, "Well, cooperating with them is indeed risky, but she would rather take the risk. She believes that he, being on the same level as her, is more trustworthy than the people at the head office. There are many things that the 5 major families treat differently, depending on gender and bloodline. She decided to help him in the hopes that he would also help her climb the career ladder so that she could become the head of the Ren family. How funny would the expressions on those rotten stumps' faces be when 2 unwanted children seized power? Doesn't he want to see it?" Jingyan said, "Miss Ren, she's a very interesting person." After a while, a helicopter flew over the burning ship, and Lan Ning said, "It looks like Boss Li has sorted out this whole mess. He's really something, destroying the corpses and cleaning up all the traces." "That's right, boss, he accepted his request, right?" Jingyan turned away and silently looked out the helicopter window. He remembered the conversation with MC and said, observing the Nuremberg Code in an apocalyptic world, it seems too naive to him, but he feels that he needs some rules to restrain himself. Only in this way he will not fall into the abyss too quickly. The Nuremberg Code is the first international document on the ethical and legal principles of conducting medical and biological research on humans. Jingyan said, "Besides, everything has already reached the point where it is difficult, even to simply survive. So he will not lack subjects for experiments." Lan Ning smiled and said that he recognizes his boss with his inhumane phrases. He hopes that they will meet again when they climb to the top. Shells were directed towards the monsters from the side of the ship, and a voice reported that square number 50 has been cleared. "We must continue patrolling." The captain said that they successfully completed their mission, but he does not seem to be in a very good mood. What is bothering him? Miao Yu replied that those sea monsters, no matter how ferocious they were nothing compared to their powerful ships and cannons. They were nothing more than giant, mindless animals. And even if there were 10 times their number, he was sure they would be able to kill them all. The captain asked, "But?" Miao Yu asked. Of course they could block the harbors and coastlines, but who said there weren't any underground rivers or caves leading to the cities? Once the monster broke into the city, could they use missiles to strike at the center of the city? The captain replied that this was a difficult question. Did he notice anything strange about the sea monster's behavior? Miao Yu asked, "Please clarify." The captain said that they were behaving like terrorists. Judging from past experience, those mutants should be completely mindless, but this time, instead of fighting each other, they formed groups and attacked their ships. It was as if someone was guiding them. They attacked them at regular intervals. They don't look like unconscious beasts driven by instinct, but rather like an organized group. Miao Yu looked at him puzzledly and asked, "Does he mean to say that these mutants have created their own ethnic group and civilization in such a short period of time?" The captain said, "A civilization? He thinks it's too early to say that. They are in the early stages of development, and he feels that they are no longer just mindlessly attacking them. They are attacking very frequently and in stages. He thinks they are learning. They are trying to understand them, to study their shortcomings and the gaps in their fighting methods." Miao Yu said, "If that's the case, then these monsters are truly terrifying." The captain said that the perfectly mutated Beast King already has an intelligence that is not inferior to humans. They will have to hope that he is wrong, otherwise. A voice suddenly rang out, reporting, "An urgent message from the Ministry of National Security. Colonel Miao Yu, an urgent message for him." The captain looked at the letter and asked, "What's the matter?" Miao Yu began to read. The Ministry of National Security sent an urgent telegram. In 3 days, the military and police departments will be merged throughout Yanhuang. The military department will take over the country. The captain asked where exactly. Miao Yu replied that it was in the war zone, Bazhou, Handong Mencheng. After a while, a huge monster crawled out of the ground. The girl woke up and asked, "Darling, she heard a strange sound." The man replied that she was probably delirious because she was hungry. He couldn't hear anything. The girl began to shake him and said, "But it's true, it was just outside the window." She turned around and saw a huge eye. She screamed in fear. A monster. The creature advanced through the burning and blood-drenched city. After a while, the system reported that Nancheng had been declared a level 1 threat. The king of beasts had invaded the city. In the city of Meishi, which is 200 kilometers from Nancheng, more than 5,000 people had died in one night. People were asked to gather in the city shelter because an evacuation was underway. The voice asked residents of all villages and towns to evacuate together, to facilitate control of the situation. Attention, attention! The monsters were advancing through the cities, and the frozen people, wrapped in warm clothes, were sitting in the shelter. The monster approached the farm and said, "The smell of food." The system reported that a huge heat signature was approaching the farm. Xiaohei ran out of the area and headed towards the monster, who said, "Small fry, he is no match for him. He will bite him in half." Purosaurus, the king of beasts and an atavistic mutant, screamed that he was the king. Purosaurus, an extinct genus of caiman that lived in South America about 8 years ago. MC said, "Strength 850 points, speed 105 points, and the evolutionary characteristic is berserk. A fatal brain defect. This is just a huge pile of meat. He calls himself a king?" Tianran climbed on the monster and ordered Xiaohei to kill it. And for a change, try the mutant meat. The farm was almost out of meat for him. After a while, Han asked, "Brother, is the meat not ready yet?" MC replied that it was not even close. The meat of the mutant king of beasts is really difficult to cook. Han said the flavor was simply delicious. Tianran smiled and said, "Han, you have to wait a little longer. If Xiaohei can't stand it anymore, he can bite off a piece of this leg." Han screamed, "This is unfair." Tianran replied, "Xiaohei is a dog, and he can eat raw meat. How can you compare them?" Han laughed and said, "Exactly." MC folded his arms and closed his eyes and thought, "The skin of this monster can be made into a jacket or a pair of leather shoes, and the teeth and claws can be ground up and used for medicine. The meat can be stewed, the brains boiled, and the bones soaked in wine. Such treasures should not be wasted." The monster weighs almost 10 tons, enough to feed Xiaohei for about 10 days. They should at least taste it too. He winked and thought, "It's done." Tianran made stewed Purosaurus meat. Han tasted it and screamed, "Delicious." She's never tasted it before. MC smiled and thought, "Indeed, the quality of the Beast King's meat is different. It's so tender, much better than the meat from the third-level animals he raised." And after he ate it, his strength seemed to have increased a little. He opened the system window and looked at it and thought, "Indeed, it has increased." In addition, its evolutionary ability has also improved. It seems there is another way to open the path of evolution. Eating the meat of mutated animals may have certain beneficial effects. This change is very minor, completely different from the previous one. The only explanation for this is that the speed of evolution from the fusion of similar species is much more powerful than the effect of absorbing other mutants. No wonder that cockroach did not hesitate to devour its own kind. The flesh and blood of mutants can bring benefits to similar creatures. The second wave of destruction has just begun, and it is a matter of time before most of humanity is infected with the V-shaped virus. And when that happens, many will die. But there is a tiny chance that some lucky ones will still survive. Tianran can't even imagine what would happen if mutants knew that absorbing their own kind greatly increases their strength. It is like Pandora's box, which, once opened, leads to eternal hell. He doesn't know how many people would dare to disregard all morals and laws to do such a crazy thing. Xiaohai ate his fill and began to roll on the ground happily. Han laughed and screamed, so joyfully. Tianran thought that from this point of view, he needed to increase his strength. The selection of candidates for evolution must undergo a thorough check. At this moment, the military man reported to Mr. Yu that there was no information about the whereabouts of the Beast King. Yu Chen asked, "How is this possible?" The guy replied that they followed the trail to this area, but then it just disappeared. Yu Chen, a former member of parliament, said, "How strange, this Beast King did not develop the ability to fly. So how could it just disappear like that?" The military man folded his hands behind his back and said, "That's not the strangest thing. They found several fragments of its scaly armor nearby. Judging from these traces, the creature seemed to have been torn to pieces by sharp teeth. And there was no trace of the Beast King nearby." Yu Chen asked in surprise, "What? Is there an even stronger Beast King here? This is a problem." He started coughing loudly, and Wen said that he should rest. "He hasn't slept since last night." Yu Chen cleared his throat and said, "Although the parliament was dissolved and he is now just an ordinary person, he really can't rest until this Beast King is captured. When he first started working, he was also a military police officer, and later he was transferred to the parliament. And even though he is older now, he can't just hide in a shelter." Wen screamed in fear when she saw the blood on the man's hand. Yu Chen said, "It's okay, this is an old problem. There's no need to worry about him. In this world, if she lives too long, she might have to endure even more unbearable things." Perhaps it's a blessing that he left Yanhuang early. He looked out the car window and asked, "Young man, was there anything else suspicious?" The guy frowned and said, "Something suspicious. This is a pretty desolate area. After that incident, the people from the nearby villages moved to a newly built shelter. But 3 kilometers away, there is a farm where there are still traces of human activity." Yu Chen said, "A farm? It is so close to the place where the scale was found, but the Beast King did not touch it. It is strange." Wen thought about it. A farm, a farm. She widened her eyes in surprise and thought, is it possible? She asked to go and check out the place, and the boss agreed with her. She wondered, is this really Tianran's doing again? At this moment, Han was practicing gravity. She fell to the ground and cried out in pain. MC smiled and said that this time the range and duration of brainwave control have increased. "It is great," Han said. "She is so tired. Training is not fun at all." Tianran said that he will give her some fried chicken feet later. Through training, Han can develop new ways to play. Han thought, develop new ways to play. She shouted, "Exactly, Xiaohei, let him give her a try." She ran after Xiaohei and started laughing loudly. Tianran thought that Han's special skill value did not increase after eating the Beast King meat, but her basic mental strength increased greatly. The strength of her brainwaves depends entirely on the strength of her mental stat. It seems that the effect of eating meat depends largely on the type of evolution. When a divine-type mutant completes evolution, its overall stats will reach the maximum. The buff from eating will give an increase in all basic stats. It is almost an invincible power for the atavistic, intellectual, and ancient divine types. And although the Beast King that attacked last time was far superior to Xiaohei in strength and size, it was a normal atavistic type. So Xiaohei easily got rid of it. But as a level 7 atavistic type beast, it was stronger than the one they had encountered before. It was probably because, without human intervention, the sea creatures absorbed each other and gradually evolved. In this scenario, the Sea Beast King would be much stronger than the Land Beast King. It was an atavistic type, but its strength could not be underestimated. If it was one of the intellectual or divine type sea mutants, or even an ancient deity. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that humanity's chances of survival were terribly low. Tianran began to shake his head and think that he shouldn't be too pessimistic. Right now, most sea creatures are unable to go on land. Moreover, the sea beasts are too huge and won't last long outside of the water. As long as they don't mutate into creatures that can move freely on land, humanity can rest easy. They should level up as soon as possible. In any case, he was thinking about capturing the Beast King and raising it at home. With the Beast King's ability to self-regenerate, they could eat unlimited amounts of meat. But based on the results of previous experiments, the flesh and blood of the same Beast King still has limited benefits that it can give to a mutant. The meat of this overgrown crocodile increased Xiaohai's stats by about 3 times, and the rest of the meat, no matter how much he eats, only fills his stomach, but does not increase his physical performance. Of course, it will not be easy. It's a pity that such a bug occurred. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by a very loud meow. Tianran turned around and thought, where did this meow come from? And such a loud one at that. He saw Han standing in front of Xiaohei and was happy that he meowed loudly. She screamed, "So much fun." MC walked up to Han and grabbed her hair and asked, "What's going on here?" She jumped back and said that she was just doing as he said. "Bro." She was just trying out new ways to play. Tianran asked, "New ways to play? Then what happened to Xiaohei?" Han said shyly, actually she was watching the cartoon Luo Xiaobai's War and wanted a cat too. Then she discovered that she could get into Xiaohei's head and change his memories. She made Xiaohei think he was a cat. MC thought discontentedly, this is not what he meant when he said to develop new ways to play. He ordered to quickly bring Xiaohei back. Han screamed in fear, "Big brother is so angry." She turned to Xiaohei and thought, "Brother, this is just a small change. Does this change anything?" Xiaohei looked around discontentedly and Tianran asked, "What's wrong with him?" Xiaohei took a belligerent stance and Han turned around and reported that he said that there was new food nearby. Tianran asked, "Is that so?" At this moment, Yu Chen quickly drove away from the huge crab. Yu Chen screamed in fear, "The shell of these stinking crabs is too tough. What are these sea monsters doing on land?" Several bullets flew at the monster. Wen, sitting in the car, tried to shoot and shouted, "Damn! Even bullets don't affect him. You need to aim for the eyes." She fired a few more shots and shouted when he was hit. He shrank into a shell, and after a while, he completely recovered. The next second, the monster swung his paw, knocking over several military vehicles. Everything swam before Wen's eyes. She heard her name being called and asked to wake up. After that, they leaned out of the car, and Chen repeated that they needed to get out of here as quickly as possible. "Come on." Wen began to turn around, but he told her not to. She saw how the monster grabbed the man's body with its claw and began to devour him. Yu Chen shouted that Xiao Chen's death should not be in vain. They must leave. After that, they got to their feet and quickly ran in the opposite direction. While the crabs ran after them, he shouted at Wen to be careful. Turning around, she saw the monster swing its claw at them and wound Yu Chen. She called out to him in alarm, and the next second, the monster flew away and they fell to the ground. Breathing heavily, she said, "Lord." Seeing the monster approaching, she thought that this was the end. After that, she closed her eyes and, opening them slightly, thought in surprise. The monster stopped. The monster's claw was very close to her face, and then she shouted in confusion, "What?" At this moment, the protagonist appeared, who said, "Officer Wen, he is glad to see her again." She pulled her partner towards her and shouted in surprise, "Tianran. He must turn around. There is a monster behind him." Han, flying up, said, "Sister, Xiaohei is not a monster. She must not be afraid." She shouted in alarm behind her. At this moment, Xiaohei slashed at the monster with his paw, sending it flying backwards. She looked at it in confusion, and the protagonist used gravity control to say, "Another male crab." Then, turning to Xiaohei, he told him to eat its heart and leave the meat alone. His sister shouted, "Big brother, she wants crab roe bibimbap." He replied that they could only make crab paste. At this moment, Wen, trying to clamp the wound, shouted, "Master Yu Chen, he has to hold on. She will clamp the wound and take him to the hospital as soon as the bleeding stops." He replied that it was okay. He said that he was willing to sacrifice himself to save her, so she could rest easy. Tears flowed from her eyes, and she shouted at him, not to give up. "This mutant is really fast. They will get him to the hospital in no time." He looked at her and said that there was no need. She shouldn't waste the medicine. It was better to leave it to the young people who needed it. And after seeing this man's strength, he believed that Yan Huang still had hope. So he could die without regret now. At this moment, the protagonist walked up to them and asked, "Is he a member of parliament?" Wen turned around and shouted that now was not the time to ask questions. He had to quickly help her and take him to the hospital. He thought, what a fierce woman. And she added, "It's urgent, please, he has to take him to the hospital. Their military police station is indebted to him." And then MC scratched his head and told her not to cry. She shouldn't worry. He won't let a kind and honest man die. Then the system reported that he took out a cherry tomato with a level 4 divine enhancement from his backpack. Taking the tomato in his hand, he handed it to her and told her to give it to him. Wen wondered, why was he giving her a tomato? She never thought he was such a crazy person when she first met him. She shouted indignantly, "Is he kidding me? He has a fatal wound. He needs more than ordinary tomatoes to survive. Now is not the time for jokes. They need to take him to the hospital immediately." He scratched his cheek, thinking how noisy, and she added, how could she not notice that he was not quite right in the head when they were working together on that cult case? The protagonist looked at her and thought, this woman was also seriously injured, but she still had the strength to make such a fuss. She screamed that he should hear her, and he used the ability and saw that she had a slight head injury, a comminuted fracture of the tibia, a broken rib, and numerous soft tissue bruises. She continued to beg him, and then the system reported that he took out cherry tomatoes with a 4th level divine population from his backpack. He stuffed the tomatoes into their mouths, and when, swallowing it, began to lose herself in space, she noticed that she suddenly felt very hot. She grabbed her neck and looked at her comrade and said, "Sir." After that, she fell to the ground exhausted, and Han asked anxiously, "Sister, what's wrong with her?" The protagonist said that everything is fine. If the first evolution begins, then the body will be weakened. It will go into a dormant state to recover. Sighing, she thoughtfully said, she was surprised and thought that the evolution failed. The protagonist added, "This is a 4th level evolutionary fruit with divine enhancement, not the products of studying the V-virus, and their chance of activating the atavistic type is still 80%. After that, he looked at the system windows which said, Yuan Wen, evolution type, atavistic, special skill, extreme speed, Yu Chen, evolution type, atavistic, special skill, strong body. Then he turned to his sister and told her to erase their memories. She was surprised. Wouldn't Big Brother allow them to join them? He replied that the benefits of joining them were much less than returning to the government side. She said thoughtfully, "So, he wants to help the government research mutants?" "That's right. It doesn't make much sense for them to accept normal evolution types." He patted her head and said, "As expected of an intelligent type, she's becoming smarter and more resourceful. The sea creatures are becoming more and more active. Now only amphibians can go on land, but in the future, things may change. They should let the government select more people suitable for evolution before the sea creatures go on land in large numbers." He believes in the Yanhuang soldier selection system. After a few moments, Han turned to him and told him that she had altered their memories. He used his ability to lift their bodies and said that that was all for today. He and Xiaohei had to take the crab meat to the farm. She replied that altering memories required a lot of mental energy. She was so hungry that she could eat an entire elephant. He replied that he would make her some crab meat stew once he had dealt with them. He would be back soon. He then pushed off the ground and rose into the air. Meanwhile, Yang Yun, the director of the Nanchang Military Police Department, and Yuan Yi, a senior police officer, were standing on the helipad when the helicopter lowered in front of them and Miao Yu walked out. They saluted him and wished him good morning. He replied, "Good morning." After that, he introduced himself. He was the former captain of the Dongyang fleet. He was ordered to take command of the Nanchang Military Administration. Here is the translation order. After that, he handed over the document and added that from today onwards, all operations in Nanchang would be under his command. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Huangshan County would send 2 regiments of troops to be stationed in Nanchang. They replied as he ordered, and then he added, by the way, there was one thing that interested him. Yuan Yi asked, "What was that?" He replied that he had heard that 2 high-level mutants had appeared in the Nanchang military police station, and their evolutionary progress was much stronger than before. Yuan Yi confirmed this. The other candidates accepted by the military department were usually only a few times stronger or faster than ordinary people, but these 2. He said that he would like to meet them, and Yuan Yi turned around and said that in that case, he should follow him. After a while, they arrived at the right place, and Yuan Yi, clutching his head, sighed heavily and said, "There he goes again." He asked what was wrong. He replied, "Nothing serious. They should go. It looks like Professor Nan will have a hard time again." In front of them, the glass was covered with cracks from the monster's blow. At that moment, the professor screamed loudly. This was his latest successful development, a mutant beast and super strong nanoglass. Yu Chen awkwardly scratched the back of his head and apologized. He completely forgot that he needed to control his strength. And the professor continued to scream. A lot of money was invested in this. They must compensate for everything. Yu Chen, a former member of the Nanchang parliament, folded his hands in front of himself and said that he was very sorry. His type of evolution is atavistic. Miao Yu, looking at him, said in surprise, "So humans can also transform." Yuan Yi noticed that he was right. This is a new transformation that military mutants have not yet had. Not only that, Yu Chen's physical abilities are higher than others. He even developed a special skill, Blood Rage. This skill lasts for about 3 minutes. Miao Yu said, "Interesting. It sounds like the ability to go berserk for a short period of time. How interesting." And the other mutant? At this moment, Wen flipped in the air behind him and asked, "Is he looking for her?" He turned around in confusion, and she spun in the air again, and landing in front of him, guessed that he must be Colonel Miao Yu, who replaced her father. She then landed on the floor and added that she had heard a lot about him. He thought in surprise, so fast, and he did not sense her presence at all. Yuan Yi asked to be introduced. This is Nanchang's other perfect mutant, Yuan Wen, and her special skill is stealth. They shook hands, and Wen said, "Nice to meet you." He replied, "No wonder he could not sense her presence. She is amazing." She replied that she was flattered, but her ability was only suitable for dealing with small groups of monsters. It would be difficult even for her to deal with the Beast King's strong armor. In terms of destructive power, a mutant as strong as Yu Chen would be suitable. He replied, "Indeed, being able to take down such a huge beast with a single blow is truly terrifying." At this moment, Yu Chen walked up to them and asked what they were talking about. "What's the matter?" At this moment, the professor was standing behind him, adjusting his glasses in annoyance. Wen said, "This is Colonel Miao Yu, who has taken command of the Nanchang Military Administration." They shook hands, and he said that he was pleased to meet you. After that, the colonel said that he was very curious about the origin of their sudden abilities. As far as he knew, they were found unconscious in front of the military police headquarters. They were lying in a strange position, as if someone had seated them in front of the door. The CCTV camera nearby was broken. They have no leads except for a few human footprints. Do they remember anything? Yu Chen replied that he had tried to recall the events of the past few days, but he had failed. Wen added that she had failed too. It was as if her memory had been erased. She could not remember anything. He said that it was too bad, but if they could trace their evolutionary origins, Yanhuang's military power would greatly increase. The professor then said, by the way, there was no need to trace their origins. They already had gene samples of 2 superhumans. With the approval of Nanchang's leadership, small-scale human experiments were allowed to be conducted to analyze and reproduce the evolutionary genes of mutants. The hardest part now was getting the money. According to his calculations, the costs of creating mutants would be considerable. And as they could see, destructive power required the development of more durable training grounds and clothing. And a special weapon was also needed that would match the evolutionary abilities of mutants. Currently, most of Yanhuang's budget was spent on building shelters and military reservations. He hoped that Colonel Miao could help them apply for additional funding. He put his hand on his hip and replied, of course, he will emphasize the importance of this program to his superiors and ask for as much financial support as possible. After that, he lowered his gaze and thought, sea monsters are increasingly appearing on land. If the Dongyang fleet does not get rid of all the weak points in defense in time, their number will only increase. He hopes that they can create more mutants as soon as possible. If the sea creatures begin to attack on land in large numbers, he is afraid. Meanwhile, in the Mariana Trench, many monsters were circling around Siren, who was smiling ominously, and his eyes were shining. After that, he grinned, pointing his finger at his chest, and then took out a clot of energy from there and sent it upward. The clot of energy burst out of the water and then headed to the center of the city and stratified into many particles that landed on the street. One of the discarded water worms hit the glass of the balcony and fell onto the balcony itself. The man, surprised, looked towards the balcony, wondered what kind of sound that was. After that, he opened the door and thought, what the hell is this? There was a water worm, a clone, part of the king of beasts, Siren, a god type. He thought it looked really disgusting. After that, the clone opened its eye and suddenly rushed at the man's face. He screamed in fear and shouted for it to get away from him. After that, he fell to the floor, his pupils rolled back, and a growth appeared in the center of his forehead. He laughed and said, the king of men, where is he? We need to find the king of men. Meanwhile, Han lowered her hands into the basin with water and the creature. MC, standing behind her, folded his arms across his chest and said that they would begin. After that, she used her ability to lift the creature into the air and, closing her eyes, concentrated. After that, she sighed, throwing the creature back into the water, and the protagonist asked what she felt. Breathing heavily, she answered that the creature was afraid. He thought that she was using the magnetic field of her brain to penetrate the magnetic field of this mutant fish and read the memories of this one. Compared to other evolutionary types, intellectual and physically weaker, but in some emergency cases, it is even more useful than the ancient deity type. After that, he said, very well, they will take a short break and then continue. His sister frowned, and after a while, she repeated her actions. Her face was covered with sweat, and suddenly she screamed loudly, feeling the presence of Siren near her. The protagonist, covering himself with his hands, anxiously called her, and she rose into the air. A few drops of blood flowed from her mouth. MC ran forward to grab his sister. Siren at this moment looked forward in bewilderment, and the protagonist continued to call his sister. She, looking at him, said that she felt murder, horrors, far away so many huge clusters of brainwaves and magnetic fields. It is filled with only madness and violence. The protagonist said that everything was fine and she should not be afraid. She added that he had seen her too. She had been discovered. He was surprised. Discovered? Who was it? Meanwhile, the Beast King said, what a powerful brainwave. It was a human child. She must be the queen of humans to have such brainwaves. After that, he sent the waves to his subordinates and told them to find her, the servants of his sea tribe. They must find the human girl. He personally wants to challenge her. Meanwhile, the infected puppets were moving around the city. One of them grabbed the man by the neck, and he desperately begged to be released. After that, the puppet let go and said that it was not her. The next second, a weapon pierced his forehead, when resolutely moved forward, smashing the skulls of the puppets on her way. After a while, she reported with a special device in her ear that the puppets of Area D had been cleared. But the next second she saw a powerful explosion in front of her and, putting her hand to her face, thought in surprise, in Zone F, apparently too. At that moment, Yu Chen held one of the puppets by the head and thought, where the hell did these creatures come from? The puppet said, find the little girl. The mutants were ordered not to destroy them all. They must bring back some living samples. They answered, accepted, and then Yu Chen said, Professor, he needs to tell him something. About the puppets, they constantly repeat several phrases. He thinks there's something unusual about it. Little girl and find the king of men. He clarified, the king of men? He answered, exactly. The professor said it's like they are looking for someone. Wen thought she moved so fast that she didn't even notice it. The professor added, obviously they are controlled by some organization, judging by these words. He folded his arms over his chest and added that he had a bad feeling. Meanwhile, the protagonist, standing in front of the huge crab meat baked with cheese, said, this is the last crab leg. His sister said resentfully, then she can't eat seafood anymore. He looked at her and said, what a greedy kitten. Is there not enough fish on the farm for her? She laughed and replied, but the meat of these mutants is much tastier. It's not just that. There is not enough meat on the farm to feed Xiao He. MC thought about it. This is really a problem. The amount of meat from the King of Beasts is enough to satisfy Xiao He's appetite. But hunting this monster no longer gives him points. Unlike the meat from the farm, which gives him points every time he collects it, hunting mutants does little to improve the farm, so it's not profitable. Well, this is really delicious. This time, the meat is really luxurious. The crab baked with a lot of cheese is delicious. After that, he shook his head and thought, he's thinking about the wrong thing. The next second, a powerful energy pierced his body, and the system reported that the evolution type, ancient deity, had risen to the second level of evolution. He wondered, he had raised his level. The system congratulated him. After leveling up, he will have access to additional quests. He should pay attention that the difficulty level of the side quests will be significantly increased. The system said that for completing each side quest, he will receive a large number of points. The protagonist thought in surprise, additional quests? The system asked if he wanted to start the side quests. He thought that it was like handing a pillow to a sleeping person. In fact, harvesting is too slow to increase his level. The farm level needs to be increased enough to withstand any attack before the sea monsters start crawling out onto land. The more dangerous the side quest, the greater the reward. Not only will he get more points, but he will also solve Xiaohei's food problems. And there is also some creature with which Han had contact. It saw his sister and most likely understands what abilities she has. If it can get out onto land, she will be in danger. This monster can perceive his sister's brainwaves from 1,000 kilometers away. It must be very strong. No matter how dangerous it is, he will have to quickly improve the farm. Start side quests. The system reported that he successfully activated the side quests. Received a side quest. Does he want to accept it? He confirmed it, and the system reported, received a side quest, Puppet City. Objective 1, he must destroy the puppets, 1,000. Objective 2, get to the center of the city and find a summoning crystal. Destroy the cluster of summoning crystals. He thought in surprise, a summoning crystal, a puppet city? The system reported that the remaining time to complete the quest was 48 hours. Failure to complete the additional quest will result in a penalty. After some time, he climbed to a hill from which he could look at the city and thought, so this is the puppet city. That glowing place is probably the cluster of summoning crystals. The inventory is full of supplies. How big can the reward for this quest be? After that, he checked his inventory and then pushed off the edge of the cliff and flew down and thought that he couldn't wait to see this. A few moments later, he landed and saw many puppets. The system window reported, Waterworm, clone. Part of the Siren Beast King, divine type. He must destroy the clone to kill the puppet. He used an ability called Identify Flaws and then stretched out his hand and said, I understand. In that case, a sword would be best. After that, a sword appeared in his outstretched hand and several puppets were heading towards him. He smirked and then swung his weapon, cutting down several of them at once, quickly moving forward. He sighed heavily, and the system began to add up the number of puppets destroyed. Turning around, he saw the falling bodies, and then looking ahead, he noticed that they were all heading towards him. After a while, the system reported that the time left to complete the task was 26 hours. The number of puppets was 429 out of 1,000. He sat on the mountain of puppets and thought that he had almost recovered and returned to normal while eating the fruit. After that, he turned his attention to the system windows, which indicated the waterworms, clones, and summoning crystals, shards. He thought that this god-type beast king seemed to be able to infinitely divide into creatures that could control others. This ability was truly terrifying. But fortunately, these creatures only had 1/10,000th of the beast king's strength, and were easy to kill. But he would waste a lot of time if he killed them one by one. At this rate, it would be impossible to complete this quest in 48 hours. I wondered what the penalty was. It would be a disaster if he lost all the points he had worked so hard to accumulate. He then folded his arms and thought that there must be a solution. He had to try his best to survive first. He gripped his sword with more confidence again and thought, to kill the puppets, he needed to destroy the creatures that controlled them. And he would do this until his stamina ran out. There were 26 hours left. He still had plenty of time. The puppets nearby were almost completely destroyed. He needed to go straight to the central crystal. That was where the most of them were. After that, he climbed onto the roof and jumped from one building to another, thinking, of course, they were all here. He looked at the cluster of puppets and crystals below and thought that there were quite a lot of them. He thought several hundred. There was also a cluster of crystals. What was that for? Did the puppets constantly drag and stack small crystals on top of each other to create a magic circle? The number of crystals lay in different places. The ones he had broken earlier did not seem to be that special. Apparently, that in itself was not that important. In other words, the second objective could only be accomplished if he destroyed the magic circle. But he might have to break the largest crystal as well. There was no point in guessing, he had to try it. After that, he jumped off the roof and thought, in any case, he would deal with the puppets first. He concentrated the energy in his hand and, in the next second, he charged, chopping off the heads of the puppets. Suddenly, he looked to the side in surprise and thought, what was going on? Why was he getting tired faster than before? Was it because when he used gravity control, the consumption of strength and spirit increased? The numbers in the system window continued to decrease rapidly, and he thought, damn, he was too careless. Side quests are not that easy to complete. Could it be that after restoring stamina with fruits, this consumption will increase over time? He can't use his skill anymore. Otherwise, he will run out of stamina and be devoured by the crowd of puppets before he can destroy them. With these thoughts, he continued to attack the puppets surrounding him, throwing them in all directions. The system increased the number of puppets destroyed. His strength, speed, and willpower continued to decrease at an incredible rate. His body was covered in sweat. He was breathing heavily and looking ahead and continued to advance. He thought, damn, this time the stamina inflamed by carrots only lasted for 20 minutes, and it will soon end again. Open the inventory. He noticed that there were no more carrots left. The system reported that there were 4 hours left to complete the task. He thought in confusion that the only thing left was divinely enhanced soybeans, but the amount of strength that this could replenish was not enough to withstand such a wave. After that, he clicked his tongue in irritation and, attacking another puppet, thought, what about the white corn? Maybe he can finish them off in 30 seconds. But he can't. What if the berserk mode ends and he doesn't kill all the puppets? Given the weakness after the berserk mode, his chances of surviving are too low. He chopped off another head and, looking into his inventory, thought, to hell, no matter how small a mosquito is, it's just meat. After that, he threw a few pellets into his mouth and turned around sharply, but the next second the puppet bit him on the shoulder, and he cried out in pain, moving to the side. The puppet managed to bite off part of his shoulder, but he, turning on the spot, decapitated his opponent. Blood was dripping from his arm. He thought it was a waste, but nothing could be done. The puppets looked at him in surprise, and he, having become invisible, thought, without the healing properties of carrots, constant bleeding and rapid stamina consumption will kill him. He used the pepper of camouflage, level, purple rarity. Effect, when consumed, allows you to enter camouflage mode for a few minutes, blending into the environment and avoiding sound wave detectors, thermal imagers, and optical detectors. He thought he would have to use high-level fruits to recover. After a while, he sat on the crystal and held a delicious cold lunchbox in his hands. Ingredients: Level 2, chicken breast, eggs, corn. Level 3, mushrooms, spinach, tomatoes. Taste level 6, maximum 10. After eating, his physical strength will immediately be replenished. The satiety level will increase by 5, stamina will be restored, and the negative effects of hunger and bleeding will be eliminated. He enjoyed the food, and after a few moments, the system reported that the camouflage mode was deactivated. Remaining time to complete the task, 3 hours. Puppets, 1000 out of 1000. Remaining time to complete the task, 20 minutes. The protagonist continued to throw pellets into his mouth and, approaching the magic circle, concentrated the energy in his hand. After which he sent it forward, destroying the crystals along with the magic circle and the asphalt underneath. He clenched his fist, and a powerful explosion occurred. After some time, the system reported that the remaining time was 15 hours, 25 minutes, 11 seconds. He must destroy the summoning crystal, 1 of 1. Side quest targets, puppets, 1000 out of 1000. Summoning crystal, 1 out of 1. The system congratulated him on completing the side quest, received a reward, bonus points received, 2 million. Received a weapon upgrade coupon, 1. Received level 4 seeds, 100. Warning, stamina will run out soon, warning. He sat on one knee, breathing heavily, and the next second he fell to the ground. Meanwhile, Siren seemed to be struck by electricity. He looked at the magic circle from which a huge crystal fell. He wondered how this was possible. The summoning crystal was destroyed. After that, he used his waves again, turning to his soldiers who could go on land. They must go and check who the hell destroyed his magic circle. They must find the pest and kill. After some time, the system reported receiving a new side quest. MC opened his eyes and sat up, looking at the system window which said, a new side quest has been received. Does he want to accept it? He thought, the new quest came at such an inopportune time. Fortunately, he had almost fully recovered. The food in his inventory was almost running out. A weapon upgrade coupon? Looks like the quest reward was issued before he passed out. Then a sword appeared in his hand, and he thought, the upgrade coupon was used on the sword. He looked at the weapon in his hands. The system reported, the second level Tanheng sword. The new skill is Martial Spirit. It deals high damage in a short period of time, inflicting a continuous bleeding effect. He was surprised. Martial Spirit? He thought, it seems like it's something urgent. The system reported, the objective is to destroy an army of armored soldiers. The remaining time until the quest starts is 4 minutes 59 seconds. He desperately thought, why the hell is it starting so soon? Then everything around shook, and he thought that an earthquake was approaching from the coast. The next second, he pushed off the ground and, lingering in the air, looked ahead and thought one wave after another. Meanwhile, several monsters crawling out onto the land repeated, check the pest, kill. A huge crab appeared on the surface of the water, and the system reported, Siren, the king of beasts, the evolution type is divine. Activating skill, dominance. King of crabs, king of beasts, the evolution type is atavistic. The next second, the king of beasts reported that a heat source was detected. He found it. With his waves, he found the protagonist and was surprised. Only one person? But he was able to destroy his magic circle and kill the puppet army he called to the city. In addition to the human king, there are other people with similar strength. The message conveyed to him by the puppet was extremely clear. The evolution level of humans is much lower than that of the races of sea creatures. They are just trash that can be absorbed. Unforgivable, he will not tolerate that these weak people are above their clan. If it weren't for the water that had become their prison and that damn pressure on land, he would have gladly fought him. After all, he and his generals had been thirsty for blood and battle for too long. In this world, only the strong deserve to live. Those small creatures on land have no rights to their clan's resources. He originally thought that by destroying the human king, he would dominate the land, but he found it a little boring. He didn't expect that other than the human king, there were others who could awaken his desire to fight. He would see what he could do, and whether he could give him an unforgettable battle experience. He was going to warm up for a while before finding the human king. After that, he activated the skill, domination. Several waves of it reached the creatures that had come out onto land. The eye of the huge crab opened, and the beast king asked, this small thing? The human who destroyed the summoning crystal? He hoped that he could entertain him. He shouldn't die too quickly, otherwise, he would be extremely disappointed. At this moment, the protagonist looked at the gathered monsters and asked, why does he keep talking to himself? Hey, the one who controls the crab. He pointed his finger and added, is he so mad because he destroyed a bunch of rocks and sent those seafood to deal with him? Siren, perplexed, thought, such a strong perception. He is able to see it through the puppet. Then he asked, can he speak their language? The protagonist used a skill called the Eye of Truth and said, the language of the sea tribe is so difficult. He really is very sorry, but it is an extremely simple and easy to learn language. There are dozens of human languages, and he probably won't be able to learn any of them because of this. Is he right? He thought that Xiaohei's language system was not developed enough. He saw a translator in the store and bought it, and now he had to. He will scare him. Siren thought irritably, simple, easy. He snorted in disdain. How dare he underestimate their clan? His people do not bother to learn the languages of the lower races. The Sea clan only believes in absolute strength. In the face of absolute strength, their pitiful metal tools are just toys. MC looked at the crab and said, since they are so strong, why haven't they conquered the humans yet? Is it because they don't want to? Or because they can't come onto land in large numbers? The monster was indignant. What kind of? After that, the crab raised its huge claw and slammed it onto the ground, raising a huge amount of dust into the air. The Beast King shouted, how much nonsense is pouring out of this man's mouth? Meanwhile, Han woke up on Xiaohei's back and jumped off him, stretched her body and said that they need to go. Xiaohei, he must call everyone. After that, he threw his mouth up and howled loudly. Meanwhile, the monster shouted that he should not overestimate himself. Something is wrong. At this point, the protagonist was already on the side of the crab and swinging his weapon, attacked it sharply. The sea creature moved from side to side, and he thought that he managed to dodge this attack. After that, the crab rose into the air, and the protagonist, seeing this, jumped to the side. After that, the main crab began to emit waves directed forward, and the protagonist, holding the sword in front of him, thought that the monster realized that due to its size, it was too easy a target. Now he was going to hide in a bunch of monsters and use his minions to defeat it. But this is not enough. He used the control skill Advent Dominance. Siren ordered to take it. Wave impulses came from the eye on the crab's head. The next second, MC moved towards the bunch of monsters from the other side, and pushing off from the shells, made his way to the center to the main monster. Swinging his weapon, he quickly looked to the side and dodged when the crab attacked him with its claw and threw him into the building. The protagonist folded his arms across his chest. He used an ability called Gravity Control and wiped his mouth, thinking the change in gravity reflected most of the damage, but the power of an atavistic-type creature endowed with the ability to control beasts cannot be underestimated. He has too many of his minions in the way. If only. After that, Siren shouted, If he can't even defeat his subordinates, then he doesn't have to do anything. They must all attack together. After that, the sea creatures abruptly headed towards the protagonist, and he looked at the crabs approaching him in bewilderment, but the next moment, holes appeared in the crabs' bodies from a powerful attack. Han asked, "What is this?" Intimidating someone who is outnumbered is not an achievement. She said that reinforcements have arrived. After a while, many bodies of sea animals were scattered around, and Han looked at the huge crab and shouted, "We need to attack together." The others rushed to attack fiercely. Xiaohai grabbed the crab's claw, tearing it off. The others also dealt powerful blows. Just then, she turned to her brother and shouted, "Is he okay?" He noticed that she had arrived just in time. She ran up to him and laughed lightly, saying that they had come as soon as she sensed his presence. Then she looked at his body and shouted, "Brother, how could he be so badly injured? So much blood. Stinking crabs. She'll make a snack out of them." The next second, the protagonist punched her in the head and told her to relax. He was okay. Turning around, she asked, "Is it really?" He confirmed it. He had already healed. It was all thanks to the effect of the carrot. She knew what it could do. He thought that she should never have gotten involved in such a dangerous matter. He was such a useless older brother. Then Han looked him in the eye and said, no matter what dangers he faced, she hoped to face it with him. She would not let her older brother down. One day she would grow up too. He smiled and replied, "Good." Did she bring healing fruits? She confirmed this by lifting the bag of fruits with magnetic field control, and he said that she was smart. After that, he put it in the inventory and pointed his finger forward, telling her to check it, the largest monster in the center. Does it have anything to do with the abilities of the monster that connected to her consciousness? She looked forward thoughtfully, and then her eyes shone brightly, and she saw the spirit of the siren. At this moment, the robots continued to attack the crab, and a powerful beam burst out from its mouth. Xiaohei managed to jump to the side from the powerful attack. A hole appeared in the asphalt, and the sirens screamed such familiar brainwaves. It's her, the human king he was looking for. He found her. Han said, "What a strong malice, it's him." The monster screamed. It turns out that he is a subordinate of the human king. No wonder he is so strong. MC was perplexed. A subordinate, the human king? What is he talking about? Han shook her head and replied that she has no idea. Then the monster shouted, once he defeats it, nothing will stop him from creating a water summoning circle. He will dominate the land. The next second, powerful beams of energy shot upward, and the protagonist said, of course, that circle. If he understood correctly, it is needed to summon water to flood the entire city, right? Only then will they, the sea creatures, be able to come onto land en masse, and then gradually take over it. Siren told him to shut up. He will get rid of everyone who stands in his way. He used dominance, advent. The next second, a huge crab pushed off the ground and hung in the air, directing waves around. After that, it fell to the ground and MC, gritting his teeth, thought, how fast, much faster than before. After that, the crab pushed off the ground and headed for Han, who flew far ahead. The protagonist thought, damn, his target was her from the beginning. He can't get his attention. Meanwhile, the crab had already reached the next rooftop, and the protagonist wondered if Han was really the human king he was talking about. He wondered where this misunderstanding came from. He quickly ran forward and thought, it seems like he thinks that once he kills the human king, he will rule over humanity, right? This is crazy. But if you think about it from the perspective of a flock of animals, it all makes sense. There is no way he will let this happen. Meanwhile, the huge crab was moving from rooftop to rooftop, and Han turned around and saw it and shouted, damn, I can't get rid of it. She continued to fly forward while the crab climbed another skyscraper behind her. She used telepathy and, turning to her brother, told him to go to the shopping mall. He replied that he understood and she should be careful. Meanwhile, the others dealt with the rest of the sea creatures. Nan thought that they had killed almost all the small sea creatures, but Xiaohei's wounds were still there. Looking around, he thought there were 3 more. He was afraid that his strength was running out. Xiaohei was in a terrible state. What should he do? The boss was also busy right now. He then thought in surprise, Xiaohei? Several monsters jumped off the ground, rose into the air, and headed towards the dog, but he sucked in a huge amount of air. His stomach swelled, and then released a powerful beam of energy from his mouth, shooting upward, which hit all the monsters above. Nan, perplexed, said, this is excellent. He then looked forward in surprise and shouted, what's going on? Xiaohei, whose body was covered in wounds, lay lifeless on the ground, and he called out to him in alarm. Meanwhile, Han continued to fly forward, while the huge crab continued to climb the buildings, following her. The monster shouted, what happened? Wasn't she being arrogant a moment ago? Stop hiding. She has to fight. He wants to fight her. After that, he stopped on the helipad on the roof of the building, and Han turned around and he shouted, she finally accepted the challenge. That's right, He will tear her to pieces. He headed towards her, and she concentrated energy in her hands and sent out powerful pulses of energy. He asked, "What?" Han shouted, "Brother, faster!" She will not hold him for long. Siren furiously called the protagonist a dishonorable person. He asked where MC came from. Why couldn't he sense his presence? Siren brought his body closer to the protagonist, and Tianran asked what kind of strange things the monster was saying. The protagonist raised his weapon and noted that he needed to use his brain during the fight. Mana streams quickly, pierced the building. MC flew down at great speed and landed on the ground. Han, surrounded by lightning, landed near Tianran. She fell to her knees tiredly and exclaimed that everything worked out. The protagonist handed her a carrot and asked her to eat it. He noted that it would help restore her strength. Han was simply amazing. It must have been hard to control such a huge monster. Han exhaled and replied that it was very difficult. Just a few seconds of mind control almost depleted her momentary energy. Fortunately, his brain structure was simple, so he was easy to control. Otherwise, Han would not have been able to get into his mind given his hostility. The Beast King yelled that it was impossible. How could the protagonist hide from his senses? Siren yelled that he didn't believe it, and MC pointed out that the Beast King's senses were indeed very heightened. However, when the two of them were fighting for control of his body, they were at their weakest. The Beast King concentrated on regaining control, but this was what hindered his ability to function normally. Meanwhile, Tianran was hiding among the buildings. If he attacked from Siren's blind spot, he would have a better chance of success. The Beast King yelled that these were damned humans, so despicable and cunning. The protagonist raised his hand with a smile and pointed out that Siren was as stupid as his tactics. Didn't the Beast King use minions to defeat MC earlier? Tianran asked the enemy not to be like that. Siren shook with rage, and the protagonist looked at him in confusion. MC scratched his cheek in surprise and asked, "The Beast King is not going to act? It seems like the Siren is not that angry?" The system window notified that the side quest of destroying the armored soldier army has been completed, and the rewards have been received. Tianran looked at the item, and the system window notified that it was a level 1 diving gear. The protagonist wondered why the system would give him such a thing. Nan called out to the boss and asked him to help Hei. MC asked worriedly what happened to him. Nan held Hei on his back and said that he did not know. Hei emitted a wave of energy after being seriously injured. This is how Hei became right after that. Nian put his comrade on the ground, and Tianran used the Eyes of Truth. The system window notified that Hei's evolution type is divine. Strength is 0 out of 1,180. Intelligence is 85, speed is 0 out of 210, and will is 5 out of 80. He is in a dormant state. The protagonist let out a sigh of relief and asked Nan not to worry, saying that Hei was just sleeping. Nan wondered, but why did the comrade hibernate? MC looked at the comrade and clarified, did Hei become like this after releasing a wave of energy? How big was it? Nan confirmed this and replied that it was bigger than anything Hei had ever done. Tianran looked down and noted that it seemed like Hei had simply used up all his energy, so he had returned to his humanoid form. After all, it took a certain amount of physical strength to maintain the form of the King of Beasts. Han asked to just feed Hei some carrots. The protagonist clarified that the task was complete and let the comrade rest. At the same time, the Siren in human form gritted his teeth in rage. He irritably noted that this was humiliation. He could not stand it anymore. The assistants disagreed with the overlord and yelled that Serena couldn't go on land yet. The male people still needed him. Since the water summoning circle was broken, they would find a new way to go on land. The people asked the overlord to think again. The lack of water would weaken their clan. Serena disagreed and clarified that if they couldn't defeat the human king even at this stage, then they weren't strong enough. Human evolution was beyond their understanding. The assistants replied that in that case they would follow the overlord too. Together, the warriors of the Sea Clan would never give up. Together, they would kill the human king and go on land. Serena disagreed furiously and said that they would stay here. This was his fight alone. As long as the deep sea existed, their clan would be able to evolve into something more powerful. Such humiliation must be washed away with blood. And it didn't matter whether it was the protagonist's or his. Serena ordered the elder god of the mountain, the Kraken, to awaken. Siren's mount rose up and looked at its master. Siren sat on its tentacle, and the Kraken said that the master had summoned it. What would be its order? Siren put his hand to the mount's face and replied that he needed strength to defeat the enemy. He couldn't do it without the Kraken. The mount replied that he understood that. The master's shame was his shame. The Kraken said that he would go with the master to kill the one who had shamed them. After a while, Han confidently disagreed. MC asked in confusion, "What's wrong? Isn't it better to earn more points? If they don't upgrade their farm quickly, they will be in grave danger." Han clarified that the conditions of this quest were too suspicious. The system window notified that a new side quest had been received. Do they want to accept it? It can only be completed by players. Han said that she couldn't see the window Tianran was talking about, but it can only be completed by players. Sounds like a trap. It's too dangerous. Nan agreed with her and the protagonist tensed up. Han turned to her older brother and asked him not to forget that his satiety level was already very high. So if MC gets hurt again, the carrot's healing ability will be very low, and then Tianran will be in danger. As long as he's alive, they have hope, right? Han suggested giving up on this quest and said that the points it gives aren't that many, they can afford to lose them. She calculated the farm's productivity. Within 10 days, they will be able to earn points for the uncompleted quests. And with the growth potion they exchanged for the points for the last 2 quests, the farm will definitely be updated just in time for the next wave of destruction. The protagonist calmly interrupted his sister and said that he had no doubt in her computing abilities obtained after evolution. But the problem is not in mathematics. Han asked with confusion what this means. MC seriously noted that she probably wouldn't understand. After completing 2 quests, he had a feeling. Tianran closed his eyes, hit his forehead with his hand and added that it does not matter. It seems that he is too worried. Han waved her hands to the sides and asked her older brother not to be so secretive and tell her everything. She did not participate in the previous quests, and now she is very interested. The protagonist replied that he does not want to express unfounded speculation without evidence. But this is just his inner feeling. He constantly feels this since he started doing side quests. MC turned his head to the side with a terrifying look and added that he has already become part of the quest. Han clarified what this means. Are they all NPCs? Tianran replied that you can say that it is similar to completing the story. There are 2 options, complete the quest or do nothing. And the system is called a doomsday survival game. If the protagonist, as a player, does not follow the storyline. He fell silent and his sister asked, what then? For example, new quests will no longer appear, and then everyone who does not have enough points or props will die. Or after the farm's productivity reaches a certain level, the income level will decrease and the farm will collapse anyway. This seems to be the program settings. MC confirmed this and clarified that this is why he cannot refuse this time. His previous experience was like being in a newbie village and the system was almost not present. And now it is actively launching quests. It seems that the real plot begins from this moment. The system window notifies that a new quest has been received. Does the protagonist want to accept it? MC calmly accepted the quest. Han wanted to say something, but Tianran clarified that it was useless. He had already gone too far, he had no reason to refuse. The protagonist tensed up and said that the enemy had come. The kraken appeared from the bloody sea. He raised a tentacle and created a wave. It rose up and the water spread throughout the city. The comrades looked at the bloody water in fear. MC turned his head to the side and asked Nan to take Heyo and Han, climb higher, and wait for him there. Uncle agreed with him and Tianran quickly jumped off the ground, leaving a trail behind him. Dan gritted her teeth in fear and mentally asked her brother to take care of himself. Dan looked at her and ordered Han to go. They quickly ran away from the wave. The Red Sea floods the city. MC flew over the water at great speed. He looked at the kraken in the smoke and thought that this is the enemy. Tianran tensely thought that the enemy is huge. It is really a sea animal. Considering the pressure this monster experiences at depth, it is not surprising that the enemy is able to grow to such a size. The siren smiled and noted that this is where the protagonist is. MC humiliated him, so they will settle everything here and now. Tianran grinned and noted that the siren was probably the king of the sea tribe. He thought that this was a guy with a human body and a fishtail, as Han said. And also this deadly aura. Ordinary mutants are not capable of this. The siren, with a terrifying look, said that the protagonist has very good perception. The system window notifies that the skills of the king of beasts are unknown. MC thought that important information is not visible at all. What about the octopus? He looked at the enemy and the system window notified that the kraken's evolution type is divine. His skills are fog and ghost. Tianran thought that he can see his information. Are there really some problems in the system? Or maybe after reaching a certain level of evolution, or when meeting a beast that is more evolved than the protagonist, his eyes of truth will be limited? MC first met the beast king that his skill can't read. Obviously, after passing the beginner level, things won't be that easy. Siren said, smiling, that he previously thought that their king was that girl. But after the battle, he realized that he was wrong. Her anger is much less than MC's. Tianran thought, is this something only the Beast King can see? Or does he need to evolve to a higher level to see it? Siren raised his hand and said that the protagonist is the king of humans. MC raised his weapon and clarified that he doesn't care whether the king is Siren or not. He knows one thing: if anyone tries to harm his sister, they will die. Siren raised his hand and said that MC talks too much. The tentacles quickly headed towards Tianran. The protagonist instantly wrapped them in lightning and cut them. He thought it was close. The enemy did not attack directly, so there is no need to expect a fair fight. The tentacles recovered at a tremendous speed, and MC thought that the size, speed, strength, and regeneration. This is a very strong opponent. Tianran thought that regeneration is difficult for soft-bodied animals. He smirked and clarified that earlier, the Siren sent a whole horde of low-level minions. So why is the King of Beasts the only one who came to land now? The protagonist thought that he cannot miss the moment. He asked if the other sea creatures are too afraid of them. MC looked sternly to the side and thought that it seemed like they are not very smart and not very aggressive. Perhaps priority was given to muscle development and there were not enough nutrients for brain development. First, he will collect more information about them. Tianran hopes that this will at least clarify something. The Siren calmly replied that the sea tribe believes in absolute power. This matter only concerns kings. Why should other sea creatures be involved in this? Siren asked to let him feel the thrill of a one-on-one fight. Until one of them dies, his anger will not subside. Siren used the dominance skill. The protagonist smiled and noted that since it was only their business. The tentacles quickly flew past MC, but he managed to duck back. Siren asked to stop talking and clarified that the pressure on land irritated him. He ordered the protagonist to fight and said that he was running out of patience. Tianran enveloped himself in lightning and thought that he was right. Deep-sea freaks cannot adapt to the pressure on the surface. And that's all he could find out, and this is just a guess. There is nothing more useful. The tentacles quickly rose, and the protagonist jumped to the side and thought that it was time to begin. Siren raised his finger in rage, and several tentacles instantly crawled out of the water. MC flew past and cut them. The King of Beasts waved his hand, and the tentacles rose up near Tianran. The protagonist with a bloody hand looked away. He noticed a cut on his cheek and landed in the water. MC thought, as he fell, that the tentacles were poisonous. There are many small spikes on the suction cups. If Tianran is caught, he will not be able to free himself without losing his skin. First, you need to hide in the water in his blind spot and eat carrots to remove the poison from his body. The protagonist completely forgot that the octopus is able to kill its prey not only by strangulation but also with poison, which is produced in the salivary glands. And since it is the riding animal of the head of the sea tribe, one cannot underestimate the level of its evolution. This drop of poison is enough to knock down even a huge animal. Luckily, he has carrots for healing. If MC had not taken care of this, he would have already died. The tentacles are rapidly approaching Tianran. Siren smiled and bent his finger. The tentacles instantly wrapped around the protagonist's legs. Siren asked, MC wants to use the same method twice? At the same time, Dinlu brought his hand to the portal and thought that it was here. He thought with a clouded gaze that he could not move. Dean turned his attention to Han standing behind him. She radiated mana from her palm and ordered him not to turn around and clarified that otherwise she would attack his brain. Han ordered him to answer and asked who he was and what he was doing here. Dean raised his hands and asked her not to kill him because he did not wish harm to anyone. Han noticed that he did not answer her questions. Dean turned his head and, taking off his hood, said his name. He clarified, "Is she the sister of his benefactor? He will not resist. She can tie him up." Han used the eye of good and evil and thought, is he talking about his older brother? There really is no danger from this person. Dean apologized and said that he couldn't answer the other question right now. He came to see his benefactor and would answer as soon as he did. The tentacles enveloped the protagonist. Siren clapped his hands and ordered him to die. The tentacles squeezed the protagonist's body even tighter. The Beast King looked at the lightning that appeared with confusion. MC raised his hands with great force and tore the tentacles apart with lightning. The system window notified that he had eaten white corn. The Kraken roared with fury. Siren ordered him to calm down and asked how this was possible. Where did the enemy get the strength to resist after being poisoned? The protagonist quickly emerged from the water with a terrifying look. MC said that since he knew the enemy's tentacles were poisonous, he would naturally take the necessary measures. Tianran thought that by adjusting the range of gravity around his body, he had created a thin layer of vacuum. In this way, only a minimum amount of mental energy is required to protect the body and prevent the tentacles from piercing it. And when he was entangled by the tentacles, he decided to use white corn. However, the disadvantages of using it are also obvious. Stamina decreases too quickly. The system window notifies that there are 25 seconds left until the effect of white corn ends. MC jumped towards the enemy with his sword raised and thought that he did not have much time. He cannot waste energy just like that, fighting this octopus. He needs to give it his all. His target is the siren. Tianran brought the weapon closer to the enemy's body. The siren quickly raised his hand and the tentacles moved towards the protagonist. The protagonist cut the tentacles with great force. The system window notifies that there are 19 seconds left until the effect of white corn ends. MC cut the king of beasts and wondered, "Is this a ghost?" Siren asked. The protagonist thought that he could only control sea creatures and had no attack abilities. MC is very wrong. The sea creatures are under his control, as are their abilities. Many siren ghosts appeared around Tianran. The Beast King said that the protagonist killed one clone, but he can create more. MC will never find his real body. Tianran clarified, "And did the Beast King just go and tell him about his abilities?" Siren laughed and exclaimed that the protagonist fell into his trap, so MC is already dead. The power of this skill can be amplified tenfold as soon as the protagonist gets close. The Beast King asked to just let the illusion created by his voice defeat the protagonist. What is it like to die in such a painful illusion? A manosphere enveloped the space around. The system window notifies that there are 7 seconds left until the effect of white corn ends. Tianran lowered his head and coughed. Suddenly, the sword pierced the body of the King of Beasts. The system window notifies that this is the skill of the Kraken, Fog. The protagonist raised his hand and using the skills of field expansion and gravity control, ordered the enemy to die. A huge hole appeared in the body of the siren. The system window notifies that there are 4 seconds left until the effect of white corn ends. The clones of the King of Beasts began to disappear. MC, using the eyes of truth, said that he was not telling the truth. You should not lose your vigilance so easily. This method is really difficult to figure out. If someone else were in his place, he would have certainly fallen into the trap of the King of Beasts. But unfortunately, his ability is a very good opposite of the siren. The King of Beasts, falling down in front of the face of the Kraken, screamed in anger. Tianran was tired and thought that there was little time. The Kraken called out to its owner and yelled that it would kill the protagonist. It raised its tentacles in anger with the intention of attacking MC. The system window notifies that there are 2 seconds left before the white corn effect ends. The tentacles hit the place where Tianran was standing with great force, but he managed to jump back up. The protagonist quickly threw a carrot into his mouth. The system window notifies that there is 1 second left before the effect ends. MC fell into the water at great speed. The system window notifies that this is a weakened state. Strength is 0 out of 115, intelligence is 98, speed is 0, and will is 0. The weakened state is cancelled, and all characteristics began to rapidly increase. Tianran opened his eyes and looked at the approaching enemy. He resolutely raised his weapon. A powerful explosion thundered in the water. After some time, on the border of the Yanhuang Federation in the border city of Anhui, the soldier ordered to move faster, and the comrade told the dirty animals to go faster. He fired into the ground, and the people screamed in fear. The soldier barked at them to remember who gave them a chance to survive. Their lives are worth nothing. If people do not want to take part in this experiment, tomorrow they can die of hunger and cold. The freaks should be grateful. He ordered the fools to go faster. The man turned his attention to the chief with a frightened look. The man put his hand to his mouth and coughed and snorted. The soldier turned to the gentleman with a smile and asked if the experiment was progressing as it should. The man replied that it was going very poorly. The experiments with genetic drugs conducted by the main office have not yet been successful, and he was sent here. The probability of mutations using radiation toxins is too small. He is afraid that this is not even 1 chance in 10,000. The soldier laughed and noted that in any case, no one cares about the lives of these vagabonds. The man looked at the piece of paper and said that this is what they would do. Today they needed to select several dozen people and replace the toxin injection with regular glucose. Then they needed to give them food and water and release the vagrants to help them spread the word. Otherwise, with this mortality rate, after a while, almost no one would come here voluntarily to participate in the so-called drug experiments. The soldier agreed with him, smiling. Screams were heard from around the corner of the building. The vagrants looked at it in fear and asked for help. The soldier sternly ordered them to stop panicking and exclaimed that it was just his men executing thieves who were trying to steal their food. The man called out to his assistant and beckoned him to him. He whispered in the soldier's ear with a terrifying look, telling the assistant to tell his men not to shoot if the test subjects developed malignant mutations. The man ordered him to use a knife, because that way the soldier wouldn't scare the expendable material. He scratched his head in irritation and thought that these malignant mutations were really hard to control. More than half of the survivors in this city participated in the experiments, but there are still no successful cases. How much longer will he have to stay in this damned hole? The man clenched his teeth in rage and thought that the stench from these freaks is unbearable. He noticed with great fear a powerful explosion thundered among the buildings. The vagabonds looked up in fear and screamed. A huge stream of mana rose into the air. The military man asked what was happening. He ordered everyone to stay put. The man laughed joyfully and yelled that it was a miracle. The vagabonds knelt down and began to pray to the great Brahma. At the same time, in the Yanhuang Federation in the Magical City, at the main office of the Umbrella Corporation, a helicopter landed on the roof of the building. The military pointed their weapons at him. Bai Chunyun, the head of the Bai family, which belongs to the Umbrella Corporation. The military man asked the gentleman to step back a little, because one of the mutants has a very dangerous ability. Chanjin replied that everything is fine. He is just an old man who wants to see with his own eyes the assets that belong to their corporation. A stream of smoke filled the space. The mutants are sitting in chains on electric chairs. Gajar, a level 1 mutant, and Sang Jiai, a level 2 mutant. The military pointed their rifles at them. Chanyan raised his hand and remarked that this was a very grand event. 2 successful mutations at the same time. The scientist congratulated the gentleman and said that now the other families from the conservative faction will no longer dare to question his decisions. Chanyan clarified, "Is the one in the helmet a level 2 mutant?" He asked to wake him up. The scientist clarified that the abilities of a level 2 mutant are completely different from those of a level 1 mutant. They cannot allow him to stay awake. Every 10 minutes, he is given a dose of anesthetic 10 times higher than usual to keep the mutant in a state of deep sleep. Chanjun thoughtfully scratched his chin and noted that the level 1 mutant was conscious. What is happening to him? The scientist replied that his ability was regeneration. That battle completely destroyed his right arm. Fortunately, the mutant has strong regeneration. The second-level mutant lost consciousness because Jiayi had just evolved and his abilities were unstable. Only thanks to this did Gajar manage to escape. Otherwise, they would have lost an important asset. Dozens of soldiers were involved in that battle to capture Jiayi, and most of them started having excruciating headaches before they even got to him. Many lost consciousness after touching his body, and 2 were even declared clinically dead. Chanjin noted that this was an amazing ability. He grinned ominously, raised his hand and ordered to take the mutants and copy their genes. Only by creating an army of mutant people can they take control of this world. At the same time, the protagonist with a tentacle on his back asked, "Who is this?" Han happily turned her head to the side and yelled that her brother brought an octopus. She ran towards him quickly asking for food. MC asked her to take her time and said that they would eat a little later. What was going on here? He asked if she had checked him. His sister confidently confirmed this and said that everything was fine. Tianran clarified that he should let the man tell him everything himself. Dean, with his mouth taped, tried to say something. Han removed the tape from his mouth and said that her older brother had come. Now he could speak. Dean put his hand on his cheek and clarified that he had come to seek refuge with his benefactor. From what he had seen, the protagonist was the only person he could trust. Dean would do anything if MC allowed him to stay. Tianran scratched his head and said that he did not understand anything. He noted that there was too much information and asked him to explain everything calmly. After some time, the protagonist clarified that Dean was the older brother of the girl he had saved during that incident with the cult. After they killed Dean's family in revenge, he didn't die but came back to life and gained his current abilities. Dean replied that, in general, yes. He clearly remembers being stabbed several times before he lost consciousness. Dean lost a lot of blood and shouldn't have survived, but there wasn't a single injury on his body. All of his wounds healed, which was really amazing. Later, he discovered that he could sense some strange auras. Thanks to them, Dean was able to find them. He clarified that he saw the protagonist bury his sister's body and thanked him. Tianran sadly said that he was sorry that this happened to Dean's sister. She didn't deserve such humiliation. What did Dean mean by an aura? Dean replied fearfully that he didn't know. This aura surrounds him, and there is another one similar to it on their farm. He thinks that he and the protagonist are the same. MC wondered, is it really a mutant aura? That siren also mentioned something like that. And he mutated naturally. With such abilities, he could really become a valuable ally. Tianran will look at what Dean is capable of. The system window notifies that Dean is 15 years old. Evolution type is a divine mutant man. Strength is 430, speed is 112, defense is 110, and will is 100. Skills are Chameleon, Stone Skin, and Blood Speed. Chameleon gives the owner the ability to disguise itself and allows it to easily blend into the environment, including any objects attached to the body. Petrified Skin turns the skin into stone. When petrified, the defense increases threefold. Bloody Rage. The blood boils, increasing the strength and speed indicators by 2 times for 30 seconds. However, after the end of Bloody Rage, the owner receives a bad effect for 180 seconds, reducing all characteristics by 70%. The protagonist put his hand to his chin and looked up and thought that Dean really was a divine-type mutant. MC thought that most evolved into an atavistic type, but Dean was able to naturally mutate into a divine type. Besides, Dean was still a child. That's amazing. He grinned and asked, "Does the comrade know how to cook?" Dean was surprised and confirmed this by exclaiming that he always cooked at home. Tianron asked, "What about raising cattle and sheep?" Dean happily replied that he knew a little about it. The protagonist asked, "What about farming?" The comrade said that he had done that too. He also knew how to do laundry, do housework, and was pretty good at cleaning up. Dean also repaired home appliances because he liked to take things apart. MC raised his hand and asked him to stop listing. Dean would be working 8 hours a day without pay, and food and accommodation were included. On top of that, there was a risk to his life. Does the comrade still want to come with him? Dean lowered his head with a sad smile and remarked that his body now resembled that of a monster. Perhaps there were no more places for him to go. It was better to be with people like him than to die alone. And Dean wanted to do everything he could. He had to repay his benefactor for his kindness and avenge his family. So no matter how dangerous the job is, he can handle it. Tianron smiled and thought that his comrade was the same. He happily announced that Dean was accepted. And also, his comrade should not call him benefactor, but boss. Dean happily raised his fist and agreed with the boss. The protagonist asked his comrade to make a serving of takoyaki and pointed out that Dean could consider it a test of skills. After a while, the professor opened the door and called out to the boss, shouting that he had made an important discovery. He had found the secret of gene replication. Meow, holding a glass in his hand, turned his attention to him. The professor slammed his hands on the table and shouted that he believed that genetic medicines could not be used on humans because they were too weak. So he focused on researching neutralizers. But today, the professor discovered a much more important reason, which is the discrepancy between the superhuman's HLB genotype and the experimental subject. Meow clarified, "Is it really the HLB genotype?" The professor exclaimed excitedly, "It is a highly polymorphic complex consisting of a number of closely related gene loci. Just like blood types, its arrangement in each person is random, and there are potentially tens of thousands of possible combinations." Meow, wiping his face from his comrade's drool, asked him to calm down. The professor raised a finger and asked to be allowed to give his boss the simplest example: bone marrow donation. For this procedure, it is necessary for the donor and recipient to have the same HLB type. Out of 1,000 or even tens of thousands of people, only 2 can have the same arrangement. The percentage of coincidence is very low. Therefore, for successful implantation, matching the HLB type is essential. Otherwise, a severe rejection reaction will occur. However, if the donor's HLB type matches the recipient's type, the likelihood of this reaction will be greatly reduced. And the function of the neutralizer is to neutralize the rejection reaction. If they do not develop a more powerful neutralizer, these genetic drugs will still cause destruction to the body. But he is completely confident. The boss interrupted the professor, covering his mouth with his hand, and said that he understood everything. The professor can give a detailed report on these aspects later. Meow irritably asked him to get to the main point. The professor scratched his ear with his finger and exclaimed that he had successfully copied the mutant. The boss furiously put his hands on the table and barked. Why did the professor report such an important thing only at the very end? The professor laughed and noted that his research was also very important. Meow ordered him to be more serious. The professor calmed down and said that his team was conducting an examination right now. But there was one problem. The drug made from the genes of Mr. Meow and Ms. Wen could only turn people with the same HLB sequence as them into mutants. There was no talk of others. Meow grabbed his hand, asked the professor to stop talking, and ordered him to go. After some time, the professor noted that this was strange and asked where everyone had gone. He clarified that the lights were also off. The boss said something was wrong and asked why it smelled like blood. The professor adjusted his glasses and said that bleeding during experiments was normal. Their foot stepped on a pool of blood, and they looked at something in fear. There were many corpses lying in the room among the blood. Sometime later, in a bloody lab, the professor was sitting on the floor among the running soldiers. Wen stood in front of him and said that it was not his fault. The professor replied that he did not blame himself, but was afraid. Since he had calculated the uncontrollable factors of evolution, he decided that he was ready for any outcome. But, having seen everything with his own eyes, he was still very afraid of this force. Wen said that a patrol team had found a tracking chip that had been implanted in a mutant in the stomach of a stray dog 12 kilometers from the command center. He tore out a piece of flesh along with the chip. The fact that the mutant knew about the need to destroy the tracking device means that he is still in his right mind. It was he who betrayed them. The professor stood up and asked what the current situation was. Wen replied that it was not very good. 6 teams had tried to catch him, but his physical abilities were amazing, and he had also managed to steal the weapon. She had lost contact with 2 teams. Commander Miao, along with the other 2 teams, were still tracking the man's location. The professor said that they had to catch him. Although they could not use his abilities, the mutant was still a valuable test subject. This mutant was an exact copy of the commander's evolutionary genes, so in theory, he would be at a disadvantage when meeting the commander. Since the beacon had been removed, it would take some time to find him. Wen should also join them and bring the mutant back as soon as possible. She followed the professor and agreed with him. At the same time, the protagonist brought his straw to his mouth and noted that they had been eating stew and steak for several days. He was starting to get bored of it. He held a fishing rod in his hand and turned to Dean and asked him to catch some crabs, fish, and shrimp. They have seafood today. Dean, the new farm worker, happily agreed with the boss. He brought the bucket to MC. Tianron asked him to go fishing somewhere else and not scare away the fish here. The protagonist smiled and lowered his head and thought that this child was so clumsy. It was cute in its own way. After completing that side quest, no more new ones appeared. Compared to that reward, farming points are just nothing. Seriously, before he realized it, the protagonist started to get greedy. MC happily thought that it was biting. He quickly stood up and picked up the fishing rod and pulled the fish out of the water. Tianron caught a healing product, a level 2 silver carp, and thought that this was a very good catch. The protagonist said that fishing was so much fun that it was like an apocalyptic version of the game of opening different boxes. Apparently, it was true that when men reached a certain age, their fishing genes would awaken. This kind of life was very good, but it still got boring after a while. Han approached her brother and whispered in his ear that it was boring. He asked what she knew about this kind of life. Han pointed out that he could say whatever he wanted, but she could read his brainwaves. MC thought that how could he forget that? Suddenly, the system windows appeared. Han asked what was wrong. Her brother's brainwaves were very tense right now. Tianron quickly turned around and replied that the patrolman he sent to Southern Side had recorded some disturbing facts. He would be leaving for a while. The protagonist put on his shirt and asked his sister to stay home and take care of herself. She happily agreed and asked him to call her if anything happened. MC instantly flew up, leaving a trail. Han, smiling, said that the brainwaves of the elder brother are becoming more and more active. After some time, Tianron quickly flies past the buildings. He stopped in the air and looked at the system window, in which he can see what is happening. The protagonist hid behind the building and turned his attention to the mutants. Gajar laughingly squeezes the mutant's neck in his hand. MC wondered, is this a mutant from the ancient Indian state? And the other must be holding a person from Yanhuang. Gajar called out to Jia and noted that he did not expect that the mutants in Yanhuang were so weak. He had not even had time to have fun yet, and he was already finished. Jia clarified that there were 2 of them after all, and his comrade asked him not to be like that. Gajar said that the company rarely allows them to go out and stretch their muscles, and asked his comrade not to spoil all the fun. Jia noticed something, and Tianron wondered, did the mutant notice him? Jia asked his comrade not to kill the mutant and clarified that they should return him to the company. He thought that working with someone who only had muscles and no brains was really problematic. Gajar said that it was boring. Jia said that they were leaving, and the mutants instantly flew up. The protagonist asked Hummingbird number 10 to follow them, sometime later at the Umbrella Corporation headquarters. Gajar called out to the Lord and asked if those inferior creatures were capable of accepting his genes. There was no need to waste resources copying his DNA. He could help Chen Yun achieve whatever the Lord desired. Chen Yun raised his head and asked if Gajar liked Yanhuang. The mutant, sitting among the girls, laughed and confirmed it. He remarked that it was the nicest place he had ever been. Very good wine, delicious food, luxurious accommodations, beautiful women, respect and fear from others. Much better than his country. Chanjun smiled and said that he was glad that Gajar liked it. What about Jia? Gajar replied that the comrade was most likely still with that woman. Strange guy, with his amazing wealth and resources, Jia could get any woman he wanted. And yet the comrade always spends time with the same one. He just can't understand him. Chanjun scratched his mustache with interest and noticed that that's how it was. At the same time, music was playing in the apartment. Jia, sitting on his knees, laid his head on Arya's legs. He instantly opened his eyes and raised his head and looked to the side. Arya, in the language of ancient India, asked what happened. Jia looked at Arya, who was shrouded in lightning. He asked in fear, what was wrong with her? Arya replied that she couldn't move. She asked with great fear what was going on. Arya, quickly flying towards the window, asked him to help her. Jia yelled, who's there? He asked in the language of Yanhuang, so that aura, was it the protagonist? Had MC been watching him all this time? Tianran, with a grin, shrouded Arya in lightning, clarified that, since the mutant had noticed him, they needed to talk in private. Jia yelled with fury that if the protagonist needed something, he should contact him directly. The system window notifies that Jiayi's evolution type is intelligent. Skills, mental shock, mental shackles, and phantom attack. He angrily ordered to let her go. MC pointed to his head and said that if the mutant uses skills at such a close range, then he should be careful not to blow her brains out. Although the mutant can try. They'll see who's faster. Jiayi asked what the protagonist wants from him. Arya looked at Tianran in surprise. She screamed in fear, who are they? Where is she even? Arya asked for help. Why is she here? The protagonist was confused and thought that she was not who he thought she was. Could MC have made a mistake? Jiayi called out to Arya and asked her not to be afraid because he would save her. What does the protagonist want from him? Tianran asked where the Yanhuang soldiers were. The protagonist asked to be taken to the soldier. He thought he was right. This woman could still be used for exchange. Jiayi raised his hands in fear and asked not to harm her and said he would do whatever MC said. He thought that Arya was his sun and the fire of his life. She was the sunshine that was out of reach for a damn freak like him. He had to work hard to get her. The protagonist pointed at the item on Arya's neck and thought that it was just a one-way exchange. But as long as he could control this person, it was no problem. MC said it was a mini-bomb, powerful enough to instantly turn a person into ashes. If the mutant cooperated with him, he would defuse the bomb. Jia yelled that he would cooperate as long as the protagonist did what he promised. But if MC betrayed him, he wouldn't mind dying with her. Tianran replied that he didn't want any trouble. He just wanted to get something. He needed to know what exactly they were all planning to do. Jia clarified that the protagonist would find out when they got there. After a while, MC, following the mutant, thought, is it okay that they are walking here like this? The military called out to the gentleman. He asked in confusion, who is behind Jiayi? There is no such person in the company. Jiayi raised his hand and using a skill said that the protagonist is from the company. The military agreed and said that he is from the company. Jiayi ordered MC to go and Tianran smiled and thought that his strength is much more powerful than Han's. It was definitely the right decision not to come into direct contact with him. Jiayi stopped, looked at MC and said that they have arrived. They looked at the huge laboratory with mutants in capsules. Jiayi clarified that he calls it a mutant factory. He thinks that in their language it sounds exactly like that. After a while, a scientist standing by the capsule announced that the cell renewal process is complete. He ordered the capsule to be opened. Dark smoke spread around and Chen Yuhang came out of the capsule. The scientist exclaimed that it was a good job. The number of mutants created using his DNA doubled. The boss will be very pleased. Yuhang wiped the water off his hair with a towel. He pointed out that after all, he was from Yanhuang, so the probability of genetic compatibility was much higher than with those aliens. If they wanted mass copying, then they needed more source material from ancient India. The scientist asked where Yuhang was going. Yuhang smiled, put his hands on the women's shoulders, and clarified, did the scientist even need to ask that? Didn't the scientist say that the boss was very pleased? He was going to claim his reward. The scientist said that the data was still there. Yuhang looked at him with horror and interrupted him, ordering him to stop saying such things. He was only helping them so that he could live well himself. Yuhang had already done what he had to do, and if the scientist continued to spoil his mood, he would crush him right here and now. Yuhang raised his hand and said that now it was the turn of those two foreigners. He was leaving. Yuhang and the women walked towards the exit. The scientist asked angrily, isn't the human a first-level mutant? Why is Yuhang so arrogant? Those who betray their master will be kicked out sooner or later. A hummingbird flew up to the scientist, and the protagonist saw what was happening in the system window. MC wondered, is the scientist talking about the Yanhuang military? He asked what kind of past that person had. Jeji replied that they said the scientist escaped from their lab. Tianran asked, escaped and then joined that company? Jeji horrifyingly clarified that the scientist had killed all the researchers there, and now the military was hunting him. What else can he do but run? The protagonist asked every single one. Jai confirmed it, and MC thought that it looked like the military had also succeeded in creating mutants. What he was afraid of had really happened. Jai got closer to Tianran's face and added that as for how the scientist got into this company, the protagonist had already seen it all for himself. MC thought, so the mutant really noticed him then. Jia noted with a smile that it was really the protagonist. Tianran thought that he had been deceived. It was not easy to deal with an intellectual type. Jia clarified. The protagonist wondered how he knew? MC's micro-movements of muscles gave him away. Tianran put his hand to his chin and thought that this meant that the number of mutant factories in this world would only increase. And with this level of perception, it was almost impossible to continue to live peacefully in a big country like Yanhuan while improving his farm. Sooner or later, he would be found out. Jia asked what else the protagonist wanted to know. MC looked away thoughtfully. He looked at the mutant with a smile and replied that he wanted to talk to that person. After a while, Jia looked at Yuhong and he asked, "What's the matter?" Jia did not answer and quickly used his skill. Yuhong, with his body covered in lightning, screamed in pain. Jia used the skill, mental shackles and chains wrapped around Yuhong's head. Jia looked at the protagonist and said that the effectiveness of his abilities on mutants was reduced, so MC should do everything quickly. The girls, sitting on the floor in fear, asked for help. Jia moved his hand to the side and ordered them to sleep. The girls instantly fell to the floor. Tianran thought that the mutant used two abilities at the same time. Jia is very strong. At the same time, Arya thought that, so that's it. She remembered everything. There is no more home and she has nowhere to go. She has nothing left. Arya remembered the past. Jia asked her to wait here until he returns. Arya, coming out of her memories, laughed. She put her foot on the windowsill and thought that rather than live like a puppet, it is better to accept this karma. She will go out into the wheel of reincarnation. Arya jumped out of the window. After a while, Yuhong opened his eyes. He stood up and put his hand to his head. Yuhong asked why he was lying here. The girls groaned in pain and Yuhong clarified, did the two of them also lose consciousness? The girls asked what they were doing here. Yuhong clarified that it was strange. He didn't remember anything from the moment he left the lab. At the same time, the protagonist raised his hand and said that here was the key to deactivate the bomb. He had already found out everything he wanted. When he left, MC would throw the key somewhere in the lab. Jia would have to find it. Jia replied that there was no need to be so afraid of him. If the protagonist kept his promise and let her go, he wouldn't do anything to him. He only wanted to live with the one he loved. Everything else didn't matter to him. Tianran smiled and thought, with the one he loved? Judging by that girl's reaction, it didn't seem like she knew him. At first, the protagonist wanted to recruit him to them, but after taking a closer look, he realized. Jia uses his powers to control other people's emotions and thoughts. It's really terrifying. Possessed individuals can be quite scary. Jia noted that MC seemed to be very prejudiced against him. Tianran laughed tensely and did not confirm it. He thought it was time to end. The protagonist looked at the mutant as he left and asked, if someone's memories suddenly disappeared, wouldn't Jia be the first to be suspected? Jia replied that it was highly unlikely. MC noted that the mutant was confident in himself. Jia said that he knew of level 1 mutants. Most of them were physically strong but simple-minded. In addition, he had reviewed and altered the security footage on this floor, so even if someone did suspect him, there was no evidence. Tianran thought that Jia was most likely referring to the atavistic type. The names were different, but his description was pretty accurate. The protagonist threw the key up with a smile and asked the mutant to get ready. He threw the key shrouded in lightning up with great force. Jia tensed up and instantly flew after it. MC mentally asked him to take his time and thought that he needed time to go back and get ready. He flew over the building with great speed. Tianran thought that the information he received from Yuhong was enough to adjust his next move. The military and the corporation are increasing the production of mutants, with a high level of perception. Sooner or later, his farm will be discovered. If they target them, they will be at a disadvantage in both numbers and ammunition. MC does not want to be caught and turned into a lab animal. After some time, Jia called out to Arya and yelled that he has the key. He asked her not to be afraid and said that he will now remove the bomb. Jia called out to her in confusion. He approached the window and screamed that this can't be. Jia looked down and saw the corpse of his beloved. He screamed with great fear and exclaimed that he would kill him. This is all because of him. Wherever the protagonist hid, Jia would kill him. At the same time, the system window notified that the authentication was successful. Han joyfully shouted that her brother had returned home. MC asked everyone to come here and announced that he had important news. After a while, Tianran looked at the system window with a map of the area and said that that was all. Dean asked, do they really have to leave southern side? The protagonist replied that they should leave. First, the farm is located too far from the coast. Second, southern side does not have the resources they will need in the future. Moving may be risky, but it also opens up huge opportunities. Dean asked, where are they going? MC pointed to the map of the area and exclaimed, to Frenzy Island. In 35 hours, the number of points will reach 20 million. Once the farm upgrade is complete, they will leave southern side with it. Do they have any objections? Han happily exclaimed that where the elder brother goes, so does he. The comrades confidently agreed with him. Tianran smiled and remarked that this was good. Then they set off for their new base.